The tale unfolds as a group of students on their way to school are suddenly whisked away to another world without warning. News from the king echoed through the hall. For years, their human kingdom had tirelessly warned against the menace of demon realms. Despite their vigilance, the nation had suffered heavy losses and now found itself deeply mired in debt. Standing at the brink of a dire crisis, they made the bold decision to summon individuals from distant worlds, heroes gifted with extraordinary powers, in hopes of securing salvation. With regal solemnity, the king proclaimed them mighty heroes, yet genuine astonishment flickered across their faces at the sound of his words. Curiosity sparked their exploration of newfound abilities, leading to a remarkable discovery. The black-haired girl possessed an extraordinary gift, the power to see the world through the eyes of a goddess herself. A closer look revealed that everyone in the group possessed unique abilities. Yet the black-haired girl still couldn't quite grasp what it truly meant to be gifted in such a way. The man revealed that entry into their world demanded unique abilities, gifts the king himself regarded as divine blessings. Enthusiasm sparked in the boy's eyes at the promise of becoming heroes, while the king found himself thoroughly impressed by their remarkable talents. For such extraordinary potential, he believed, the challenge was more than justified. Suddenly, one of the men pointed out that the boy called Atonami Norio possessed not a single shred of talent. Once, Naminorio Adam lived the ordinary days of a typical office worker, his adult life unfolding in predictable, steady rhythms. Just before his unexpected summoning to another world, Adam experienced a peculiar encounter aboard the train. Suddenly, a burly man blocked his path, boldly proclaiming himself as God. Word spread that it was none other than Zeus himself, ruler of the gods and Noria's own father, who had selected him for this summoning. A man named Hephaestus stepped forward, revealing that the previous administrator, Athena, had shown clear bias. With deliberate care, Festus placed the talisman directly upon Norio's chest, sealing the ritual's final step. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, the guardians found themselves plunged into utter chaos. Armed with his extraordinary gift, Norio confronts demons head-on, unflinching and fearless in the face of their menace. A question lingered on Norio's lips, yet the king's restless demeanor silenced him. Tormented, the monarch wrestled with an agonizing truth. A way home for the summoned heroes simply did not exist. The rest stood frozen in shock, convinced they were witnessing nothing more than a poorly executed prank. The king explained that only the demon leader held the secret to sending them home, leaving them with no choice but to face his army in battle. Convinced that his lack of combat skills would render him useless on the battlefield, he believed joining the fight was simply out of reach. Thus the king graciously offered him a peaceful life on his very own plot of land. No matter where this new place was, Nori seized the opportunity with determination. His previous life had never offered him the comfort he longed for, but now a renewed hope stirred within him, the yearning to finally discover peace and freedom. Guided by one of the king's own men, he was led to a haven where, at last, freedom awaited him. Beyond the kingdom's borders stretched this land, allowing Norio the freedom to tend his farm in peace, answering to no king and owing allegiance to none. After pocketing his fee, the man informed Norio that from this point on, his fate rested in his own hands. Whether he survived or not depended entirely on how he chose to live. A twinge of guilt tugged at Norio's conscience, aware of the money that had been spent on his behalf. While most people yearned to embark on adventures with a companion by their side, peaceful, measured days in this world suited Norio perfectly. The thought of being nudged toward adventure or change held no appeal for him. Upon reaching the shoreline, he boldly declared the beach his own little kingdom. Settling here required a reliable source of water, so he decided to find out whether it was seawater or something safe to drink. To his astonishment, the water gleamed invitingly clear, pure enough to drink. His eyes confirmed what his senses hoped for. In the shallow surf, a hidden octopus caught his eye. Curiosity sparked within him. What secret compelled the creature to tuck itself beneath a lid in these gentle waters? Undeterred, he resolved to search for food no matter what. The moment you stepped into the water, an unexpected sharpness met your senses. It had become surprisingly salty, a stark contrast to the gentle freshness you once knew. Scooping up water with his hand, he tasted it and was startled to discover an unexpected, delicate sweetness lingering on his tongue. Yet, upon tasting the water directly from the sea, a sharp saltiness filled his mouth. With no trouble finding water, Adanami Norio turned his attention to lunch, choosing to dine on the octopus he had just caught. Lacking any seasonings, he opted to cook the octopus in nothing more than gently boiling, salted water. At first, fire was what he sought most. Carving a hollow into a piece of dry wood, he fashioned a small recess, setting the stage for a flame to be born. A sturdy stick slid into the hand-carved hole, whirling rapidly between his palms as the friction intensified. Tiny embers sparked to life from the heat, which he delicately transferred onto a brittle, dry leaf. What seemed simple at first quickly revealed its hidden challenges. Summoning his resolve, a deep breath filled his lungs before he spun the stick with unwavering determination. As the rod twirled in his hands, fire burst to life, just as he savored a bite of octopus. Astonishment filled him at how effortlessly flames could be coaxed to life in this world. To make his stay more comfortable, he also crafted a simple bowl and a pair of chopsticks. Astonished by his own survival skills, a question flickered through his mind. Was it Hatathis who had granted him this very gift, the unwavering ability to stay alive against all odds? Eager to test his theory, he swung the sickle, and the grass fell in a clean sweep, neatly severed at the very base. With a single effort, he turned the soil, and it yielded effortlessly, responding as if made for his hands alone. The patch he cultivated matched precisely the vision he held for his future field. No more and no less. A craftsman of unmatched skill, he could amplify the power of any tool that found its way into his grasp. Tilling the land became a simpler task for him. He planted seeds bought from the city, transforming the once arduous process into something almost effortless. Within a few minutes, his task was complete. Though uncertain about exactly what he had planted, he felt a quiet confidence. If the seeds took root, food would be one less worry. Since the harvest was still a long way off, the thought of fishing for supper crossed his mind. As he cast his line and waited patiently by the water, memories of his former life gently surfaced. A sense of gratitude welled up within him, compelling him to honor Festus's skillful craftsmanship. To express his thanks, he set about preparing rice balls as a heartfelt token of appreciation. Suddenly, something massive tugged at the fishing rod, a weight so tremendous that he struggled, bracing himself to haul it ever closer to the shore. Raising his fishing rod, astonishment swept over him. Not a fish, but a mermaid dangled from the line. Disbelief flooded his face. Rather than a prized catch, it was a girl. A true mermaid. Before a single word could escape his lips, the mermaid erupted in protest, scolding him loudly for catching her in the first place. Then, with unwavering resolve, she declared that since he had captured her, he was now honor-bound to marry her. Events unfolded with such dizzying speed that, before he could catch his breath, he found himself wedded to a mermaid in this strange new world. Muttering discontentedly about her difficult fate, the mermaid grumbled under her breath, her eyes shimmering with frustration. He, meanwhile, couldn't help but notice how unlike the storybook drawings she truly appeared in the pale light, striking in. Admitting the truth of her story, she knew any hope for their reunion had vanished forever. In the blink of an eye, her tail vanished, replaced by a pair of human legs, yet not a shred of clothing covered her newly formed body. With a sigh of relief, she assured him that she could now live on land and, without hindrance, bear his children. Flustered and alarmed, Adam hurriedly begged Nami to cover herself. Swept up in the whirlwind of unexpected events, Adam, barely aware of himself, declared her his wife, a decision born not of clear thought, but of the fierce passion that had just overtaken him. Clothing never held much appeal for her, but he had set his terms clearly. Marriage would only happen if she agreed to wear pants. He promised that, in time, she could choose her own wardrobe. For now, though, the far greater concern was the glaring absence of a home. To his astonishment, young sprouts had already begun to pierce the surface of the field, signaling that the seeds were coming to life before his very eyes. Curious, she asked what crops he tended, but even he couldn't say for certain. Still, determination glimmered in his eyes. Whatever the plants might be, he was resolved to provide for himself through his own efforts. Crafting tools with practiced hands, foraging for food, and building a modest shelter, he shaped the rhythm of a simple life. Witnessing this, the mermaid realized how vastly Mayonnaise Ita's daily existence differed from her own, yet a spark of readiness for change glimmered within her heart. With a hint of pride, she revealed that her people have long possessed the gift of healing magic, and among them, her reputation as a renowned healer is well established. Adamneni eyed her words with thinly veiled suspicion. In response, she vowed to prove her abilities right then and there, deliberately speaking with an odd, exaggerated accent to ensure all eyes remained fixed on her. She entreated him to wait as she returned alone to the seaside, intent on gathering her belongings. During her absence, Idam-Nain managed to construct a simple hut in less than an hour. Exhaustion overtook him as he stepped into the humble cabin seeking refuge. Within moments, deep slumber claimed him. The mermaid was destined to appear before him once more. With a gentle shake, she stirred him from slumber, prompting yet another reminder for her to get dressed. Concern flickered across his face as he inquired about her reasons for staying there all night. Stepping out of the shack alongside him, the mermaid offered a gentle reassurance, her soothing words easing his worries and calming his anxious heart. With a calm voice, she explained that gathering her magical healing tools required a bit of time. She explained that blending plants and similar ingredients with magic makes it possible to craft healing spells. With a wide range of uses, these magical remedies are especially prized, since even ordinary people can wield their power, greatly increasing their value. Her display was far from over. With a flourish, the girl produced a massive golden herring, creature G, a fish-like monster brimming with pulsating mana. With meticulous care, the prey was sliced, boiled, its very essence extracted, and finally dried to a fine powder. From the resulting powder, she crafted a unique creation she called Bar Herring G Fertilizer. After applying the fertilizer to his fields, a surge of growth swept through his crops. They flourished at an astonishing rate. Amazement washed over him as he realized just how much effort she had devoted to ensuring a bountiful harvest. By the following morning, his entire crop had fully ripened. While he marveled at the bartender G's masterpiece, she insisted that her own skill was the true wonder to behold. Ignoring her presence, he bit into the tomato, and an explosion of rich flavor caught him completely off guard. The mermaid, curious, took a taste herself. Wonder lit up her face as she marveled at its vibrant taste. The idea that humans on land enjoyed such delicious food every day seemed utterly unbelievable to her. Just as her hand reached for the green onions, he gently caught her wrist, stopping her with a soft touch. An explanation followed. Certain vegetables demand cooking before they become safe and palatable for consumption. At her request, he whipped up a savory vegetable stew, blending all the ingredients in one bubbling pot. Serving the dish with a flourish, he watched as delight sparked in her eyes at the first exquisite bite. Watching her delight in every bite, he found himself imagining a lifetime spent by her side. Disbelief flickered across her face at the thought of people eating such plain food every day. He suggested enhancing the flavor with a bit of meat or some fermented herbs, promising a much richer taste. Amazement sparkled in her eyes. Never had she believed a dish could grow even more delicious. His thoughtfulness and generosity left her speechless. Curious, he inquired about her name and soon learned she was called Plati. As introductions followed, Edo almost let his true name slip, catching himself just in time. Nevertheless, he chose the name Caden for himself and spoke passionately about the future they would share together. With Plati by his side, Caden embarked on a fresh chapter of life in this unfamiliar world. Morning broke, and upon waking, he discovered the space beside him was already empty. She had slipped away. Curiosity tugged at him. Had she found the place comfortable enough for sleep? He earnestly hoped no troubles had disturbed her rest. A sudden scream from the playground jolted his senses. An unfamiliar figure had appeared on the field. But it turned out to be nothing more than a scarecrow, gripping a wooden sword in its outstretched hands. He explained that scarecrows ward off birds and protect the crops by mimicking a human presence. Suddenly, the scarecrow stirred to life, something that should have been impossible. This, he declared, was the mark of his craftsmanship. Pleti wondered aloud if the marvel was conjured by his hands alone, but the craftsman revealed that he had been summoned to this world by the king of the realm himself. The moment Caden began unveiling the extent of his powers, Plati instantly recognized the unmistakable aura of a true hero standing before her. Surprise flashed across her face, leaving Caden momentarily at a loss. He hadn't expected her to catch on to everything so quickly. With unwavering conviction, she believed that heroes summoned from distant realms wielded their extraordinary powers solely to battle demons. That was why his presence here, of all places, left her utterly bewildered. With a calm demeanor, he clarified that vanquishing demons was never his ambition. Instead, he had intentionally chosen this secluded spot to retire and embrace a peaceful existence. The scene caught many off guard. After all, survival typically demands unity among humans and land dwellers alike. Without coming together, monsters would swiftly wipe them out. Lost in thought, she pondered what set him apart from the others. Sensing her curiosity, the young man revealed that he was, in fact, of the very same race she had spoken of. Shifting the conversation, memories of breakfast stirred in his mind along with the recollection that she had risen earlier that morning. Curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask if she was all right and where her early morning journey had taken her. A rosy blush swept across her cheeks as, flustered, she confessed that all she'd done that morning was pay a simple visit to the restroom. Her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask where he had relieved himself. With a mischievous grin, he cheerfully confessed it was in the ocean, a revelation that thoroughly scandalized her. Quick to defend himself, he claimed that sailors always behaved this way, insisting it nourished the plankton upon which all ocean life depended. Plenty, however, sharply contradicted him, arguing that the true balance of the ocean relied on the natural actions of its own creatures, not on the habits of humans. A fierce rebuke echoed from her lips as she condemned his cold human habits and sternly warned him never to carry the tainted customs of his former world into her ocean. Overwhelmed with remorse, he dropped to her feet, pouring out heartfelt apologies. Without warning, she bolted, fleeing into the distance. The sight unsettled him, but uncertainty kept his feet rooted to the spot. He couldn't bring himself to give chase. Lost in thought about the toilet predicament, a realization dawned. He'd overlooked the simplest needs essential for survival. Relief flooded him at the presence of Plade, sparking curiosity about her own experience in this strange place. Before long, she reappeared, clutching a star-shaped sea creature. She explained with quiet confidence that these majestic beings purify the ocean by consuming organic debris. An idea sparked in her mind: to place it in a box and repurpose it as a makeshift toilet. With a swift motion, she ran the blade along her wrist as if preparing to cut herself, sending a wave of terror crashing over him. Guilt gripped Hilla, haunted by the thought that his actions might have driven her to harm. Only a flicker of discomfort. Careful curses echo through the dungeon shadows. An eerie, unsettling presence tinged the air. A demon lurking somewhere close, its existence impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, The girls proudly displayed a skirt, lovingly crafted by hand from rapin cloth fabric and cleverly tucked away in their belongings. A pang of embarrassment swept over Caden as he realized he hadn't been able to do more for them. Yet her reply was resolute. A wife must always appear neat and presentable for her husband. With a spark of excitement, she revealed that, for the first time in ages, she planned to venture out. Intrigued, the man asked about her destination. A mischievous glimmer flickered in her eyes as she confided that she had discovered a hidden dungeon. This was a realm forged for daring quests, treasure hunts, and epic battles against fearsome monsters, with a formidable boss lurking on the deepest level. Urged to witness it for himself, he followed her lead as she guided him toward the dungeon, a journey that took the better part of 2 hours. Pure chance led the woman to its discovery, while her husband toiled in the fields. The dungeon itself turned out to be a vast cavern, formed at the heart of a powerful accumulation of mana. To the untrained eye, it appeared to Caden as nothing more than an ordinary cave, yet as he drew closer, an overwhelming surge of energy washed over him. It felt as though an enormous beast had brushed his face with its tongue. He recalled previous explanations about certain places where the world's energy could stagnate and pool. That's precisely how dungeons come into existence, springing up in places where energy gathers and slowly condenses deep within the earth. Over time, this energy thickens, coalescing into the forms of terrifying monsters. These creatures are capable of breaking free from the dungeons, spreading danger across both land and sea. The revelations from the Pleiades left Caden utterly stunned. She pointed out the futility of completely cleansing the dungeon. No matter how hard one tried, fresh monsters always emerged, drawing her back time and again for yet another hunt. As Caden readied himself to object, the Pleiades had already vanished into its shadowy depths, leaving him momentarily speechless. True to his role as a man, he set off after her without hesitation. Deep within the dungeon, the setting transformed into a grandiose castle, a stark contrast to the entrance. An uncanny sensation washed over him, as if danger itself crept closer. In that tense silence, he realized the monsters were already approaching. A vicious horde of monsters lunged at them without warning. With a swift command, Plaid ordered him to stay back as she drew out several slender canisters. In a single fluid motion, she hurled one of them forward. The air shattered with the force of an explosion. In a flash, icy frost seized the monsters, swiftly followed by a crackling bolt of lightning that struck them down. Swift, decisive blows finished the job, each move a testament to her unrivaled skill in the art of battlefield medicine. As Caden pressed onward, uncertainty gnawed at him. Who, in truth, was the real monster here? At last he surrendered, allowing her to seize complete control. Powerless and exposed, a cold emptiness settled in his hands where a weapon should have been. Catching sight of the sword, uncertainty gnawed at him. Could he even reach it, let alone wield it in time? Noticing the impressive trail of defeated monsters in her wake, he suggested they head home. Yet the girl stood firm, refusing his proposal. The lady herself sensed a strange, unsettling energy lingering in the dungeon's air. The intricate layout of the dungeon, coupled with the monster's well-coordinated maneuvers, left no doubt some mastermind was orchestrating it all from the shadows. Dungeons ruled by overlords are a rare sight, yet their existence poses a grave and unpredictable danger. A surge of unease washed over Caden at those words. Only two beings could ever claim the title of Dungeon Master, a dragon or another entity of unimaginable power. Before Platy could utter a single word of explanation, a chilling disturbance swept through the air, a sensation as dreadful as the one Caden had felt upon entering. That unmistakable phantom presence left no doubt. The master of the dungeon had arrived, the most fearsome being imaginable. The soulless king, sovereign over the realm of the dead, once a formidable and brilliant sorcerer, or perhaps a high priest, this figure chose the path of undeath long ago. Now reigning as the immortal lord of the dead, he instantly sensed the unique mana radiating from Caden. His ambition was to transform him into a docile companion, stripped of spirit and vitality. Play D dabbled in a myriad of potions, his curiosity always leading him further, yet the king managed to heal himself without aid. With unwavering determination, she urged Caden to escape, insisting her potion would allow her to handle him on her own. Yet he steadfastly refused to leave her side. In a flash of motion, Caden swept his sword through the air and lunged straight at the soulless king. With a bold declaration, he proudly proclaimed himself the husband of this illustrious lady. "Someone please stop him." To everyone's astonishment, the king surrendered without a fight, leaving the entire court in stunned silence. The soulless king grudgingly admitted that, even after being struck by the holy sword, Caden's strength remained absolutely staggering. As for Caden himself, upon learning of his opponent's possession of such sacred weaponry, he made no effort to hide his exhilaration. The lifeless king recognized the blade as his own, yet acknowledged a new truth. From now on, it belonged to Caden. Sacred swords possess a will of their own, choosing their rightful master, and this time, Caden had been chosen. Deprived of his sword, the king found himself stripped of purpose, no longer holding a place in this world. Of his own accord, he invited Caden to strike him. Yet uncertainty flickered in Caden's eyes, doubt gnawing at him. Perhaps he had yet to become the sword's true master. He recounted tales of his origin from another world, explaining how he had been granted an extraordinary gift, the ability to master any object he held in his hands. It was likely this very power that resonated with the sword. Mid-sentence, the undead king abruptly interrupted, his disbelief clear as day. Declaring Caden's power nothing short of a gift from the heavens, a legendary force beyond comprehension, he explained why even the wardens had failed to recognize its nature. Not even a hero could hope to match such divine might. With a solemn tone, the undead king proclaimed Caden more than a hero. He was a saint. The lifeless King Bodilo bestows upon Caden the highest honor of his courtly hospitality. With pride shining in her eyes, Plaid turned to the king and inquired what had brought him to this far-flung place. Bodilo replied that he had chosen to make his home here, adding that he saw the slaying of monsters as nothing more than an act of cruelty. The fur and bones harvested from monsters held immense value, prized for the crafting of magical artifacts, a true lifeline for the people of these distant lands. Quite unexpectedly, the plebeians found themselves warming to the king, affectionately referring to him as their neighbor. Greetings passed between them, yet the king struggled in vain to recall his former name. Once he had served as an archbishop, only to be compelled to abandon the church for reasons that had faded into the mists of his own memory. Concealed within the depths of the dungeon, he absorbed the stagnant mana around him, shrouding himself in an undead curse. His true name had long faded from memory, along with the reason he had become one of the undead. With genuine sympathy, Pladion Caden hoped that their company would lift his friend's lingering boredom. Extending an invitation to visit, Caden promised a meal featuring vegetables he had cultivated himself and addressed him with respectful words, even honoring him with the title of Master of the House. Caden explained that, out of respect for King Chertrank's former greatness, he addressed him as his lord. The king, deeply moved, thanked him with genuine emotion. In this way, they not only gained a good-natured neighbor, but also the holy sword. Before long, Caden completed the forge he had been building. The holy sword proved to be a true marvel, slicing through enormous boulders as effortlessly as a knife glides through soft butter. Curiosity sparked in the player's eyes as he wondered aloud about the purpose behind building that peculiar furnace. The sight instantly brought gift to her mind, a figure forged from metal, crafted by the heartless king himself. Praising the king's generosity, she remarked on how rare it was for such abundant mana and caves to yield a metal like this. A gift of that caliber truly spoke of immense kindness. When she inquired about his intentions for the precious material, Caden replied with a glimmer in his eyes that he would forge something he had long dreamed of. As for Plady, she instantly assumed he meant to craft a sword. Yet, rather than opting for the usual tools, Caden conjured a frying pan and a kitchen knife. To demonstrate, Caden first sliced the vegetables with deft precision, then tossed them into a sizzling pan to sauté. With a deft hand, he seasoned the vegetables with a sprinkle of salt and a dash of pepper. The aroma of the sauté vegetables wafted through the air, instantly captivating Plati, who found their flavor utterly delightful. Ingeniously crafted kitchenware emerged from his hands, sleek, lightweight metal spoons and skillets that heated swiftly, resisted sticking, and washed spotless with ease. Admiration for these marvels blossomed into genuine wonder. Caden broadened his culinary horizons, diving eagerly into new flavors and cuisines. With a playful glint in her eye, Plety suggested he sample some new dishes. Caden eagerly agreed, confessing that what he craved most at the moment was a hearty serving of meat. The thought of meat mingled with vegetables and seasoned with oil promised an extraordinary flavor. Spurred by this delicious idea, Caden set off to explore the forest. As for Plety, whose life had always belonged to the sea, the mountain creatures were a thrilling novelty. She could hardly wait to discover how they tasted. Sensing his confusion, she clarified that by monsters, she also meant birds and mountain animals, deer, boars, and the like. Mountain creatures, she explained, were perfect for preparing a variety of delicious dishes. Off they went, venturing into the depths of the forest. Caden couldn't help but notice that the creatures lurking in those labyrinthine caves had been under the iron grip of the soulless king, prevented from ever escaping. This observation sparked a suspicion. Could the entire mountain itself be part of some vast underground dungeon? Still, Caden doubted the existence of a hidden dungeon lurking nearby, and so a sense of calm settled over him. Suddenly, a squad of square-shaped boars burst onto the scene, aligning themselves in perfect formation, ready for battle. Unlike Plady, this creature brimmed with excitement upon discovering not one, but 2 dungeons lurking nearby. With firm resolve, he insisted that she channel all her focus into methodically eliminating each opponent in turn. As for Pledy, his advice was to cast aside hesitation. Strike with confidence and precision, letting the enemies crumble one after another. With a sudden rush, the jackals launched their attack, forcing Caden to draw his sword in a flash. With unflinching resolve, Caden swept through their enemies, leaving no one standing. Many looked on in awe at his remarkable skills, but he explained that relentless attacks forced him into a defensive stance. Without it, their team teetered dangerously close to defeat. Shifting the conversation, she suggested they tend to the meat. If Caden carved the carcasses into manageable portions, she could preserve them by freezing thanks to a special potion. With the last of the meat neatly sliced and stored away in the freezer, Caden couldn't help but marvel at her remarkable skill. Day by day, their everyday life blossomed into something brighter. Anticipation sparkled in Play's eyes as he yearned for new dishes, while thoughts of crafting the perfect tonkatsu danced in Caden's mind, making his mouth water with hungry excitement. Yet no eggs could be found. Curiosity piqued, Aiden wondered aloud whether the locals ever dined on bird eggs at all. Pledy confessed her ignorance on the matter. Among merfolk, such habits were unheard of. Perhaps, she mused, land dwellers might cull. Suddenly, an overwhelming, invisible force pulsed through the air, and Caden instantly sensed its presence. At first, its sudden appearance left everything shrouded in confusion. No one could quite grasp what had just arrived by their side. The creature revealed itself to be a dragon. With a thunderous roar, the dragon demanded to know if they were the fools bold enough to trespass into his lair. Still reeling from shock, Caden pointed toward the looming mountain and asked if that was the dungeon. The dragon gave a solemn nod, confirming his suspicion. Caden decided to ask if the dragon was truly the master of the dungeon, and the creature confirmed it with a solemn nod. In the depths of Dragon Valley, Grendel the dragon fixed a menacing gaze upon the intruders, demanding to know who dared trespass in his lair, the royal mountain, without permission, and slay his loyal minions. Bowing his head in earnest apology, Caden explained that they had been unaware of the mountain's true master. He vowed never to set foot on these slopes again. Yet Rendell deemed such actions unforgivable, threatening to erase Caden from existence altogether. With a sudden burst of energy, Rendell lunged forward, unleashing a fierce torrent of flames from his gaping maw. It seemed as if all hope was lost. Everyone believed fate had sealed their doom and survival was out of reach. Yet Caden refused to let destiny have the final word. With a swift, determined sweep of his sword, he deflected the roaring flames. The dragon froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. No mortal should possess such overwhelming power. Plaid stood tall and unyielding, pride radiating from his stance, while Grendel stared in disbelief. His blazing flames had left not even a mark. A swift exchange of glances passed between Caden and Platy. Once more, Caden apologized earnestly for venturing into the dungeon without permission. Regret clouded his voice as he confessed. Should Grendel refuse to stand down, he would have no choice but to defend himself. Summoning the master of the dungeon to a duel of life and death, Caden secretly clung to the hope that his opponent would simply back down. In silence, Grendel shifted his gaze toward the sword. A fleeting thought crossed Caden's mind. Perhaps invoking the sword's name would lend his words greater weight. Before Caden could react, Rendell boldly declared the sword his own and lunged forward, eager to seize it for himself. Suddenly, the lifeless king appeared before them. With a mighty blow, the lifeless king brought the dragon to a halt, then offered a heartfelt apology. Bewilderment flickered across Caden and Platy's faces as they listened intently to the breathless king. With grave precision, the monarch revealed how Grendel had ventured into his dungeon in search of intruders, and, quite by accident, he had betrayed Caden's involvement. With a heavy sigh, Caden admitted their grave mistake. Venturing onto Dragon Mountain without permission had been a reckless decision. Noting the frequent invasions by outsiders, he explained that for the denizens of the dungeon, such attacks had become routine, so their hostility should come as no surprise. Driven by fury over a trivial trespass to chase them all the way to the surface, such madness defied all reason. For a long while he lectured Grendel, insisting that the creature retreat back to its mountain lair. Yet Grendel remained unyielding, his determination unwavering as he insisted on retrieving the sword his father had commanded him to claim from the lifeless corpse of the fallen king. Caden wondered aloud why the lifeless king had entrusted him with the sword. The answer came swiftly. It was not by the king's will, rather, the sword itself had chosen Caden as its bearer. The argument intensified, tension crackling in the air until it nearly exploded into a full-blown brawl. With lightning reflexes, Caden darted in, seizing Grendel by the tail with effortless precision, a move that left the dragon utterly astonished. Rather than escalating tensions, Caden graciously invited Grendel to join them at the table for a meal. Caden held out a freshly seared steak, its savory aroma wafting through the air. The mesmerizing spectacle held Grendel utterly spellbound. Both Dragon and Platy eagerly plead for seconds, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. In that instant, Grendel shimmered with a dazzling light and began to shrink, her colossal form gracefully receding until, at last, she stood before them as a girl. The lifeless king calmly revealed that dragons, in truth, possessed the remarkable ability to alter their appearance at will. The dragon girl, now known as Grizzle, confessed her absolute love for Caden's steak and vowed to remain his staunchest fan forever. With a sly warning, Grizzle cautioned Caden against letting his culinary talents go to his head, threatening to reduce him to cinders with a single fiery breath. Reclaiming her true, imposing form, she vowed to retrieve her sword and to savor even more delectable meat in the future. Before she continued on her way, Caden warmly invited her to return whenever she wished. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Platy wondered aloud if bird-like monsters dwelled atop Grendel Mountain. Grendel, uncertain about their exact numbers, conceded that these creatures were certainly striking in appearance, though far from appetizing. Pletty's questions soon shifted to their eggs, and Grendel confirmed their presence with a nod. Justin Caden could have crafted an even more mouth-watering meat dish. Brimming with excitement, Grendel darted back into the dungeon, eager to track down the elusive hunting birds. Plague intercepted Grendel, insisting on accompanying him, her expertise in monster ecology fueling her determination. Together they set off, while a satisfied smile played on Caden's lips as his gaze wandered up to the sky. A wave of contemplation washed over him as he marveled at how vibrant and exhilarating his life had become. Before long, Caden forged a sword from the very metal of the creature. Perhaps this was the mightiest sword in existence, second only to the holy sword itself. While Pletty suggested they sell such a weapon, Caden had other plans. He chose to arm Kakashi, the humble straw scarecrow, with it. In Pletty's eyes, this made what began as an ordinary fishing trip ended with meeting Platy, and before long, a wedding. Once just an office worker thrust into another world, Caden longed for a peaceful existence. Yet it was Platy's unwavering determination that truly gave his days meaning. The arrival of the soulless king and the emergence of the dragon's veil soon added even more excitement to his daily life. Yet within that brief lull, a soothing relief washed over him, a rare chance to ponder what lay ahead. But his contemplations shattered as, from the shadowy depths of the ocean, a fresh menace emerged before his eyes. A man, sporting ears curiously reminiscent of a woman's, leaned in and asked if Caden was a friend of hers. Before Caden could utter a word, the man commanded his soldiers to kill him. Spears flew toward Caden in the blink of an eye, but with lightning reflexes, he drew his sword and deflected the oncoming assault. With the soldiers vanquished, Caden paused, lost in contemplation about his next move. Just then, a group of players arrived at the scene, their faces etched with confusion as they glanced around, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. With a trembling voice, she confessed, the man who attacked Caden was, in fact, her brother. The moment soldiers approached and addressed her as Princess, Caden's confusion only deepened, questions swirling relentlessly in his mind. With regal poise, Plata introduced herself, clarifying that the man standing by her side was none other than her elder brother, Prince Aridin, the heir to the throne. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, she boldly declared Caden as her husband, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. Admission slipped from her lips. Prince Eridana had indeed come to reclaim her. Yet with unwavering resolve, she declared she would never return to the Mermaid Kingdom. Unwilling to accept her decision, Prince Eridana swiftly commanded his warriors to launch their assault once more. Driven by fury, he sought to end Caden's life, this land dweller whom he blamed for desecrating his sister and spiriting her away. Fueled by a burning desire for vengeance against Caden and determined to reclaim his beloved, Prince Eridon launched his assault with renewed ferocity. A fierce urge to fight back flared up within Caden, yet hesitation rooted him to the spot. He couldn't summon the courage to make a move. Suddenly, Grendel, the mighty dragon, soared onto the scene, ready to lend his formidable strength. The moment he appeared, soldiers scattered in a frenzy of panic. Grendel confirmed that Caden was unharmed, while the prince remained silent, too stunned to utter a single word. Struck by what he witnessed, Pletty warned Grendel, no matter how tense the situation, never let your emotions show. Still reeling from the whirlwind of recent events, Prince Eridan failed to notice he stood alone. His companions had vanished without a trace. With a sinister glint in his eye, Rendell threatened to reduce him to nothing more than a handful of ashes. Unmoved by Randall's threats, the prince paid them no heed, refusing even to listen to the end. Following his example, Plaid dismissed the need for further conversation, suggesting coldly that her brother return to his own kingdom. Caden interjected, urging a gentler tone. After all, her brother's only concern was her well-being. A sense of duty compelled him to hear the princes out until the very end. After a brief moment of contemplation, Prince Eradanor reconsidered his decision. With gentle care, Caden guided him onward. Grendel, sensing fresh prey on the horizon, could hardly contain his anticipation for the reward soon within his grasp. Pletty appeared unsettled, as if something deep inside troubled her. Upon returning home, Prince Eredgana reproached Caden, accusing him of letting his own sister live in such a dilapidated dwelling. A flush of embarrassment crept over Cadenfeld as memories of every personal flaw flickered through his mind. Pleiady directed her brother's attention to their storeroom, brimming with meats and vegetables freshly gathered from the mountains. Astonishment lit up the prince's face as he gazed upon a plastered wall for the very first time. Beyond that, a spice factory operated here, its workers eagerly awaiting the moment when the miso and soy sauce would finally reach perfect maturity. The unfamiliar words left the prince bewildered. With pride radiating from her, Pletty extolled Kaiden's versatility and his remarkable talent in every craft he touched. The storeroom doubled as her magical laboratory, while Kaiden showered her with esi. A generous spread of zens crafted from tender Mizuki beans was offered to everyone by Caden. The unique flavor of this dish left everyone utterly enchanted. Rizzle requested a second helping, but Caden had grown these beans purely by accident, leaving only a small portion to go around. Pletty and Grizzle shot disgruntled looks at the prince. Were it not for his presence, they would have enjoyed a larger share themselves. With a hint of regret, Prince Eredana knelt, apologized for underestimating Caden, and proclaimed him a saint or sage in front of everyone. Absolutely certain of Plaid's deep affection for Caden, he entrusted his precious sister into her care. Delight radiated from Plaid's face, though Caden couldn't help but ask if the prince was truly confident in his decision. A sudden realization washed over Caden. Plaid wasn't just anyone, she was a princess, bound by her royal duties. Doubts crept in, gnawing at him. Could she truly abandon those noble obligations for the sake of marrying him, when so many pinned their should their marriage prove to be nothing more than a pawn in a grand political game? Daunting obstacles would inevitably await Pleiady. Everyone seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The age-old struggle for control of the surface between humans and demons had inevitably dragged the neutral merfolk into its swirling chaos, fueling the idea of a political marriage. Prince Erad, a sudden revelation struck Prince Eradanor. Pleiady was striving to vanish, hoping that her disappearance would end the strife and rescue the kingdom from ruin. Meanwhile, a profound realization dawned on Sadani. Her very life was owed to Kayat, binding her to him with a sense of deep and unshakable gratitude. With harmony and peace now blooming between Kaiden and her, he longed to bring her dream to life. Turning to Pleiady, joy sparkled in his eyes as he realized she had found such a kind soul in Kaidan. Once more, he earnestly implored Kaidan to watch over her and to officially make her his wife. In that case, Kaiden agreed to formally take Pleiady as his wife. Interrupting the conversation, Vale chimed in, confirming Kaiden's intention to marry Pleiady. To his surprise, Vale suddenly confessed her own desire to become his wife. Catching sight of the sacred saber and the divided treasures, Vale's thoughts inevitably drifted toward dreams of a future beside Kaiden. The fleeting nature of human life, so brief compared to that of a dragon, weighed on her mind. Never one to hide, Kaiden explained that he was already in a relationship with Pleiady. In response, someone pointed out that a man of his stature could surely have multiple wives. Despite his formidable strength, Kaiden rejected the notion of polygamy and firmly declared that he was not the master of Vale. Kate is caught off guard by the sudden rush of their tears. Gently attempting to soothe her tears, he assured her she was no less powerful than the heartless king and certainly not someone deserving of hate. Eventually, though still hesitant, Kaiden grudgingly accepted her proposal. Yet, the arrival of another woman in Kaiden's life sparked a wave of mixed reactions among those around him. The princesses set out to visit their parents, eager to seek their blessing for the upcoming wedding. Every moment spent together filled her with genuine joy, and she found herself adoring the meals Caden so lovingly prepared. Pletty often dreamed of staying by his side forever, though a quiet fear lingered in her heart that she might one day become. The undead king materialized from the shadows and gave a nod of approval to Kaiden's decision, yet Caden Starvoltanus remained completely oblivious to his presence. Inspiration strikes Caden, igniting within him the desire to craft something truly extraordinary, a place that embodies the essence of home. Pleiadi suggested seeking aid from the heartless king, but Caden regarded the idea with deep suspicion. The king merely inquired about the number of workers they required, assuming that a group of 10 would suffice. As Caden began to speak up, the king silenced him with a gesture, commanding him to wait before saying anything further. Transformed and unrecognizable, he returned to us, leading an entourage of monstrous beings from his labyrinth, 5 or 6 hulking orcs, and an equal number of sneering goblins at his side. These dungeon-born creatures obeyed the commands of the undead king without a hint of hesitation. At his decree, they carried out every order issued by the Holy Order, while Caden received full authority to direct their actions as he saw fit. Introducing himself, Caden was met only with the creature's vacant, indifferent stare, a hollow gaze, stripped of any trace of emotion. The king explained that these creatures, though incapable of speech, possessed enough intelligence to follow commands, yet lacked any true sense of self. He added that rewards or food held no meaning for them. They drew sustenance from the mana permeating the very air. Pletty marveled at such abilities. With sincere gratitude, Caden thanked the king for his generous offer. Once again, the king's features transformed, and donning a fresh visage, he offered heartfelt wishes for success in the new home. With a passionate plea, he urged everyone to join forces and enthusiastically embark on building a magnificent new home. The faces of the monsters remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet their teamwork proved nothing short of remarkable, leaving Caden genuinely impressed by how efficiently they accomplished every task. The brute strength of the orc proved perfect for heavy labor, while the nimble, tiny hands of the goblin excelled at tasks requiring delicate finesse. Grappling with challenging tasks proved arduous at first, yet through patient guidance and steady perseverance, their abilities gradually blossomed, yielding ever more impressive results. Assistance was nothing new to Caden, yet witnessing the monsters laboring on his behalf stirred a newfound warmth within him. Gradually, he began to look upon these creatures with genuine kindness. Enthralled, Pletty watched him closely, yet cautioned against growing too attached. After all, these creatures weren't truly alive. Her warning made sense, but Caden firmly believed that everyone deserved a chance at life. Magical beings command legions of humanoid monsters as their disposable armies, caring little for their defeat. After all, with the endless spawn of dungeons, replacements are never in short supply. Stunned by the revelation, Caden struggled to process the harsh truth, yet found solace in the monster's unwavering support. Amid the unforgiving realities of this world, he made a genuine effort to come to terms with it all. With swift concern, Caden rushed to check for injuries, well aware that the creature couldn't speak to express its pain. To everyone's surprise, the goblin mumbled that he was perfectly fine. The revelation left both Caden and Pleiadi utterly astonished. When questioned again, the goblin reassured everyone, insisting with a firm nod that he truly was unharmed. One goblin eagerly expressed a desire to continue working for Caden, and almost at once, another quickly joined his side. Other monsters chimed in as well, voicing their eagerness to join the work. To Caden's astonishment, the monsters, once thought to be mindless, suddenly began to show signs of self-awareness. He attributed this to a divine strength bestowed upon him by God, constantly reminding himself to handle his abilities with caution, for their power was immense. With his newfound ability, Caden could finally speak with the goblins. Overcome with emotion, he pulled them into a tight embrace, tears welling in his eyes. The realization dawned upon them. They could no longer treat goblins as mere tools to be discarded when convenient. At long last, the house stood completed, a new chapter about to unfold within its walls. Stepping into the scene, Vale's astonishment was clear. He had missed the entire spectacle of its construction. Eager anticipation bubbled within Vale as he set out to explore his new home. Yet just as she was about to step inside, Caden halted her and politely asked that she remove her shoes at the doorway. Awestruck by the house, she looked as if she could move in that very instant, a reaction that justified why Caden had built such a spacious home in the first place. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Plady wondered aloud if the place was so vast that even monsters might find room to dwell here. Although Caden had indeed intended this, the plan unraveled the moment the monsters refused to remain in the house. At that moment, Caden suggested building a small house nearby just for them. While making the offer, he noticed Plady subtly trying to suck in her stomach, stirring a pang of guilt in Balana for having so thoroughly enjoyed Caden's delicious meals. He also asked for their help with the kitchen and the bathroom, and to his delight, they gladly agreed. A goblin named Gobo Kishi approached with a sly grin, announcing that the requested item was finished, and gestured toward the corridor where it awaited. A futon crafted meticulously by his own hands. Caden announced that the futon was a gift meant especially for Plady. Cultivating both cotton and tatami grass, he prepared the way for her to have a soft, inviting futon in her new home. An overwhelming sense of tranquility and comfort washed over Plady, leaving her utterly amazed. With genuine remorse, he apologized for the nights she had been forced to sleep on nothing but bare plywood. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to him and Gobo Kishi. Not long after, Prince Eridana paid a visit, and Caden treated him to a cup of tea. The prince marveled at the house, remarking that raising such a splendid dwelling in so little time was nothing short of a blessing from above. Arriving to discuss the prospect of Caden and Plety's marriage, the prince had already sought his father's counsel. Initially hesitant, the king was ultimately persuaded by his son's descriptions of Caden's unwavering resolve and noble spirit. The prince admitted the situation troubled him, yet the king of the merfolk, swayed by the prince's words about Caden's sacred nature, granted his wholehearted blessing to the marriage. The loss of the Placovane stirred a wave of discontent among the ranks. Yet given that enemy forces were already in pursuit, the wiser course was to let her go. With heartfelt sincerity, Prince Eridan vowed to do everything in his power to spare Caden any difficulties. Once more he pleaded earnestly for Caden to look after Pledy. With heartfelt sincerity, Caden pleaded for a pause, emphasizing the immeasurable value he found in every moment spent with Plady and expressing his deep gratitude for all she had done. Caden entered this world alone, and if not for Pledy, loneliness might have been his only companion, just like the nameless necromancer king. The revelation that Caden lived side by side with the undead monarch left the prince genuinely astonished. Suddenly, a goblin burst into the room, breathless and wide-eyed, announcing in alarm that a massive horde of magical beasts was advancing from the coastline. Orcs and goblins fought fiercely, pushing back the oncoming tide of enemies with desperate determination. Prince Eridan stood in shock. Somehow the magical creatures had discovered the secret kingdom, hidden so well for generations. Outside evidence abounds, there's no mistaking it now. The raider's ship unmistakably belongs to magical beings. Orkney and Akubo relayed the triumphant news. They had managed to capture the ringleader behind the attack. Astria the Deceiver stands as one of the 4 celestial rulers. According to the orcs, she descended with the sole purpose of assassinating Caden, prompting them to seize her immediately and place her under strict guard. A heap of bones caught Caden's eye, and one of the goblins explained that these were the remains of warrior skeletons once commanded by magical beings. Nearly 100 warriors met their end, utterly obliterated by the monstrous creatures. Stunned by the carnage before him, Caden issued a stern warning to the others, urging them to avoid such reckless actions. His greatest fear was losing any more of his comrades. Meanwhile, Astria, clearly irritated by being ignored, snapped sharply in Caden's direction. Prince Eridana inquired how she had discovered this secret haven, yet Astrea dismissed his question entirely, turning her attention instead to mock the mermaids with playful ridicule. She boasted of an intricate network of spies, confidently claiming that not even the cleverest merfolk could unravel its secrets. Steeling herself, Astrea declared with unwavering resolve that her sole mission was to rescue the mermaid princess and annihilate Caden, the holy elder, and the daring abductor. The goblins revealed to Caden tales of Astrea, a formidable demon lady renowned for her ruthless cruelty and relentless thirst for battle. Not only her enemies, but even her closest allies, quiver with fear in her ominous presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Prince Eridan charged forward, only to be abruptly halted by Caden. Suddenly, the deceased king materialized, grumbling irritably about all the noise. Shock rooted the prince to the spot when Caden casually introduced the undead monarch as his neighbor. Astonishment grew on his face as out of nowhere Vale materialized in her dragon form, demanding to know what was happening. Astonishment overtook both the prince and Astrea as the revelation emerged. Caden had formed an alliance with a dragon. Materializing in human form, Vale quickly assessed Caden's condition. Caden, in turn, warned Vale against resorting to overly harsh threats. Sensing Astrea's fear, Caden offered her a proposition. The prince inquired about her whereabouts, prompting Vale to explain that they had ventured together into the mountains, searching for eggs to prepare tonkatsu. The moment the demon ship caught his eye, curiosity surged within him. Meanwhile, Vale fumed with fury. How dare that worthless demon called Austria lay claim to her master Cadence? With a menacing glare, she vowed to wipe out the entire Austria bloodline for daring to harm her master. With a promise to refrain from any hostile acts, permission to leave was finally granted to her. With a flash of pride, Australia rejected the offer, firmly insisting he stop insulting her, though a quiver of uncertainty trembled in the girl's voice. Rising with unwavering confidence, she boldly challenged him to settle matters in a one-on-one duel, making it clear that accepting his proposal would mean conceding defeat in her eyes. Outrage boiled within Vale, but Caden skillfully held her back before she could act rashly. Above all else, Caden cherished his peaceful way of life, so with a steady hand, he accepted Astria's challenge and drew his sword. Astria fixed her gaze on Caden, undaunted. Despite the formidable allies gathered at his side, in her eyes, he remained nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Yet the sight of the infamous blade, George Schwartz, clutched in his hands caught her completely off guard. The weapon slipped from her grasp as consciousness faded and she collapsed to the ground. The suggestion was made to use Estria as fertilizer. Yet Caden refused and commanded Vile to escort his tree safely back home. The demonic sailors, utterly terrified by Weil, abandoned Estria and fled without daring to look back. With clear reluctance, Vale finally gave her consent. Seizing the moment, Anne Rout of Estria pressed further, her curiosity piqued. Why did Vale serve Caden? Yet Vale remained silent, her lips sealed to guard the true reason, the irresistible allure of Caden's exquisite culinary creations. Before long, Estria returned flanked by her allies, announcing that she needed a word with Caden. With a burst of irritation, Pletty shouted, demanding that she leave at once. Caden Can, accompanied by Pletty and the girls who had traveled with Estria, explained how they had been expelled from the Demon King's army. The army stood firm. Estria clarified that only she had been cast out, while her companions were free to return if they wished. Yet her companions remained steadfastly loyal to her. Frustration boiling over, Vale unleashed a crackling bolt of lightning, only for Kate's stern command to cut through the chaos, halting her mid-strike with the sharp threat of losing dinner. That impulse drew her back into her human form. Cadence's heart ached with genuine sympathy for Astria's exile. With regret in her voice, she revealed her failure. Not only had she been unable to bring the princess back, but she had also lost her monsters. This double defeat, she admitted, was the reason for her expulsion. Summoning a dragon to intervene in the conflict between humans and demons was regarded as a most grievous crime. They explained that she restored Austria to its rightful realm, an act that led to her uncle being stripped of his title as one of the 4 heavenly kings and banished from the demon kingdom. The girls sensed that the decision had been made far too hastily, and without the demon king's approval. Suspicion swirled that Serbia had orchestrated Austria's downfall from the shadows. Austria shot down the girls' arguments, insisting that in the demon king's army, strength reigned supreme. In her eyes, failure to complete a mission was a crime worthy of strict punishment. The recent turmoil explained her distance, Caden realized, yet the glistening tears upon her cheeks hinted at deeper wounds. Vale gently pressed Astria. What was it she wished to discuss? Before Astria could respond, Caden gave a subtle warning. Steer clear of any suggestion that he ought to shoulder the blame. With a tremulous breath, Astria finally confessed. She needed to start anew, to seek a fresh purpose for her life. Astonishment gripped her as goblins and orcs mounted a fierce defense against her forces, their unexpected strength leaving her reeling. Yet even deeper shock came when 2 exceptionally dangerous, world-renowned figures emerged among the enemy ranks. Beside Caden stood the lifeless king, a formidable ally shrouded in an aura of supremacy. Intrigued by his extraordinary nature, she earnestly requested permission to work under his guidance, if only for a short while. The sudden turn of events left Pletty and Vale utterly stunned, yet Caden agreed without a moment's hesitation. Still, doubts lingered in his mind. Would this job truly bring her the fulfillment she sought? Astria's unwavering determination to carve out her own path left a profound impression on him, inspiring a genuine desire to support her journey. The following day, Astria approached Pauline, mentioning with a hint of regret that she still hadn't found a way to join him during the performance. Warnings will arise, cautioning that aiding the stream might unleash fresh waves of aggression. Yet Caden remained unshaken. When the other girls pleaded to stay as well, he agreed, but only on a single unwavering condition. As long as they were here, not a trace of violence would be tolerated. With unyielding resolve, Asteria vowed to follow his rules, bracing herself for any ordeal or humiliation he might impose. She urged him to voice any wish he desired. Her unwavering determination inspired Caden to present his request, while the friends closed ranks around Asteria, offering their steadfast support. At first, he assigned them tasks out in the fields. At first, Caden considered tending to chores around the house, but ultimately, the call of the open field proved irresistible. For Asteria, this choice was ideal, a place where her talents could truly shine. One of the girls pointed out that Asteria seemed endlessly focused on tilling the same patch of soil. In response, Asteria explained her method. She wielded a hoe, an essential tool for breaking up the earth and carving out furrows in preparation for sowing seeds. Impressed by her knowledge, Caden asked about her background. With a modest smile, Asteria shared that she came from humble origins and had plenty of hands-on experience in this kind of work. Another girl pointed out that Estria and Palalina hailed from noble lineages, the daughters of aristocratic demons, yet Estria quickly instructed her to keep that detail quiet and not draw attention to it. Once more, she pledged her unwavering loyalty to serve the Holy S, no matter the circumstances. Caden found himself deeply impressed by the sheer resolve radiating from the demons. He assigned Pauline to smooth out the ridges with the help of the goblins, while Austria and Marlene received the task of planting seeds, carefully spacing each one 30 centimeters apart. Once more they threw themselves into their tasks, yet before long, the street bustled with commotion anew. A terrified scream tore from Marlena as she caught sight of a bizarre creature writhing beneath the soil. In response, Austria jolted abruptly, his sudden movement only intensifying the chaos and stiffening the tension in his back. In that moment, the realization struck Caden: fieldwork simply didn't suit them. Without hesitation, he reassigned the group to a band of orcs and goblins, a task more befitting a warrior like Astrea. Curious, Astrea turned to Plady to ask about their intended prey. Plady responded with a sly smile, explaining that Caden wanted to replenish her stores, so their target this time would be the elusive square boars. Suddenly, a suspicious noise caught their attention, drawing their eyes to Astrea lurking nearby. Burning with the desire to cast off the shame of her earlier failure in the field, Astrea gave the order for Polya, Elena, and Marlena to prepare themselves. Yet the combined might of the orcs and goblins surged with such overwhelming force that Astrea's group found themselves utterly powerless to resist. A passerby on the street couldn't help but notice that their axes and sickles gleamed with the unmistakable sheen of mana metal. Catching the astonishment on her companions' faces, Plendy quickly explained that every tool and weapon they carried had been forged from exceptionally pure mana metal. In that moment, Polina and Alan suddenly realized where their true strength originated. Even from the very beginning, the monsters were awe-inspiring, managing to strike fear without wielding a single weapon. Plendy mentioned that their home was also constructed from mana metal. In that moment, realization dawned on Astrea. The real issue wasn't the lack of proper tools, but rather her own skill falling short. Refusing to remain idle, Astrea instructed the girls to remove the square board. Some time drifted by, and soon everyone except for the two of them had managed to bag a wild boar. The Austrian woman hadn't anticipated that mountain hunting, coupled with Boiroux's expertise, would turn into a genuine ordeal for her. Processing the wild boars right there on the mountainside became the only option, as hauling them away intact proved utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Caden had whipped up a delicious meal, filling the house with tantalizing aromas just as the group returned home. Noticing the shadow of sadness flicker across the girl's face during their greeting, Caden gently inquired about what was troubling her. Disappointment weighed heavily on Plade as he confessed that all their efforts had come to nothing. Once a formidable demon queen, celestial empress, and unrivaled mistress of deception among humans and merfolk, Astrea, too, surrendered to her despair. The moment she arrived in this realm, her title vanished like mist, and she found herself up against inhabitants of overwhelming strength and weapons of divine origin. Only then did the painful truth of her own frailty dawn upon her. Caden reassured her that she was far from defenseless. True strength, he explained, lies not only in raw power, but also in the unwavering loyalty of the companions at your side. Her captivating charm caught his attention, sparking encouragement and inspiring newfound self-belief within her. As everyone gathered, Caden extended a warm invitation to dinner. The balmy weather beckoned the group to savor their meal outdoors, embracing the open air and each other's company. Never before having tasted such a dish, the girl discovered it was freshly prepared monkfish, pan-seared with ginger and paired with a tangy mandarin soup. The tantalizing aroma of the dish proved irresistible, beckoning them to take a taste. Their exquisite flavor moved all of Australia to tears of sheer delight. Plaidenvale openly expressed his delight, filling Caden with genuine satisfaction. A single dish had managed to bring so much joy to everyone gathered. With an encouraging smile, he urged everyone to eat their fill, lift their spirits, and, reinvigorated, throw themselves into their work once more. Paula Linus revealed that their journey to the sea was driven by a special assignment they had been entrusted with. With her basket brimming with freshly picked vegetables, Astrea turned inquisitive, wondering if there were any more tasks awaiting her. Paula Linus promptly assigned her to weed the garden beds and, once finished, tidy up the house. As everyone sprawled carelessly across the floor, Paolini remarked that idleness paves the way to ruin. Lost in thought, Astrea brooded over her situation, humiliation burning within her after Vale's biting remark about the worthless demon. Vale assured everyone she would keep watch over the house. Halalina thought it wise. Having someone to safeguard their home in Kaiden's absence made perfect sense. Eager to support this idea, she volunteered to take on the responsibility herself. Along the shore, Pleiadi confided in Kaiden, revealing her need to occasionally return to her mermaid form. Confidence radiated from Pleiadi, whether she strode across solid ground or glided through water. She couldn't help but admire just how exceptional her potion for surviving on land truly was. Life on land filled her with genuine delight, while with each passing day, Kaiden grew ever more grateful for his wife's tenderness and devotion. Curiosity flickered in Kaiden's eyes as he asked what exactly she wished to discuss. Pleiadi revealed that their region was plagued with caves, rugged mountains, and a mysterious oceanic dungeon, a dark abyss from which sea monsters emerged. Only then After explaining to Kaiden that he needed to chew the potion without swallowing in order to breathe underwater, the final preparations were complete. At times, Kaiden would forget that Pleiadi was a mermaid, especially since she spent so many hours roaming the land. Yet every time the realization struck him anew, Pleiadi truly was a mermaid, a princess, and his wife, he found himself awestruck by her otherworldly beauty. Suddenly, they caught sight of a menacing creature creeping toward the enraged eel. Pleiadi assured Kaiden she would distract the creature, leaving the outcome entirely in his hands. Desperation fueled her struggle, and little by little the eel's strength ebbed away. With a subtle gesture, Pleiadi signals to Kaiden, urging him to bring this all to an end. With a final, decisive blow, the battle reached its end. The monstrous foe collapsed, utterly defeated. With their mission accomplished, the group set out for home. Along the way, an unruly patch of seaweed caught their eye, useless for brewing magical potions and thriving like a weed. Curious, Kaiden asked Pleiadi what they might do with it, suspecting. Pleiadi tasted the dish and was instantly enchanted by its flavor. Ingredients that once seemed plain now revealed unexpected depths, each note singing on her tongue. The refined taste of the broth, paired with the delightful crunch of seaweed, left Pleiadi thoroughly impressed. Her admiration for Kaiden's culinary artistry grew stronger with every delectable bite. With heartfelt gratitude, he thanked everyone who had stood by his side, realizing just how precious it was to have steadfast allies. As newlyweds, Kate and he also discovered the profound importance of cherishing their moments together and taking pride in one another. At Kaiden's suggestion, they prepared the dish together, and the act of serving it filled them both with genuine delight. Determined to brew a potion granting the power to breathe and speak underwater, she also vowed to handle any monsters that might appear. Once revered as the celestial queen, Astria suffered not only dethronement, but exile as well. Thus did the demon lord present her fate to Rivera. Who dared to authorize her exile? Rivera admitted that it was the law itself that sealed Strauss's tragic defeat. Consumed by a furious rage, the lord pressed his sword against Riverius's throat. Accusations of treason filled the air as the lord turned a deaf ear to Riverius's desperate pleas for mercy. With a stern gaze, the lord cautioned Riverius that upon his return, he would be held accountable for his actions. With that, he handed over the precise coordinates needed for the teleportation spell. Enraged and consumed by a wild, irresistible passion, the demon lord set out in pursuit of Kaiden, proof that even the mightiest of high demons are not immune to the tempest of their own emotions. And now, another scene unfolds, this time featuring Momoko Akasaki. With fearless resolve, the hero battled monstrous foes, his voice echoing through the chaos as he boldly proclaimed the names of his ironclad attacks. Empowered by the goddess's sickle, an ancient force she had mastered upon entering this world, Omoko pressed on, fighting with unwavering determination. Side by side with the humans, Omoko waged a fierce battle against the demons, all while striving to adapt to a world stripped of modern conveniences. Meals were prepared directly over open flames, with stale bread often being the only fare. Bedding teemed with fleas, while coarse clothing scraped raw against the skin. Most outsiders, thrust into such hardships, managed to endure no longer than a single day. A question lingered in her mind. Had the luckless boy managed to survive in this harsh, unforgiving world? Survival bordered on the impossible without the right skills, yet determination burned within her, not just to survive, but to triumph. Her talents were held in the highest regard. In that world, an unyielding drive fueled her. She fought relentlessly, determined to hone her skills until none could rival her mastery upon the face of the earth. The enemy advanced relentlessly. An unending tide of Demon King's soldiers surged forward, each new wave appearing as if the army itself had no end. Determined to never taste defeat, she vowed to stand as the world's guardian, a true heroine in every sense. Suddenly, Vale emerged in her dragon form, sending shockwaves of awe and terror rippling through everyone in the vicinity. Both humans and demons alike stood bewildered, desperately pondering the reason behind the sudden appearance of such a mighty dragon on the battlefield. Even her unparalleled hero's skill couldn't pierce the dragon's ironclad scales. Without hesitation, the soldiers ordered a retreat, dreading that a single breath from this beast would spell their total annihilation. The dragon spoke, announcing her arrival with a clear declaration. She had come to deliver a message to the weaker tribes. Introducing herself as Vale, the mighty dragon queen and daughter of Grinnell, she commanded respect with every word. The dragon of the Onion Fields carried out her master's will that day, tasked with retrieving the audacious Estria who had dared to defy them. The demon spotted her and lunged forward, claws outstretched to seize his prey. Nevertheless, every one of them insisted that, were it not for her master's mercy, she could have effortlessly obliterated Estria. Issuing a fierce warning, she declared that should anyone dare disturb her master again, she would, with a single breath, reduce Kisum, not to mention any other city, to dust, leaving no doubt of her formidable power. Lifting her face boldly to the sky, she drew in a deep, commanding breath and exhaled with force, a dazzling showcase of might, before turning away and leaving the scene without a backward glance. As fate would have it, her master was none other than the great Saint Caden. By virtue of his stature, anyone daring to stand against him instantly found themselves counted among her enemies as well. The revelation that someone exists who surpasses even the mighty dragon sent shockwaves through the crowd, for the name Caden was entirely foreign to their ears. Meanwhile, Caden delighted in every bite of his delicious breakfast, savoring the flavors with obvious pleasure. Determined to match yesterday's energy, he set out to toil the fields with the same unwavering enthusiasm. Suddenly, Demon Lord Zeden emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed intently as he demanded to know if this was indeed the legendary Saint Caden. Before Caden could utter a word, the girls burst in with exciting news. Astra had triumphed in capturing her very first prey. At that moment, Lord Zedant suddenly caught their attention. Astonishment swept over Lord Zedant the moment Astra appeared before his eyes. At Astra's inquiry about Lord Zedant's unexpected presence, the Lord remained silent, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Rather than answering, he demanded to know why his finest officer had abandoned her post without so much as a warning. Tension crackled in the air. Astra admitted her failure to capture the mermaid princess. To make matters worse, a dragon had humiliated her in front of everyone. Lord Zeden, deeming her unfit for her mission, declared her useless as a subordinate. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he insisted that she remain by his side, an order that shrouded his true intentions in even greater mystery. Once inside, they settled down over steaming cups of tea. With a sheepish smile, Caden apologized for his clumsy words earlier, confessing that it had been his very first conversation with a lord. As Demon Lord, Zeden bore the unwavering duty of leading his monstrous kin into endless battle against the human kingdoms, a heavy burden that every ruler of demons was fated to shoulder. Sympathy welled up in Caden for the man before him, whose losses left no home to return to, no family, no haven, only the unending drain of battle after battle. In that bleak existence, Aster's support had become his single lifeline, a beacon of strength he clung to desperately. Ashtray embodied unwavering loyalty, steadfast to the point of self-sacrifice, and played an irreplaceable role, despite believing herself unworthy of such praise. Intrigued, Caden wondered aloud whether Sadian might pardon Orion and declare Ashtray innocent since he alone had never turned her away. Zidane explained that the situation was far from simple. Ashtray's expulsion came on the heels of a military tribunal's decision, a direct consequence of her failure. At that time, he was commanding the front lines, completely unaware that a tribunal was even being held, leaving him unable to come to her defense. Sensing an opportunity, several high-ranking nobles orchestrated her removal, using it to greatly strengthen their own influence. Now, blame weighs heavily on Astra's shoulders, as everyone points accusing fingers, claiming she provoked the wrath of the fearsome dragon that stormed the front lines and nearly obliterated them. In the aftermath of this catastrophe, pandemonium swept through the demon realms. Lord Zayden could not return at once to restore order. By the time he finally arrived, Astra had vanished without a trace. Determined, he set out on a relentless search to find her. Grasping her hands tightly, he pleaded desperately for her not to leave him again. The lady, quick to notice the undeniable bond between them, leaned in and asked Astra if she truly harbored feelings for the demon lord. Astra insisted they were nothing more than childhood friends, yet not a single soul seemed convinced. The conversation was abruptly cut short as a firm voice commanded silence, urging everyone to turn their attention to Lord Zayden's presence. With unwavering candor, she told him that if he wished, he was free to court his voluptuous friend without hesitation. After all, as a demon lord, he possessed the privilege to do as he pleased. Stunned by the audacity of someone he had dismissed as a mere child, Zayden found himself at a loss for words. One of the actresses leaned in, her voice laced with intrigue, and revealed the truth. Vela was no helpless child, but the daughter of the dreaded dragon grazer, one of the world's two great calamities. This was the very same dragon whose recent arrival on the battlefield had struck terror into the hearts of all who witnessed it. She confessed that, for a fleeting moment, the thought of burning Astra on the spot had crossed her mind. Yet, in the end, she mustered all her resolve and went to great lengths to return the girl to Zidane. Caden remarked that they would address the incident at a later time. To be fair, Astra found herself surrounded not just by unusual individuals, but by truly remarkable people. Nevertheless, he insisted on escorting her home himself. A challenge was thrown at Caden, despite his earnest attempts to reason that such a duel was entirely unnecessary. As for Platy, it hardly mattered, for Kate was already the master of Grinnell's Dragon Valley. Yet another calamity had tied Kate's fate, this time to the dread king of the undead. Sedan reeled from the revelation, stunned to his core. With unwavering resolve, Kate proclaimed that Astrid belonged to no one, not to him nor to anyone else, and that, in a place where she could truly flourish and remain authentic to herself, he urged her to meet his honesty with her own. Astrid made her choice then, promising to stand by his side always, whether on the battlefield or beyond the veil of death itself. Joy lit up the girls' faces as justice, once trampled by the four kings, at last prevailed. The girls rose to their feet and cut him off, pointing out that Sadhan's views were far too superficial. The situation became even more complicated, especially considering that other noble demons fully expected him to marry Astra. Completely unaware of their assumptions, Sadkan reassured Astra that he knew nothing of these expectations and begged her not to misunderstand his intentions. However, uniting Astra and Zidane in marriage was impossible. Her heart and her vows already belonged to Caden. Yet someone appeared determined to undermine Zayden's authority from the shadows. Removing Astra from among the four kings would threaten the fragile balance of power, for she alone had earned Zayden's deepest trust. Astra posed a pointed question, asking who stood to gain the most from her removal. Instantly, everyone's thoughts converged on a single, all-too-familiar figure. The lady revealed that this very person was the mastermind behind everything. Frustration welled up within Sadan as he realized that, even if he managed to bring Astra back to the demon clans, inevitably, someone will dredge up her past deeds, casting a shadow over his reputation among the demons. Distrust may creep in, causing some to question his strength. At worst, Lord Sadan could forfeit the loyalty of his staunchest supporters. At best, he would face relentless pressure, with whispers urging him to renounce power and clear the way for an ambitious usurper. Curiosity flickered in Gordon's eyes as he inquired whether any solution existed for their predicament. The lady offered a measured response, explaining that marriage served a higher purpose, not merely forging alliances, but also guaranteeing heirs for the realms. This necessity loomed even larger now, given that Saddam had failed to wed the mermaid princess. Such inaction, she warned, could easily be construed as carelessness regarding the fate of his own nation. The lady suggested a straightforward yet ingenious means to disrupt the usurper's schemes. Zidane and Astra should return to the demon realms not as ruler and subordinate, but as a married couple. A formal announcement of their wedding would be required. The notion caught Lord Zidane completely off guard, yet he did not dismiss the possibility of marrying Astra. Should Astra ascend to the throne as queen, it would deal a devastating blow to all plotting her downfall. Among demons, those who hunger for power nearly equal to the kings inevitably dream of seeing their own daughter or sister wed to the sovereign. Thus the decision was made. Zidane and Astra would join their lives in marriage. Uncertainty clouded Astra's mind as she hesitated, unfamiliar with the customs of the wedding ceremony. The lady explained that in order to be wed, vows must first be exchanged before God. Sensing their confusion, the lady offered a more detailed explanation. One must stand before God and proclaim vows so unbreakable that even fate itself could never tear them asunder. In Caden's world, marriage was reduced to nothing more than filling out a form and submitting it for official approval. Curiosity often tugged at him. What could wedding vows possibly look like in such a streamlined system? The lady offered to clarify everything herself and summon the heartless king. Astonishment swept over Lord Zadan as he realized he had unwittingly validated the rumors himself. Curiosity flickered in the lady's eyes as she inquired about the king's summons. The answer surprised her. He was to preside over their wedding ceremony, for in days long past, he had earned renown as a pastor in a grand church. Eager for a sacred blessing, she wished for the Lord himself to witness the heartfelt exchange of vows between Sadana and Astrak. Yet the lifeless king observed keenly that these beings before him were demons, creatures far removed from his purpose, for in his mortal days he had devoted himself solely to serving humankind. The lady had not anticipated such a predicament, and guilt welled up within her for her oversight. Caught off guard, Caden faltered, prompting the king to step in with an explanation. Every race devoted itself to its own deities. Humans revered Uz, the god of the heavens, while mermaids paid homage to Poseidon. Drawing upon the wisdom of millennia, he meticulously delved into the rituals of demonic prayers, his keen eye absorbing every nuance despite the vast differences between their traditions. With curiosity, he wondered aloud if this was a dying star and whether everyone found that satisfactory. Affirmation rippled through the group. Agreement was unanimous. The king began the wedding ceremony, and a heavy, charged atmosphere descended upon the land. Suddenly, something mysterious began to take shape in the air. Suddenly, the god Hades himself materialized, as if summoned by accident into this realm. The soulless king prepared to recite a sacred prayer, intending to conjure a holy space befitting the wedding ceremony. Noting how rare such events had become, he wondered aloud what urgent matter had summoned him. Had humankind perhaps ignited Armageddon? Lord Xaden knelt, calmly replied that war with the humans still raged on. At times it flared with ferocity, at others it dwindled into uneasy silence. Yet such concerns needn't trouble Haidu's mind. With unwavering determination, Hades pursued his goal. Xaden introduced himself formally and boldly declared that he had come to ask for a woman's hand in marriage. To solemnize their union, Lord Xaden and Astra staged a grand wedding ceremony, hearts alight with hopes for a heavenly blessing. Yet, instead of divine favor, their rites inadvertently summoned the guides. Unfazed by this unexpected twist, neither bothered to apologize for the inconvenience. Unfazed, Hades agreed to bless their union. On one condition: Xaden must vow to devote his heart solely to Astra until the end of his days. Without a moment's hesitation, Xaden pledged his lifelong love, and in response, Hades bestowed upon them a divine blessing before vanishing from sight. To Caden's astonishment, the gods revealed themselves to be unexpectedly kind. The soulless king presiding over the ceremony vowed to henceforth heed prayers with greater care. After all, with Xaden and Astra receiving a blessing straight from the heavens, they now basked in the sanctuary of divine protection. This meant that anyone bold enough to shatter their union would inevitably face divine retribution. This stood as undeniable proof of Xaden's unwavering devotion to his demonic kin. With heartfelt gratitude, Xaden thanked Caden for making his dream come true, the chance to marry Astra. Astra vowed never to forget the kindness Caden had shown her. As for Caden himself, he sought neither glory nor praise. His greatest joy came from seeing Astra's happiness blossom. Sadani suggested that Astra return and claim the title of Demon Queen, but to everyone's surprise, Astra declined, choosing instead to remain here a while longer. With unmistakable irritation, Vale insisted that Astra return home, reminding her sharply that they were already married. Curiosity sparked in Don's eyes as he asked why, prompting Astra to reveal her desire to train herself, hoping to become a better wife. With a mix of wonder and encouragement in her eyes, Xaden gently asked Caden to continue looking after her a little longer. Despite a nagging sense of guilt over separating the newlyweds and uncertainty about how he could truly be of use, Caden agreed. Out of the blue, Sedan inquired if he might also stay here for a while. The request caught Kadena completely off guard. Worry crept in, as the thought of Sedan's absence disturbing his own subjects unsettled him. Swiftly, Sedan reassured everyone that all would be well. Both factions remained stunned by Vale's sudden appearance on the battlefield, leaving any troop movements temporarily suspended. In time, regret will settle upon them, for it was their actions that ultimately allowed her to stay. Caden welcomed them warmly, his genuine hospitality shining through. The thought even crossed his mind to build a separate house just for their comfort. Vale warned Svitank that his absence from the camp had left their home vulnerable to intrigue and treachery. Don had already pondered the matter, yet skepticism lingered in Vale's eyes. Strikingly, he had arrived without a single ship to accompany him. Xaden's voice carried a note of pride as he explained that he had harnessed teleportation magic, utilizing a carefully prepared anchor point. This allowed him to materialize here in the blink of an eye. Guided by the coordinates Astros left behind in Vardanite, Delana managed to teleport herself to this very spot. Though troubled by the looming threat of separation, cunningly orchestrated by unseen hands, she was still met with a heartfelt expression of gratitude. An uneasy thought kept gnawing at her. What if other demons, skilled in teleportation, had been tracking Xaden as well? With a gentle reassurance, he explained that the coordinates had been encrypted, making unauthorized access nearly impossible. Furthermore, this district remained cloaked behind powerful magical barriers, rendering teleportation and clairvoyance utterly impossible. To outsiders, it was as if the entire area had vanished from existence. Sedan's teleportation succeeded solely because of the precise coordinates Belana had provided. At Caden's request, a convenient barrier had been erected. The soulless king observed coldly, recognizing that only a dragon could be capable of such a feat. They admit that she was the one who erected the barrier against the demons, yet despite her efforts, Sadang still managed to slip through. Even before the curtain fell, she had already conjured a protective barrier to ward off the demons. He wondered aloud if her love for him truly ran as deep as he dared to hope. Everyone agreed. Her true desire was to savor the master's delicacies in peaceful solitude. It became clear to them that her actions were not driven by any ill will toward them. With gentle affection, Caden softly stroked her hair, expressing heartfelt gratitude for her unwavering care and protection. Meanwhile, the moment had arrived to celebrate the wedding of Xaden and Astra. To celebrate their wedding, Caden orchestrated a lavish and unforgettable festivity. The moment Lord Xaden tasted the dish, he proclaimed that this was unlike anything he had ever tasted before, a flavor wholly unique in his experience. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Vale suddenly transformed into a dragon, leaving Xaden even more astonished. With a knowing smile, Caden revealed that this was the very same meat Astra had hunted down earlier that day. Lady Kirasaki crafted the dish with expert hands, infusing it with enchanting spices that awakened the senses. The entire group gathered for the evening meal, not just Caden alone. With an air of superiority, Vale proclaimed that their sole purpose was to serve her and her master. Yet Caden pointed out that, in her own peculiar way, Vale was simply showing that she cared for them all. The flavors of the dish exploded on Lee's palate, leaving her utterly amazed. With evident delight, Xaden remarked that these dishes surpassed anything he had ever tasted, even in the lavish halls of royal palaces. In that instant, it became crystal clear why Vale preferred to keep this place shrouded in secrecy. Curiosity sparkled in Pletty's eyes as she inquired about the source of Caden's culinary prowess. With a hint of a rueful smile, he explained that solitude had been his teacher. Living alone had compelled him to master the art of cooking for himself. Gifted with a rare ability, he could recreate ingredients and dishes from worlds beyond, infusing every meal with an extraordinary flavor. The simple knowledge that his guests relished his creations brought him complete satisfaction. A thought crossed Astro's mind. Could Caden's culinary talents be more than they appeared? Perhaps hiding a secret all their own? Dropping to her knees, she pleaded with him to teach her how a true bride should behave. Lady scolded her for seeking such guidance from another woman's husband. Deflated, Astro resolved that perhaps battling was the only thing she was truly suited for. With a warm smile, Caden assured her that her very presence brought luck to his harvest, making the fields more bountiful and his dishes delightfully tastier. Instead, he suggested she seek guidance from someone like Coco, using her as a model to follow. Astra, however, refused, steadfastly insisting she must forge her own path to become a worthy wife for Lord Xaden. Even Xaden approached Caden, earnestly requesting his guidance and support with training. With a hint of disbelief, Caden echoed the words, asking if they truly meant marriage training. Xaden Cly responded only with a cryptic smile, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Enthralled by the art of cooking, the cultivation of harvests, and the unique architecture of Cadentia, he explained that he completely understood Astra's yearning to study in such a place. Determined to stand by Astra's side, he sought to support her wholeheartedly as her husband. A firm believer in unwavering support, he maintained that spouses should always stand by each other, just as Caden exemplified. Unlike kings who merely loitered about their castles, all hopes rested on Caden's support. As the sun rose on a new day, the rhythm of construction continued, interwoven with Xaden's relentless training, pushing him ever closer to mastery. His craftsmanship has improved remarkably, with skillful hands now shaping even the most intricate details. Astro appeared, donning an adorable apron, and cheerfully announced that lunch was ready. The sight of her left Itzaden flustered, silently marveling at her enchanting presence as though he had stumbled into paradise itself. They gathered around the table, where each dish, as always, delighted their senses with irresistible aroma and flavor. Tears welled up in Dane's eyes, moved by the moment, and he couldn't help but ask the name of the dish before him. Aster explained, "This is Nicaryaga," while Caden, with a proud glint, chimed in to mention that she had prepared it herself, skillfully wielding the kitchen knife. Mastery of ingredients and spices still awaits her. A deeper understanding is yet to be attained. It dawned on her that mastering the art of sewing held equal importance for a bride, for clothing played a crucial role in every aspect of life. Her gaze lingered on the dame's attire, and Caden mentioned that he had sewn it himself. Furthermore, Caden remarked that a man has every right to tailor clothes, not just for himself, but for other men as well. He pledged to craft something special for Pleiadi, yet inspiration for the perfect design continued to elude him. Several lengths of fabric already lay before him, each one carefully unrolled. Displayed side by side, their exquisite quality took Balana's breath away. During an expedition into a mountain cavern, Caden stumbled upon these remarkable fabrics. Deep within the shadows, he encountered silk-spinning larvae, their delicate threads shimmering in the dim light. For the sake of experimentation, he took a handful of caterpillars with him, determined to raise them himself. And so, with careful hands, he wove their threads into a single, seamless fabric. The innovative approach he unveiled left everyone astounded, and it quickly became clear that his solution was not only acceptable, but truly inspired. With a family background in tailoring, Balana was well versed in the art of sewing. Inspired by her heritage, she suggested they begin by crafting clothes for toys. With deft hands, Balana took Pleiadi's measurements, quickly noting down her key proportions. Insisting on taking everyone's measurements, she revealed her grand plan to eventually craft outfits for the entire group. With a mischievous grin, she joked that everyone would have to strip down completely, even their pants had to come off. Astonishment flickered across the girls' faces as they asked if Pleiadi truly always went without underwear. Unfamiliar with the concept of commando, Pleiadi found their shocked reaction to her changing clothes utterly baffling. Then the girls recall, shock and disappointment flooded Pleiadi as she realized no one had breathed a word of this to her. Memory served her. Her brother occasionally wore a certain undergarment they called linen. Balana offered her assistance and, while taking Pleiadi's measurements, promised to show off the handmade underclothes she'd crafted herself. The lively chatter about linens, veils, and mermaids was abruptly shattered when, without warning, a blazing fireball hurtled through the air and struck Pleiadi's skirt dead on. Caden was just about to point out her mistake, yet the others silenced him, insisting he remain quiet and simply observe. The skirt remained untouched by the flames, a clear testament to its remarkable anti-magic properties. Garments like this could very well offer better protection than the sturdiest armor. The fabric's structure remained untouched by Balana's magic. A moment of reflection passed as they wondered whether this talent was something caterpillars possessed innately. There will be questions about whether Caden accomplished anything out of the ordinary. Caden confessed that he cared for those caterpillars solely in hopes of crafting splendid garments for Pleiadi. It will dawn on them that, just as the orcs and goblins transformed for the better after crossing paths with Caden, these caterpillars have likely evolved and gained new abilities as well. Vale requested armor to be crafted from this unusual fabric, though she couldn't hide her irritation. Its stylish appearance made it look more like a fashion statement than genuine protective gear. Since the Demon King's cotton garment had originally been intended for bedding, the heroes turned to Caden, asking him to rework it into something more suitable. Noticing the rips and tears in his clothing, astronaut Caden quickly offered to mend them. With a grateful nod, he slipped off his shirt, and Astro immediately set to work, her nimble fingers weaving each stitch with precision. Meanwhile, within the human kingdom, thoughts of the Val Dragon haunted the king's every waking moment. With the war locked in a bitter stalemate, his mind raced through countless strategies. News arrived from the front lines. A soldier reported that the generals had yet to uncover the enemy's true motives and were urging caution, advising against any movement of their forces. Disregarding their worries, the king scoffed and branded them cowards. With mounting frustration, the king pressed for news about the dragon's mysterious master, yet no fresh information surfaced. Irritated, he lashed out at his counselors, accusing them of utter incompetence. In a huff, he demanded another goblet of the foul-smelling fish brew, its stench curling through the air. Destiny chose King Genesis XVIII to end the century-long war, delivering a resounding triumph to humankind. To accomplish this feat, he drained the nation's mana reserves and summoned heroes from another world, with a single aim to crush and subjugate the entire demon race. Yet the sudden arrival of the dragon shattered all their carefully laid plans. As the servant presented the king with his drink, the monarch inquired whether the servant truly believed that the dragon's master existed at all. The servant replied that many people harbored serious doubts about such a figure, yet a single misstep could rouse the dragon's fury, and should it return, doom would be inevitable. Inspiration struck the king, sparking a bold new plan. He commanded his men to seek out Saint Caden, convinced that the saint's blessing would secure their triumph. Clueless about Caden's whereabouts, the servant faced a daunting task. At the king's command, he set out to assemble a team of the finest heroes. In the meantime, Genesis disbanded the army, if only for a while. Every available resource had been devoted to the search for Caden. Meanwhile, within the walls of Caden's home, over the course of 2 months of rigorous training, Zidane, Astro, and Reziping T amassed a wealth of new knowledge and skills. Departure loomed ever closer, yet Zidane yearned for one last chance to feel the familiar weight of a sword in his grasp. The moment Zidane gripped the sword, uncertainty flickered across his face, and he froze. Catching this hesitation, Astra leaned in, concern coloring her voice as she asked what was wrong. "It feels as though we're responding to something invisible, something just out of sight." They hurried to bring the news to Caden, and it was in that moment that Zidane's eyes caught the gleam of a sword in his grasp. Caden marveled at the sword's usefulness, recounting how moments ago it had sliced through solid metal with astonishing ease. Plaid explained that this was a holy sword they had discovered in the depths of the Dead King's dungeon. The legendary Blade of Darkness, Dry Schwartz, rested before them. Astonishment flickered in Zidane's eyes upon learning that Caden now wielded such a weapon. Caden confessed that he had intended to return the sword to its rightful master, yet the blade steadfastly refused to leave his grasp. According to legend, the sacred power, which Caden had first heard of from the undead king, could even surpass the might of a hero. Caden acknowledged that he truly had been conscripted, yet without a shred of combat skill to his name, he was promptly removed from service. Seeking solace, he settled in a remote corner of the land, far away from the prying eyes of society. Sympathy stirred within Astrafel, yet Caden's impressive display of swordsmanship left no room for doubt about his skill. He noted that this was absolutely essential for a peaceful and harmonious life. Though its display was impressive, it proved unsuitable for an actual fight. Puzzlement clouded Zidane's thoughts. How on earth had Cadence managed to surpass the king of the undead? With a quiet confidence, Caden explained that his unique ability lets him draw out the fullest potential of anything his hands come into contact with. Yet natural strength had never been his gift. Zidane, however, remained steadfast, insisting that no force in this world could withstand Caden's overwhelming power. Zidane inquired whether Caden could truly prove his superiority over humans and make a triumphant return to their kingdom. Yet such thoughts never crossed Caden's mind. With bold honesty and not a hint of hesitation, he declared himself loyal to no cause, a man unclaimed and free from any master. This turn of fate also allowed him to marry Pletty. Sadai observed that, without Caden, tensions between humans and demons would have only escalated, perhaps even dragging the merfolk into the conflict. In his eyes, Caden's presence was crucial to the world's balance, and so Sadai clung to hope for a happy resolution. Zidane and Astra were just about ready to set off on their journey back home. This marks his final opportunity to stand up against the reckless aristocrats and reclaim the trust of the people. With a reassuring nod, Gaydon offered encouragement, while Vale, true to form, muttered his discontent under his breath, puzzled as to why the girls still hadn't made their exit. A chilling notion echoed through the air. Her mere presence served as a grim assurance that the demon lord could return to this world at any moment. She pledged to maintain the demon lord's bond with these lands, while Galana's heart remained devoted to crafting garments here for years to come. As a gift, she handed Astra an address that had once enchanted the demon lord himself. Wide-eyed with delight, Astra expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Belina. As preparations for departure unfold, sincere wishes of good luck pour in from everyone around. Throughout the journey, Xaden admitted that he once believed peaceful resolution between demons and humans was nothing more than a hopeless dream. Yet with Caden's arrival, it became clear this was no unattainable dream. He entreated Astra to share her strength with him, hoping they could realize this dream together. With delight shimmering in her eyes, she agreed without hesitation. Before long, Caden finished baking the bread. Everyone delighted in the taste of the freshly baked bread. Sharing a glimpse into his own world, Caden explained that such bread was an everyday staple there. With a spark of excitement, Caden shared with the girls that wheat flour could be used for far more than just baking bread. It opened up endless possibilities for his culinary creativity. He went on to unveil yet another ambitious idea, cultivating a brand new crop for this world, rice, the cornerstone of meals back in his homeland. Yet Pletty harbored a measure of caution. She couldn't help but notice that a team of orcs supervised the construction, while goblins toiled away in the fields. As the master seamstress, Belana bore the responsibility of overseeing the command checkpoints. Dale claimed to be the guardian of these lands, yet only Pletty truly tended to medicinal herbs, brewed healing infusions, fertilized the fields, and crafted miso and soy sauce by hand at the village brewery. It was Pletty, too, who often stoked the flames a little too eagerly. Before her stood the refrigerator, shelves brimming with couscous, a silent testament to the mountain of work looming on her horizon. A sudden realization washed over her. The weight of her current burdens had gone unacknowledged each time she drew up grand new plans for the future. As their conversation unfolded, Plaid's brother suddenly appeared, his curiosity piqued by the commotion swirling around them. With a hint of surprise at himself, Caden apologized, the weight of failure pressing down on him in a way he hadn't expected from a grown man. Pletty inquired about his presence, prompting the man to explain that after negotiations with the saint, they had agreed to sell pickled radishes from this very spot. He had come, he said, to purchase some for himself. The lady scolded him for placing such large orders all at once. Word of his extravagance had even reached their neighbor. The lifeless king held them in the highest regard. Pondering the shortage of laborers for her fields, the lady devised a solution. She requested her brother to invite merfolk, gifted with exceptional pharmaceutical magic, from the mermaid kingdom, hoping her skills would help balance the workload. Threats echo that, unless demands are met, production of pickled radish will come to a grinding halt. His sister didn't give him a chance to answer first. She immediately turned to Caden, eager for his opinion. Caden had no objections, provided the prince was also in agreement. He supported Pleiadi wholeheartedly, knowing just how deeply she longed tea. The new medicine granted him the freedom to move effortlessly, whether treading solid ground or gliding through water. Once, this miraculous substance was rather crude, riddled with limitations for anyone hoping to survive on land. Awash with side effects, ranging from the loss of voice to being transformed into bubbles, or in the worst cases vanishing altogether, it posed grave risks. Disturbed by such drawbacks, Vale urged that they remain beneath the waves, yet circumstances had already ruled that notion out. medicines wielded tremendous influence in diplomatic affairs, regardless of their actual effectiveness. While most merfolk kept their distance from the land, the arrival of an innovative new remedy began to change everything. The kingdom unveils a bold new policy. Rather than condemning criminals to lifelong exile, it now offers them the choice of banishment to the surface as an alternative. Without a vaccine capable of neutralizing the effects of the medication, the exiles faced a grim fate, condemned to remain forever in a foreign land. This revelation sent shockwaves through the people, who demanded the prince's immediate intervention. As prince of the mermaid kingdom, deep understanding came naturally to him, especially when it concerned the Pleiades' need for masterful potion brewers. Yet, dispatching the royal palace's human affairs team to the surface for any significant length of time proved to be a formidable challenge. To everyone's astonishment, the lady suddenly suggested enlisting the help of exiled criminals. The prince scolded her for making such a reckless suggestion, yet, with fierce determination, they threatened to burn alive anyone daring to break in. A plan the prince approved wholeheartedly, seeing in it a shrewd tactic to force the criminals into submission. Pletty demanded her brother bring her 3 criminals if he wished to keep enjoying his beloved pickled radishes. Their pasts, whether criminal or clean, meant nothing to her. What truly mattered were their skills and tireless work ethic. In fact, she often favored those who had found themselves on the wrong side of the law. Before long, 3 more girls arrived, each one lacking even the simplest undergarments. To Vale, this hardly came as a shock. Such details seemed all too common among convicts. Meanwhile, B'Elanna remained unruffled, quietly passing out clothing to the new arrivals. After introducing themselves with a touch of pride, they revealed their names: Puffer, Lamprey, and Gararupa. Caden silently reminded himself never to let his guard down, no matter the gender of those before him. Nevertheless, he greeted the visitors warmly and introduced himself with practiced ease. The girls hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Suddenly, Lady swept into the room, her commanding presence impossible to ignore, and ordered them to make preparations. The shock of her arrival left the girls momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the prince began to clarify the situation, his voice steady and reassuring. Their sentence would be served under the watchful eye of his sister, Princess Pletty, who would guide their labors herself. Awe lit up Lamprey's face at the very sight of Pletty. Reaching out to embrace Pletty, she stumbled awkwardly, her arms faltering in midair. Tears of joy sparkled in her eyes as she wholeheartedly confessed how grateful she felt to care for Pletty once more. With gentle words, Pletty urged her to calm down. Doubt flickered in Vale's eyes. Was Lempery truly a criminal after all? The prince conceded that their reputation in his kingdom was far from stellar. Puffier wasted no time accusing Lempery of being excessively devoted to the royal family, but Hararupa fended off the claim, retorting that Puffier herself was hardly any. The 6 formidable witches, renowned as the Great Forest Sisters, earned widespread acclaim for their unparalleled mastery in potion-making. Today, the prince extended his invitation to 3 of them. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, Fluffy was engrossed in adjusting the global flow of mana. Driven by ambition, she sought to devise a method for artificial control over this potent force. Confusion clouded Caden's mind as he struggled to grasp exactly what was wrong with Puffer's plan. A realization struck him. If she ever gained control over the Control Man, the entire world could be brought to its knees. With that power, she would have the means to eradicate both humans and devils alike. Her extraordinary talent for potion-making propelled her to a prestigious role within the Merfold Medical Association. It was there that she first began to propose her unconventional ideas. Frustration filled Gara as she lamented that no one grasped the significance of her research into the ways microscopic organisms sparked disease. There's a steadfast belief that the human body possesses the remarkable ability to remember dangerous invaders and forge its own powerful defenses against them. Convinced that healing might be found in the blood of survivors, She believed that transfusing it into the ill would spark their bodies to generate vital antibodies. Shock flickered across Garen's face as he realized Garrow had dared to attempt such a perilous treatment on a patient so frail. The transfusion of foreign blood teetered dangerously close to a fatal mistake. Yet perhaps, in some distant world, there existed someone capable of grasping the brilliance behind her unconventional ideas. Curiosity sparked in Caden's eyes as he inquired about Lempe's crime. The prince, with a wry smile, revealed that her misdeeds had stirred up even greater trouble. Once a stalwart imperial guard, she protected the royal court of the sea folk with unwavering loyalty. The mystery gnawed at Caden. How could someone like Lamp ever end up behind bars? The prince revealed that everything stemmed from the uprising that erupted during Petty's wedding. Forced into political marriages with either humans or demons, the sea folk found themselves torn, divided in their loyalties, unable to decide whom to support. The young aristocratic merman turned to his father, his voice ringing with determination as he boldly objected to the prospect of a marriage between the two ladies. To an outsider's eye, any delay in the wedding seemed to spell disaster. Yet unwavering in his confidence, the aristocrat firmly believed the other party would ultimately yield. Without mincing words, he dismissed Princess Pleiade as a witless potion enthusiast, lacking even the most basic manners. Fury blazing in her eyes, Limpy snapped, unleashing her wrath upon the noble for his insulting words. With unwavering determination, Limpy insisted upon her innocence, leaving no room for doubt in the prince's mind. The quarrel ignited when a nobleman openly scorned a commoner. Regret washed over the prince as he reflected on the incident, his remorse genuine and deep. Caden couldn't hide his concern as he asked if Pleiade truly valued how much he looked after her. The prince, his voice quiet yet weighty, confessed to concealing another truth. Pleiade herself was among the infamous wild spellcasters of legend. Stunned, her notorious reputation earned her the infamous title, the Witch of the Royal Family. Her brother placed his unwavering trust in her. Only Pleiade possessed the commanding presence to lead the witches, who trailed behind her without a hint of hesitation. As they ventured into unfamiliar surroundings, curiosity sparkled in their eyes, quietly speculating whether Caden, the master of this domain, might truly be nothing more than an ordinary man. Yet the tailor revealed his true nature as a demon, and nearby lurked goblins and orcs, leaving them utterly bewildered. Vale abruptly cut the conversation short, insisting they focus on preparing something delicious and pay no mind to such trivial matters. The witches noted her boldness, whispering among themselves about her unyielding audacity. In response, Vale revealed her true form, a majestic, awe-inspiring dragon. Barely conscious, Caden muttered a warning. If she didn't rein in her wild behavior, she'd find herself going hungry. Instantly, everyone dropped their supernatural facades and returned to their regular human selves. With a grin, Caden suggested throwing a pizza party to welcome their 3 new guests. The girls exchanged uncertain glances, still unsure whether Caden was the chef or merely at the mercy of this audacious young lady. Only after Vale finally revealed that Caden was her husband did everything fall into place. The shock left the lamp faint and flickering, as if it had lost consciousness. Suddenly the deceased king appeared, his presence unexpected, and offered heartfelt thanks for the invitation. Instantly, 2 of the world's most terrifying threats stood out among those present. Puffer collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Time quietly slipped away. Gradually, awareness returned to the 3 girls. The girls glanced around, trying to grasp their surroundings. A grand house stretched before them, its halls filled with an inviting, gentle fragrance. Piecing together fragmented memories, Paulina introduced herself and revealed that Saint Caden had summoned them to this place. The moment Lant heard the name Caden, memories of recent events surged through his mind, propelling him straight toward Pleiade. The lamp wept bitterly, lamenting her marriage to a demon. With gentle reassurance, Pleiade tried to calm her, insisting that hell was just a myth and her husband nothing more than an ordinary man. Yet these comforting words only deepened the lamp's sorrow. The other girls gasped in astonishment when they learned that a human owned this land deep within the demonic territories. Helena offered an explanation, revealing that this area lay beyond the demon's jurisdiction. Yet, capturing its true essence proved to be quite the challenge. Rufo speculated that this must be an isolated territory. The others nodded in agreement, pointing out that these were reclaimed lands once belonging to Saint Caden. Lamp pondered the possibility of a clash between humans and demons, struggling to truly believe such a conflict could happen. Even so, everyone quickly eased their worries, reasoning that any danger lurking here could simply be burned away. With a fierce glint in her eye, she reminded them all that beneath her veil lurked a formidable dragon. Furthermore, a subtle reminder echoed. The soulless king lingered close by, ever watchful in their midst. Belinda admitted she felt the same way. Whenever they appeared together, an unmistakable sense of unease would settle over the room. Nevertheless, she assured that the two of them vigilantly safeguard this place. Additionally, they mentioned that preparing meals for her was part of their responsibilities. The thought of preparing meals did nothing to lift Pafera's spirits, while Lamp, newly promoted, wasted no time in shifting all the tedious chores onto everyone else. Paying them no mind, Plady suggested a guided tour before dinner. First, she guided them to the spot where their work would begin. An unusual yet surprisingly delightful aroma greeted them at once, catching them off guard. Plady explained with pride that this very spot was where she crafted her mouth-watering spices, carefully preparing each ingredient with meticulous attention to detail. The girls, still unfamiliar with the local flavors, tasted soy sauce for the very first time during their stay in Pledan Urge. The richness of its flavor left everyone utterly astonished. Lamprey is credited with inventing the plea disc, yet she openly admitted the idea wasn't hers alone and generously revealed further details. Rufo, whose own work resonated with the vision behind the plea disc, found himself utterly captivated by the realization of this concept. Playa confessed that he had been summoned from another world as a hero, tasked with aiding humanity in their fierce struggle against the demons. The girls, upon hearing this revelation, were struck with awe at the gravity of such a daunting mission. Plenty continued her tale, revealing that the king had summoned Caden only to dismiss him after being thoroughly unimpressed by his combat abilities. Suddenly, Vale cut her off with an impatient complaint about her rumbling stomach. Meanwhile, back at home, the aroma of freshly baked pizza filled the air as Caden began slicing it, ready to serve. With an apologetic smile, I acknowledged the delay. The girls savored their first bites of pizza, delight sparking in their eyes as flavors danced across their tongues. The girls brimmed with excitement, their voices tumbling over one another as they eagerly shared their impressions when Caden asked for their thoughts. Next, he presented pickled radish, the princess's favorite treat. With a proud smile, Pletty remarked that she could now produce it in larger batches, so the princesses could purchase as much as their hearts desired. Delighted, the girls promised to VI. Rufus leaned in, curiosity sparkling in his eyes, and asked if she might lend a hand to Puffer, who had just finished her task. Puffer's assignment was to marinate dried radish and blend it with barley miso, creating a harmonious fusion of flavors. The idea of using a special kind of mold to make miso left Rufus feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet, it was this very technique that produced the delightfully crisp pickled radishes beloved by Princess Plady. As they toiled away, Puffer's curiosity got the better of him. He wondered aloud about Lampa's whereabouts. Rufus, glancing up from his work, explained that she had ventured off to join the orcs on a hunting expedition. With exhilaration coursing through her veins, Lemp stalked wild boars beneath the cloak of night, picking them off one by one. Kate observed with admiration just how invaluable these three girls were to the team, emphasizing the unique importance each one brought to their group. Not only did they lend a hand to Plaid with various tasks, but their support for Kubo and Kabuki sped up the creation of the small field, completing it in record time. With the seedlings prepared and ready, The final task was to plant them before drowsiness overtook Caden. In a hushed, almost introspective whisper, he confessed that cultivating rice held a profound, unique significance for him. The very next day, they eagerly set about planting the rice. Of all the group, Puffer's discontent stood out the most. She grumbled incessantly about the risk of soiling her clothes while working. Molina, however, soothed her concerns with a gentle reminder that these garments were designed precisely for such tasks. Rufo observed that rice lends itself beautifully to fermentation, even going so far as to suggest they try crafting wine from it. Rufo observed that the Prince of Erevan would likely develop a fondness for rice wine. Inspired, Puffer threw herself into the planting with newfound enthusiasm. She promised Play that she wouldn't let her get even a speck of mud on her clothes. Yet Pleda assured everyone that all, including Vale, had joined in the effort. At the lady's request, Caden demonstrated the entire process step by step. His thorough explanations illuminated each stage, and soon everyone set to work with renewed determination. The task proved far more challenging than they had ever imagined. Sleepless nights plagued her ever since she drafted their work plan, a confession she now made with weary honesty. Her innocent, childlike appearance would only fuel their ridicule, mocking them mercilessly for their perceived weakness. An astonishing strength radiated from her. Playful and full of vitality, Plenty thrived in her work, her fish-like legs granting her a unique edge. Pitai announced a planting race to see who could set seedlings into the ground the fastest, sparking a fierce, competitive fire between them. One garden bed was no match for them. They finished it in no time. Plady ran out of seeds, so she called for Lampu, who promptly brought her a fresh supply. With calculated intent, Veiled shoved Lamp, hoping to disrupt the flow of the competition. The lamp, delicate in appearance, stood awestruck by the power radiating from Veiled. The lamp mused that it was precisely this strength that allowed Pleidy to tackle such demanding work. Pleidy admitted that her powerful legs certainly aided her, but clarified that she didn't do it for the sake of training. For Vale, true satisfaction lay in savoring delicious food, nothing more, nothing less. The work blazed ahead with renewed vigor, and the rice planting was completed in just a single day. Thanks to everyone's diligence, the fish-based fertilizer, and Pratty's magic, a mere month later the paddies teemed with lush, flourishing rice. Meanwhile, Caden Coop harvested the world's very first crop. Eagerness sparkled in Vale's eyes as he awaited a taste of the new rice, but Plotty insisted that Caden should have the honor of the first bite. Belina and Beta, meanwhile, couldn't hide their admiration, marveling at Plotty's unwavering determination to accelerate the plant's growth. Fertilizers and diligent field care certainly played their parts, yet it was the seamless teamwork and preparation that ultimately proved decisive. A surge of gratitude welled up within Caden as he took in everyone's efforts. Eager anticipation bubbled inside him, urging him to savor the rice without delay. Tears welled up in his eyes as he declared, utterly captivated, that the taste was simply unbelievable. Astonishment welled up within Vale as something as simple as ordinary rice brought tears to his eyes. With a gentle promise, Caden assured him a side dish would soon accompany the meal and asked Vale to wait just a little longer. Yet Pletty's curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask why rice meant so much to him. He revealed that cooking it was his way of expressing gratitude to the person who had taught him this cherished skill. With heartfelt gratitude, he thanked Pletty for her unwavering support, though in the back of his mind, memories of Hephaestus lingered. In the next scene, the group found themselves atop a mountain, rescued by the heartless king. Concern gnawed at me, fearing she might lose her esteemed position as an imperial guard. Curious, the lady inquired if anything had changed within the dungeon, yet the same monstrous creature continued its vigilant watch, unyielding as ever. Reassurance spread among them as they insisted there was no reason for alarm. Their current haven remained untouched. Yet, a troubling thought lingered. Should all the monsters that had sustained them vanish, a grave dilemma would indeed arise. After traversing a stretch of the forest, they emerged into a sunlit clearing. A sudden chill prickled Lempi's senses. Monsters lurked nearby. Before long, bizarre creatures began leaping out from the thick grass surrounding them. The first to spot them was Caden, who immediately dubbed these mysterious beings as UFOs. After all, these were unidentified flying objects. Though Lanty insisted she could handle things on her own, Plady and Caden cautioned her not to underestimate the creature. With a sudden burst of determination, she surged to the front, striving to halt their advance and seize control of the moment. A thunderous explosion shattered the air, and in that instant, Plady couldn't help but remember. Yet as the smoke cleared, the monsters emerged untouched, not a single scratch marring their fearsome forms. Instantly, everyone recognized them as lotuses, monstrous creatures resembling turtles, famed for their extraordinarily sturdy shells. Among monsters, these stood apart, unique even in that fearsome company. With a sly smile, she suggested flipping them over. In a flash, Lotus shifted into a defensive stance. With unwavering focus, Go lunged forward, aiming a direct strike at the torso. The hilt of his weapon splintered beneath the force of the blow. He declared to Caden that his moment of glory had arrived. With the very next move, Caden struck with lightning speed, dispatching his opponents in a dazzling display of skill. To everyone's shock, their tentacles turned out to be their greatest weakness, an unexpected flaw that no one saw coming. Their triumph over Lotus drew widespread admiration, yet whispers circled among the crowd. Lotus had been but the weakest of the horrors she had unleashed. Ahead loomed even greater and more formidable beasts, waiting to test their courage like never before. Go suggested using them as shields against the oncoming orcs. The goblin girl, however, paid no heed whatsoever to Vale's words, dismissing them outright. Announcing their arrival for an investigation, the visitors made their purpose clear. Yet tension clung to Lempi, who remained on edge despite their explanations. Yet Lady soothed him with gentle words, assuring that nothing could befall her husband, the strongest man in the world. To her astonishment, Lempi realized that it was the rhythm itself empowering her to leave both the living and the dead far behind. Yet one question remained a mystery to her. Why had the people banished him from the kingdom despite his formidable power? Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the distant howling of wolves. Drawn by curiosity and concern, they set off toward the sound, eager to discover what had transpired. Caden explained that his abilities weren't suited for combat. The Holy Sword allowed him to unveil the true potential of anything he touched, yet he never saw himself as extraordinary. Pledy disagreed, insisting that his power was every bit as valuable and dependable as any other. Delight washed over her as she realized she had married a man like him. Even if the kingdom were besieged by humans or demons, unwavering safety would still surround Princess Pledy and every inhabitant of the realm. Brilliant sunlight poured down from above, illuminating everything beneath its golden rays. Soon, the next stage would be announced. The place earned the name Blazing Hell, a realm where monsters thrived in their element, unleashing relentless and savage attacks. No sooner had her voice broken the silence than wolves emerged from the shadows. Instantly, they are recognized as Scions, the most formidable monsters to ever walk the world. Resisting them is impossible. Not even a moment's pause can hold them back. As the wolves lunged at Caden, genuine panic swept over the girls. To her utter astonishment, the wolves proved far weaker than expected. Vale could hardly believe her eyes. The soulless king explained that the perceptive Acheon had most likely sensed Caden's formidable power. Gentle strokes from Caden's hand soothed their heads and bellies, while uncertainty flickered in Plady's eyes. She remained hesitant, still puzzled by his intentions. Their journey pressed on, with the wolves trailing silently in the shadows, ever watchful and unseen. The soulless king took note of the rigid hierarchy among the wolf monsters, observing how they had already acknowledged Caden as their alpha. Lord St. Caden himself found it astonishing how warmly these formidable beasts treated him, especially considering he possessed no extraordinary gift. Monstrous creatures, more terrifying than nightmares, awaited him up ahead. Suddenly, the air turned piercingly cold as delicate snowflakes began to fall in a quiet, whispering drift. At last, they reached the final chamber of her underground domain, a place known as the Frozen Inferno. Yearning to return home, Caden turned around, only to find himself face to face with a massive bear, its intense gaze fixed unwaveringly on him. Only now did the realization dawn on him. The unbearable pressure that weighed on his shoulders since his arrival stemmed directly from this very creature. The lady had planned to leave the monster to face the mercy, or rather the wrath, of the lifeless. With a thunderous roar erupting from deep within, the bear hurled itself forward, launching into a ferocious charge. The walls suddenly broke free from their foundations, leaping toward the bear and drawing its attention away. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Lenfe seizes the moment to halt the bear's advance. Lenfe takes careful aim at the bear's paws, her eyes narrowed in concentration. With precision, she targets the tendons, determined to cripple the beast and bring its rampage to a halt. Spotting an opportunity to retreat, they wasted no time and slipped away at once. Yet Cade paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked if they still had any trace of the South left. At Caden's request, Lamphy hurried off to retrieve him. Yet she refused, insisting that the bear would simply disappear if left undisturbed. In contrast, Caden believed the creature operated entirely on its own will. Determined beyond reason, he insisted on saving him at any cost. Unable to refuse his request, Lemty entrusted the South into his care. With gentle hands, Caden applied the medicine to the bear's injured paw, then began making preparations for their departure. Yet Vale had no intention of letting them go so easily. His firm declaration left no room for doubt. Declaring herself their final adversary, she stepped forward with unwavering confidence. Worry clouded Lenz's face, but Vale offered reassurance, calmly explaining that what stood before them was merely her own clone, a shell imbued with only a fraction of her true power. The Vale clone stands poised for battle, every muscle tensed in anticipation. Yet before anything could unfold, bare hands moved with effortless grace, swiftly toppling the clone to the ground. While they speculated about the bear's sudden disappearance, uncertainty hung in the air. Kabuki explained that as monsters themselves, they possessed a deep understanding of the bear's emotions. In a grand gesture of gratitude, the proud beast repaid Cadence's kindness with this very act. This meant that, more likely than not, another encounter with the bear awaited them. Astonishment flickered in Lantley's eyes at the depth of Caden's compassion. Together, they set off on the path back home. The Vales, however, appeared distinctly displeased. When Plady inquired about the cause of their discontent, Rufus revealed that her newly created dungeon had failed to leave much of an impression on them. Dinner was ready, and the centerpiece of the table was an extraordinary dish, aptly named the Cat's Gathering. With heartfelt gratitude, Caden thanked her for lending a hand in preparing the dish he had long dreamed of making. His appreciation brightened the spirits of the elves, easing the lingering tension from their recent trials in the dungeon. Gathering together, everyone settled in to peacefully savor the evening meal. After dinner, Caden stepped out into the courtyard, his mind drifting to thoughts of how their settlement might grow and flourish in the days to come. Unbeknownst to him, just beyond the tree line, a group of onlookers watched the village with rapt fascination. Without wasting a moment, they hurried to report their discovery to Alaran, the fearsome and notorious leader of the band of thieves. Determined to see for himself, Alaran set out to uncover the truth. Back when he led his gang, Caden's garden had always caught his attention, fueling a persistent curiosity. Driven by that intrigue, he and his entire crew marched forward, eager to unravel the secrets hidden within the mysterious garden. Never before, in either human realms or demon domains, had they encountered gardens as enchanting as these. Someone remarked that the fields bore the unmistakable mark of meticulous, loving care. One of the thieves dared to taste a fruit from Cadence's harvest, and the extraordinary flavor left him utterly astounded. With persistent enthusiasm, he urged everyone to taste the fruit, and before long, an irresistible obsession with its flavor swept through the entire group. The woman with raven-black hair informed her superior that she had already inspected the entire area. Amidst the sweeping fields, several buildings with unusual architecture caught her eye. Observing them closely, she realized these were no ordinary village homes. It must be a farm. Halaron speculated that this might serve as a secluded haven for aristocrats. If so, that would certainly explain the existence of such sprawling fields in this remote corner. Should any noble secretly amass these magnificent harvests, his estate would surely be guarding quite a treasure trove. To let such a golden opportunity slip away would be a disgrace to their hard-earned reputation as master thieves. Determined to seize every valuable in sight, they plot a daring heist before setting off once more on their journey. Inside the barn, Bosley's sharp eyes caught sight of a lurking wolf. Meanwhile, Baleno meticulously positioned the checkpoints, the critical phase in readying the area for the imminent arrival of Her Majesty and Astra. Yet, humming the same tune over and over struck her as a thankless and dreary task, one devoid of any real satisfaction. Eager to lend a hand wherever possible, Baleno found herself restless. Ever since her days as an archivist in the Demon King's service had ended, she struggled to find purpose in the calm that followed. With 3 mermaids now filling in for absent workers wherever extra hands were needed, her workload dwindled dramatically. A restless unease began to gnaw at her as days slipped by with nearly nothing to occupy her time. Fearing a fate of complete idleness, Belanoff resolved to seek out a new purpose for herself. Approaching Kaiden with a request for a task, she found him absorbed in pottery. Intrigued, Belanoff asked about his activity, prompting Kaiden to explain that he was shaping clay into bowls. With their kitchen shelves already crowded with metal cookware, Kaiden decided the time had come to seek out genuine ceramics. Shaping clay into pottery unfolded as a slow and deliberate art, demanding a specialized rotating stand to coax each vessel into its intended form. News of the spinning reached Balano, who immediately offered her assistance, confident her abilities might prove useful. Revealing her gift for telekinesis, she demonstrated how she could infuse tiny stones with magical energy and make them dance through the air at her command. With keen interest, Kaiden watched as she attempted to enchant the pebble, delicately placing it near the edge of the base. Awe flickered across his face when the foundation. Yet, mastering control over these tiny stones proved to be quite the challenge. Control slipped from Balena's grasp, sending fragments of clay flying in all directions. The scattered pieces splattered Decade, leaving him smeared and speckled as he lingered in the void. Melina's unwavering loyalty stirred a deep sense of admiration within him. Yet a sense of inferiority compared to Bateman and the others gnawed at her, compelling her to push herself even harder. Kadena found this surprising, as his sister was already remarkably capable and indispensable. With a gentle smile, Kaiden reassured her, reminding that no master potter ever perfected their craft on the very first try. With unwavering confidence, he assured her that he would find a use for her pottery creations. Together with a band of strangers, they stumbled upon Kubo. Kubo explained that they had caught Elvin the Bandit red-handed, trespassing unlawfully on their farm. Kaiden, utterly unfamiliar with elves, learned from Baleno that they were originally a subspecies of demons. Over time, however, elves transformed so greatly they became a distinct race. Kaiden initially assumed they were allies of Baleno, but she quickly corrected him, revealing that elves shun both humans and demons alike, preferring to dwell in remote ancient forests, far from the world's turmoil. Tales spread far and wide about elven bandit groups infamous for plundering travelers of every race, their exploits earning them a notorious reputation among both humans and demons. Sheltered deep within remote, inaccessible regions, Places where outsiders seldom ventured, these outlaws remained shadows, impossible to catch. The thought crossed Caden's mind that perhaps they were living high up in the mountains, given how secluded this farm truly was. The thought crossed his mind that their surprise was only natural. After all, who would expect a farm to exist in such a remote wilderness? The bandit leader barked out a sharp demand, wanting to know where they were and who Caden was. With unshakable calm, Helena replied, introducing Caden as the owner of the settlement. One of the thugs eyed Caden suspiciously, remarking on his human appearance and speculating that they must have wandered onto human territory. Bewilderment swept over them. The attendant revealed himself as a demon, while the other inhabitants emerged as monsters, their bodies grotesquely mutated, their strength unbelievable, their voices chillingly articulate. It became clear to the group they had crossed into demon territory, captured by none other than the dreaded demon race. Curiosity flickered in Caden's eyes as he wondered aloud if the elves had done something wrong. News came from Cougar. Someone had stolen tomatoes from the farm. Plady Furia stood beside Vale, her presence crackling with pent-up intensity. Transforming into her true form, she braced herself to obliterate her enemies. The girls insisted this was no trivial matter. Should the thieves go unpunished, their cherished fields might face grave danger in the days to come. The proposal to enforce lifelong exile receives their approval, envisioned as a dire warning to would-be offenders. Some even suggest displaying the criminals' bodies for all to see, turning justice into a public spectacle. The elves, led by their chieftain, grew uneasy. A chilling dread of impending doom swept through their ranks. One of the elves referred to their squad as the Storm Masons, and the name sparked a memory for Verlina. She had come across that very title before in the archives. It caught her attention that this group targeted only corrupt aristocrats and merchants, never once disturbing the poor. With bold determination, they expose the aristocrats who have grown fat on unjust taxes and bribes, dragging their names through the mud before the Demon King Zeden. Unmoved by their ideals, Vale nonetheless insisted on their banishment. Deep in thought over Plady's stance, Caden made his decision. He would announce a search and call for the thief's capture. Rather than condemning the elders to death, he sentenced them to serve a period of labor for the benefit of their own community. The number of available assignments could have been severely restricted. Alina, thoroughly shaken, warned the others. Despite their nobility, they were still hunted fugitives in the eyes of the kingdoms. Plenty interjected, pointing out that their farm had already become a refuge for fugitives, including Vale, whose very presence posed a threat to the entire world. For now, the elves pose no threat. Bandits, finding no glimmer of escape, are left with no choice but to resign themselves to their grim fate. Alina suggested handing them over to the demons, sparking immediate curiosity from Caden about what would happen next. With a calm resolve, Alina explained that everything hinged on the circumstances. However, regardless of the trouble they caused the elves themselves, authorities must still be notified and the offenders handed over. Sensing the king's preoccupation with the human war and wishing not to burden him further, Caden quickly sized up the situation. With the monarch entirely absorbed by the conflict, Platy suggested that the elves lend a hand on the farm until the Before the work began, Caden invited everyone to take a seat and asked about their skills, eager to know if anyone had experience with farm tasks, like weeding garden beds or harvesting crops. The supervisor, however, bristled at the question, warning Caden not to underestimate their abilities. Platy took this as a promising sign. Platy couldn't help but notice how utterly unsuitable the forest elves were for field work. In response, Bellano explained that their kind had never developed an agricultural tradition. Instead, elves thrived by foraging for wild fruits and medicinal herbs within the depths of their ancient woods. To them, nature was simply an inseparable part of the world, not something to be altered or perfected. The rigors of farm work weighed heavily on their shoulders. Though Platy genuinely strove to comprehend their struggle, Vale remained When questioned about abandoning their native mountains and turning to stealing food, the elves confessed that humans and demons had robbed them of their homeland. Bitterness gnawed at Caden as guilt welled up inside him. In his mind, he compared the elves to bears driven from their homeland, banished from the forest by people who claimed its riches to build lavish homes. Bowing low, he offered a humble apology for felling the trees that formed the very heart of the elves' dwelling, never realizing until now how deeply his actions had wounded them. The relentless drain of magical energy unleashed by humans throughout the war left the forest withered and lifeless. Stripped of their homeland and facing empty bellies, the elves found themselves cast adrift, their once thriving lands reduced to memories. At last, Leighton grasped why they had turned to banditry. Guilt gnawed at Caden for being part of it, yet the leader clarified their claim to these lands was shared by all four peoples, not reserved solely for the elves. The only clear offense they'd committed was theft, driven by the unwavering belief that Caden belonged to the aristocracy. Determination blazed within them to correct their past mistakes. At their forefront, the leader stood unwavering, her resolve unshaken as she insisted that Caden, offering a heartfelt apology, became the very first of his kind they had ever encountered. Overwhelmed with joy, Caden offered his heartfelt thanks. Doubt flickered in Bellen's eyes as she questioned whether the elves were fit for farm work. She insisted they be sent back immediately. Cadena struggled to grasp why her determination on this matter ran so deep. The boss inquired whether the clay vessels lacked any enamel coating. With a hint of hesitation, Caden led the way to his workshop, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. She explained that obtaining high-quality enamel was possible by first straining the ash and then dissolving it carefully in water. A layer of enamel is applied to the pieces before firing, a technique that fortifies them without melting. Caden had never imagined such a method existed, though elves considered it common knowledge. Bring this scene to life, letting the elf's nature-bound worldview shine through every word and gesture. In response, the Boshi declared their commitment to treading lightly on nature's bounty, drawing upon its gifts with careful restraint. Their elders, wise and skillful, excel at crafting tools from materials sourced directly from the wild. Moreover, the tribe takes great pride in the artistry of their leatherwork and the delicate beauty of their handmade glassware. Brimming with enthusiasm, Lottie realized that her pursuit of potion-making mastery was held back by a lack of proper equipment. Fortunately, the elves could effortlessly provide everything she needed. Without warning, Bellano let out a piercing scream and burst into bitter, uncontrollable tears. The sudden turn of events left everyone in utter shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. As for her, a recent confession slipped from her lips. She had been entrusted with a brand new challenge, mastering the delicate art of ceramics. Apologizing, she confessed that fear of losing her job had kept her from mentioning Elda's remarkable craftsmanship earlier. With surprise, Pleddy noticed that Bellano was the one handling all the cleaning, laundry, and most of the household chores. Sincerely impressed, she praised Bellano's skill, calling her a true lifesaver, and encouraged her to value herself more highly. A sudden realization dawned on Kate as she saw what was troubling Bellano. With renewed resolve, she declared that from now on, everyone would share the household chores together. The outcome didn't quite align with her original intentions, as this would actually lessen her responsibilities even further. Yet, his suggestion to reorganize household tasks more thoughtfully while learning new skills from the elves sparked a glimmer of hope. This way, Bellano could finally pursue activities that genuinely appealed to her heart. With heartfelt remorse, he apologized for not noticing her unease sooner and warmly expressed his gratitude for all her efforts. Curiosity twinkled in Caden's eyes as he asked whether she found greater comfort in the sea than on land. With heartfelt gratitude, Belenum Tirful offered her thanks. In recognition of her divine gift, an ability bestowed by the gods themselves and thus a mark of immense honor, the king ensured that every need she had was graciously fulfilled. Plenty glanced around with curiosity, wondering if there were any tasks she could lend a hand with. Aileron approaches Baleno and introduces himself, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he seeks to make a new acquaintance. A glimmer of enthusiasm lights up her eyes as she offers to teach him the art of pottery. Torn by indecision, Baleno hesitated. After all, he had planned to betray the elves to the Demon King. Aileron saw the fear flicker in his eyes, recognizing all too well his dread of losing his place in the world, a feeling of alienation she herself knew intimately. Sympathy filled her as she witnessed the struggle. In the end, Baleno relented and gave her assent. Without another moment's hesitation, they leapt straight into action. At long last, after countless attempts, Baleno finally crafted something truly valuable. Welcomed the elders as if they were cherished new friends arriving at the farm. Deep within the heart of the demonic castle stood the royal demon palace, a place shrouded in shadow and mystery. Reluctance etched across his face, Zidane reached out to Caden for assistance. Meanwhile, Caden set out on a hunt, joined by the swift-footed elves. Their maiden voyage into a high-level dungeon buzzed with anticipation. Amid shared excitement, one of the elves posed a curious question about their intended quarry. Driven by Val's eager desire to taste the rumored delicacies, the group soon settled on their target, a hunt for the elusive square boars. It soon becomes evident that badger hides can be transformed into fine leather goods, belts, bags, and other accessories crafted with remarkable skill. Out of nowhere, a badger emerged, only to be swiftly struck down by the elf's flawless aim. Lamp couldn't help but marvel at her archery skills, clearly impressed by her expert precision with the bow. Driven by curiosity, Caden asked what gave their skill its edge. She revealed that their bows were crafted from a blend of different woods, an art that lent each weapon both strength and remarkable flexibility. This unique construction allowed them to strike enemies from impressive distances, turning every shot into a display of expert precision. Lensing turned to the other elf, her voice brimming with curiosity, and inquired whether she could forge a magical arrow tipped with an explosive potion. Kate paused, deep in thought, pondering what formidable enemy could possibly require a weapon of such devastating power. With heartfelt sincerity, the elf apologized for her excessive enthusiasm, yet Gordon, a former Imperial guard, gently advised her to curb her passion for upgrading their gear. In the elf's view, there would be no need for superfluous armor with a drag. To everyone's astonishment, the king himself lent a hand in the house's construction, leaving Lempi and the elf utterly speechless. Memories flooded back, how the Demon King had attended his wedding with Pleiade, even officiating the ceremony with his own hands. And just as these recollections stirred, the Demon King himself appeared before them. A woman, utterly bewildered, struggled in vain to comprehend the unfolding events. With unwavering determination, Asterix, also present at the gathering, urged the elves to heed the words echoing through the hall. Caden proposed taking a temporary break and made it clear she had no intention of apologizing. After all, she had trusted him. Instructions were relayed directly to Akubo. With barely any effort, he held her back. Meanwhile, Caden quickly assessed Dee's condition. Apologies for the commotion filled the air as he bowed his head in earnest regret. Just then, Valina and Baitmer burst onto the scene, faces alight with excitement, hearts pounding as they delighted in their reunion with the Demon King and Asterox. Curiosity sparked in their eyes as they wondered aloud, what could bring Lady Glacier, famed for her legendary battles against the Demon King, to this unlikely place? With an air of authority, the demonic lord announced his arrival, declaring that he had come to discuss a matter of great importance. Introducing her as Galatia, a member of the Celestial Quartet renowned for her cunning schemes, he captured the room's attention. With a note of surprise, Caden asked if Clyshire was the rebel who had arranged their wedding, but it turned out she wasn't the one. The Demon King revealed that he had arrived only after banishing the rebels who sought to exploit Sir Pym's powers, leaving not a single one standing, save for one elusive survivor. Galatia stood above the rest, not only in rank, but in her flamboyant demeanor. With brazen confidence, she vowed to defeat him and seize his throne for herself. Zidane inquired whether he intended to execute her now that she stood defeated. Galatius's courage earned his warm approval. Unlike the other rebels, who merely sought to overthrow their ruler, Galatia stood apart. Her extraordinary nature made it impossible to simply remove her from power. Even with defeat looming overhead, her spirit remained unbroken. No plea or threat could sway her unwavering resolve. Galatia stubbornly refused to swear allegiance, steadfast in her defiance. The demon lord found himself facing a grave dilemma. He had to decide whether to execute Galatia. Despite an intense aversion to the slaughter of his own kin, the demon lord grasped a crucial truth. As Plating had emphasized, this matter had nothing to do with humans. This made it difficult for them to meddle in the affairs of demons and the workings of metal. Don found himself at a loss for words, prompting Asterix to step in and clarify the situation with confident precision. With a gentle whisper, she confessed that Galatia harbored deep feelings for Lord Zidane. Stirring up confusion among everyone present, Enzidan revealed the startling truth. Galatia had never genuinely coveted the throne. What she truly desired was none other than his position, considering the role of Asturic to be far more significant than the title of Demon King. Upon their return from Asturica, crowned as the Demon Queen, everything changed dramatically. Galatia issued a stark ultimatum: either accept her as sovereign or face exile for defiance. Despite Zidane's remarkable ability to eliminate every threat to his reign, the persistent challenge posed by Galatia stubbornly refused to be resolved. Lantai suggested taking Galatia as a concubine, but Sardine firmly refused. His vow was clear: his heart belonged to one woman alone, Asterox, and he would never betray her. The moment Rist declared his intention to make Galactia his second wife, he unleashed nothing short of a divine uproar. Galactia demanded exile, yet Sardine stood his ground, adamantly refusing to grant such a request. With an apologetic smile, he owned up to his hesitant actions regarding the asterisks, completely oblivious to the feelings Galactia harbored for him. Caden wondered aloud if Galactia would consent to become his concubine, yet burdened by the weight of her betrayal, a sin worthy of exile, she felt utterly unworthy of such an offer. Concern flickered in Caden's eyes. He feared this news might trouble Asterox. To his surprise, she accepted it with tranquil composure, her calm undisturbed. As the king's wife, Asterox fully grasped that the arrival of a royal concubine was more than a mere possibility. It was almost inevitable. Despite harboring little fondness for Alicia, Asterox could not deny the unparalleled military genius the woman possessed, an asset invaluable to the very survival of the demon kingdom. Without warning, Asterix goaded Galatia, sparking a heated brawl between them. Once again, Dane offered his apologies, while Caden pondered how best to resolve the predicament. Just then, the soulless king materialized, his chilling presence accompanied by a cold inquiry. Had something troubling occurred? Elves and onlookers alike exchanged startled glances, caught off guard by his unexpected arrival. Valina stepped forward as well, eager to uncover the cause of all the commotion. Galicia broke free from the ropes. With fierce resolve, she stepped between Zidane and the soulless king, commanding Sterex to escape while she defiantly faced the heartless monarch herself. The sheer audacity of her bold stand to protect him left everyone in the room utterly stunned. The sedan drew closer to Galatia. With unwavering confidence that the demon kingdom needed no one but her, he maintained a composed demeanor, which thoroughly unsettled her. Belenio and Batemix clarified that the heartless king was nothing more than their neighbor, posing no real threat to anyone. As Galactia mulled over the revelation, the heartless king requested a discussion on several pressing matters. Following their conversation, the heartless king pointed out that the oath sworn by the demon lord to Hades forbade him from taking a concubine. Loyal to Demeter, the goddess of fertility and the nurturing earth, Hades viewed acts of betrayal with stern disapproval. Never had Saturn imagined that gods could possess such unwavering devotion to their chosen ones. For Hades, his role as Demeter's husband eclipsed even his identity as the sovereign of the underworld. A singular gratitude arose. Countless volumes unravel stories of the earth, the seas, and the sky. Each deity wielded dominion over their own domain in a manner uniquely their own. Yet for Hades, nothing held greater significance than his unbreakable bond with his wife, the Mother Earth herself. For this reason, betrayal was entirely unthinkable to him. All those favored by Hades received his fervent exhortation to remain devoted to a single chosen one, as he sought to inspire them through the unwavering loyalty that guided his own heart. To Caden, these arguments seemed both logical and compelling. The lifeless king went on to clarify that the demon king, as the sovereign of the demon realm, stood locked in conflict with the human world. The moment demanded uniting rival factions, each with clashing beliefs, into one steadfast and cohesive force. At times, forging powerful alliances demanded marrying several women simultaneously. The demon king once believed he had a firm grasp on his duties, yet emotions for the Asterix clouded his judgment and led him to a rash decision. Unbeknownst to him, Galatius harbored feelings that silently shaped the fate of them all. Despite Galatia's relentless demands for exile, each time was met with his unwavering refusal. No questions arose about how to set things right. The heartless king merely declared that there was but a single solution, and once more summoned the ghosts into his presence. News of the problem ignited a furious storm within Hades. He branded it blasphemy. Not even a year had slipped by since their wedding, yet already they were breaking the sacred rules he had laid down. Startled by Hades' wrath, Caden recoiled in fear. Tears streaming down her face, Galatia pleaded for Hades' forgiveness, her voice trembling as she admitted that her own selfishness had brought all this upon them. With desperation burning in her eyes, Galatia pleaded with Hades, insisting that only she deserved the wrath of the gods. It was her own selfishness, she confessed, that had unleashed this calamity. Tearfully, she admitted Zadon had spurned her, sealing her fate and severing any hope of reunion. Overwhelmed by anguish, Galatia begged Hades to take her away and end her torment. Hester interjects, her voice firm as she underscores Galatia's pivotal role, a beacon of hope for demons in the raging war against humanity. That's why her potential status as a concubine suddenly became a matter of crucial importance. A wave of uncertainty washed over Hades. Words seemed to desert him, leaving him fumbling and stammering for a response. Suddenly a woman emerged, the wife of Hades, summoned by the breathless king himself. Though she acknowledged her husband's love, his stubbornness and refusal to compromise stood out to her as undeniable flaws. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Hera was desperately overcompensating, driven by the looming shadows cast by Zeus and Poseidon. Their bickering echoed that of newlyweds, a detail Caden found utterly enchanting. The Earth Mother Goddess sympathized with the hardships they faced, yet at the same time, his wife too found it impossible to remain unmoved. Setting an example for the other gods mattered to her. A misstep now could ripple through their ranks, and that was something she refused to allow. The goddess's blessing forms a sacred bond between mortal and deity, a pact that demands the utmost reverence. To treat it lightly would betray and cheapen every oath ever sworn. To preserve the sanctity of a vow, breaking it demanded a sacrifice of truly equal value. Nothing less could balance the scales. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The Earth Mother Goddess fixed her gaze on Caden, suspicion flickering in her eyes. With a voice both gentle and commanding, she wondered aloud if he might be Zeus's son, for a divine aura seemed to emanate unmistakably from him. Sensing within him a gift bestowed by Hephaestus and another god, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. With a gentle smile, she mused that perhaps this could be an exception to the rule. With a flourish, Cadence Hephaestus presents a gift. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps just this once, she might grant the demon king an exception and allow him to keep concubines. She revealed that the sacred swords, forged by her husband Hades himself, contained the formidable power of 7 holy blades within each of them. Sedaine unveiled his sacred blade, its edge gleaming with divine authority, while Cadence's own sword bore the unmistakable mark of a weapon forged by the will of the gods. She agreed without hesitation, and Hydes, astonished, noticed that Dine already possessed 2 more blades just like the first. The revelation came. One of the swords was nothing more than a phantom, its true whereabouts shrouded in mystery until very recently. Zayden inquired whether Sterix possessed any swords. With a confident nod, she affirmed, then revealed one of her blades, broken, yet still clutched with pride. With unwavering conviction, Galatia declared that this sword stood as a symbol of loyalty to the Demon King, vowing never to abandon it under any circumstances. Bewildered by what they'd just heard, Platia and Caden turned to Zidane, seeking an explanation. Zidane paused, then revealed that the events in question had unfolded many centuries ago. Of the 7 sacred swords forged by the god of the underworld, 5 have found their way into the possession of the realm's most powerful demon clans. A fierce war exploded between these families, each battling ruthlessly for the coveted demon lord's throne. Aiden's ancestor emerged victorious from that fierce struggle. Gathering the swords of the vanquished clans, he broke each blade with his own hands, thus forging the legacy of the 4 heavenly kings. Now, realization dawned on Caden. This was the reason the fragments of those swords had been so carefully preserved through the ages. Perhaps, had fewer of these swords been forged, the land might have been spared the agony of this bloody war. Caden recalled the words of the Earth Mother Goddess, how she had subtly hinted at a deeper reason, a hidden purpose intricately bound to his very existence. In the distant past, the gods carved up the world among themselves. Zeus claimed dominion over the skies, Poseidon reigned across the seas, while Hades took command of the underworld's shadowy depths. The descendants of the gods settled comfortably into their newfound domains, yet Zeus hungered for more than just dominion over the heavens. Ambition blazing in his heart, he resolved to send his offspring, mortals, to lay claim to the realms beneath the earth, territories still guarded by Hades himself. Humanity had long been the conquerors of the skies, their ambitions igniting an endless war between Hades's demons and Zeus' valiant warriors, a conflict that raged through the ages. Hades lent his forge to the demons, crafting for them 7 sacred swords. When Caden challenged the legitimacy of the newly reforged Y7 blade, his doubts ignited a fierce dispute among the demons themselves. With calm conviction, Zidane explained that only a true holy sword could be forged through such trials, for each blade, after all, possesses a soul of its own. With unwavering devotion, Caden cherished his sword, unwilling to let it leave his side. Sedan observed that holy blades drew their true strength from fierce and desperate battles, their power forged in the crucible of combat. By devouring the memories and souls of the vanquished swords, the last surviving blade transforms into the most powerful of them all. The realization struck. The true holy sword had yet to be forged. Lady understood this with sudden, startling clarity. Anxiety gnawed at Caden, the thought that his sword might have to be destroyed by Zayden, a man who persistently refused to face him in battle, threatened to delay the birth of the true holy sword. Platy reproached Gase for weaving such a convoluted scheme. In response, Gase confessed that Hephaestus had devised a fresh plan, one intertwined with Zeus's descendants and the mysterious realm of divine art. Outmatched Tam. Festa bestowed his unique ability upon Caden. With a curious glint in his eye, Hades wondered aloud whether this newfound power would allow Caden to restore the shattered sacred swords. Awe swept through the crowd. Mother Earth herself seemed certain, Caden's power could do far more than simply restore the swords. In her eyes, it held the potential to elevate them into divine blades. Forging a single perfect blade would demand the sacrifice of 6 others. Yet, even with only 2 true sacred swords in hand, victory over humanity would be utterly assured. Doubt clouded Dea's mind. She could not trust the sincerity of the goddess's intentions. Yet the divine figure stood firm, insisting this was the only righteous path. If her husband could drive out Zeus's armies, not through hatred, but guided by justice, his triumph would shine as a true and extraordinary victory. Zedan found himself astounded by the hidden strength Cadence possessed. Aileron and the elves, no less astonished than the rest, embraced the chance to ease their burdens. The Mother Earth goddess assured them that true happiness, denied for millennia under Hades' rule, would now be freely and abundantly bestowed. Hades consented, vowing to include a special clause in the contract with Zedan should victory fall into his hands. When Hades inquired whether Caden could restore the swords, uncertainty flickered across Caden's face. Though a visitor from another world, he hesitated, unsure if aiding Hades in forging weapons against humanity was a path he wished to tread. Bitterness toward humankind did not taint his heart. Instead, an earnest desire lingered within him to leave behind a legacy of kindness. Despite ruling justly among the gods, Hades remained distant from Zeus, his isolation shaped by the very features that set him apart. Unleashing my swiftest gift to shatter Zeus's ambitions, now that would be a truly exhilarating spectacle. With irritation sharpening his voice, Caden retorted that Hephaestus was nothing like that at all. Guide's request stirred a tidal wave of emotions within Kate, awakening fully human feelings that welled up from deep inside her. Caden explained that Hephaestus, the god who delighted in creation, never intended his gift to become an instrument of destruction. It was meant to be a divine blessing. Destiny had called him to create, not to destroy. Still, if restoring the sacred swords holds the power to bring balance back to the world, then the attempt is surely worth making. Kate nodded her agreement, accepting the idea without hesitation. Zedan observed the uncertainty flickering across Caden's face as he hesitated to unleash the power of Hephaestus, clearly troubled by the potential consequences. With unwavering conviction, Zedan declared that a true sacred sword, forged by holy hands, would never bring harm to humanity. He pledged his own honor to stand as its personal guarantor. The girls leaned in, curiosity gleaming in their eyes, eager to hear Zedan's intentions. Calm and certain, Zedan revealed that the true holy sword possessed the power to shatter Zeus's protective barrier, the very shield cloaking the human stronghold. Renowned for banishing demons, his very presence inspired awe and fear. This clever maneuver promised to break the deadlock, paving the way for a surprise assault. Zedan had sworn an oath to shatter the political order of humankind. The royal family, devoted worshippers of Zeus, staunchly upheld human supremacy. Had Caden overthrown them, the human kingdom could have been dismantled, granting humans and demons equal standing at last. It caught his attention that some believed the sons of Zeus were forever weaving cunning intrigues behind the scenes. Yet his wife held a different belief. In matters such as these, even mighty Zeus possessed no authority without the consent of mortal kings. The decision ultimately rested with Zedan. The Earth Mother Goddess, gracious Galatea, bestowed her blessing upon their union with Hyde's approval. In return, Zedan offered his heartfelt gratitude. While Hydas cautioned against excessive leniency, he ultimately gave his approval. The holy sword of Zedan required but a single blow to achieve its purpose. With a second swing, tranquility would surely prevail. In gratitude, Hades bestowed a blessing upon Caden, ensuring the harvest would flourish more abundantly than ever before. With heartfelt gratitude for the peaceful life he had provided, they vanished into thin air the moment his blessing was bestowed. A shadow of doubt crossed Caden's mind as he wondered if the matter had truly been settled. Gathering everyone in one place, he urged them to unite and prepare for the mission entrusted to them by Zedan. Before long, Caden had restored both of the shattered swords to their former glory. Curiosity sparked. He asked about Zidon's strategy. Zidon revealed that the elf had shared crucial intelligence. A secret route led through the mountain straight into the castle. With this carefully guarded passage, the risk to their men could be kept to a bare minimum. As dawn broke, both Dawn and Hysterix expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Caden for his invaluable assistance. Asterix promised to deliver her report once victory was theirs. Preferring to sidestep formalities, Caden warmly invited her to visit whenever she wished. Though he insisted he felt fine, a shadow of doubt lingered as he questioned the necessity of summoning the god so often. The lifeless king clarified. The summons were not his own idea, but rather at Hades' persistent insistence. Bateman and Merlin bestowed upon them star-woven cloaks, masterfully crafted from Galatian anti-magic fabric, ensuring their protection against mystical threats. Tears shimmered in their eyes, longing for friends already tugging at their hearts. Galatia vowed to protect Damenkane and herself, though Damenkane, with a wry smile, doubted he'd ever need such a guardian. Dinner was already prepared, and Galactia waited in anticipation. Fascinated by Tom Katz's peculiar appearance and even stranger name, curiosity compelled her to try saying it aloud. She devoured him with ravenous hunger, leaving not a single crumb behind. With hope flickering in his heart, Pleiadian Caden silently wished for a favorable outcome. Several days slipped by. Furious and losing patience, the human king fumed over the revelation that his wife was, in truth, a man. His servants scurried to track down Saint Caden, but every attempt led only to indignant rebukes and sharp words, their helplessness fueling both his anger and their own frustration. News arrived on swift feet. Xaden was leading the vast army of the Demon King, already advancing from Broder's direction. The signal for the assault had finally sounded. The King of Men and his warriors stood frozen in astonishment. After all, their presence posed no irritation whatsoever to the demons. With a commanding voice, the king ordered his troops to ready themselves for an advance, yet the generals, previously dispatched with orders to track down Caden and Dispend, had already returned to their respective territories. Urging them to action, he insisted on assembling the troops without delay, determined to buy precious time. Trusting in the invincibility of the sacred barrier, the king felt certain that no force could ever breach this fortress of defense. Meanwhile, Asterisk and Galatia slipped unnoticed through the barrier, taking advantage of Xaden's distraction of the guards. News of the breakthrough raced to the king's ears, yet he flatly refused to believe a word of it. News of the barrier's breach, accomplished by a supernatural gift, sent the king into swift action. He commanded that the church be notified at once and demanded the immediate restoration of the ward. Yet this hope crumbled, for the ancient magical arts that once forged the barrier 1,000 years ago had long since faded into oblivion, lost to the mists of time. Fury consumed the king upon discovering the church's failure to safeguard the sacred knowledge. Suddenly, Zidane burst into the royal chambers. With commanding presence, he silenced the quarrel, and turning to the trembling king, urged him with unwavering determination to surrender. In the aftermath of the palace siege, the human kingdom dissolved into nothingness. Xaden's promise resonated through the halls. Safety and protection would extend to every resident, save for members of the royal family and the heads of the church. This extended even to beings from other realms, for while Xaden yearned for peace throughout the world, some simply could not accept that demons had triumphed over justice. In the days that followed, Caden offered fervent prayers to Hephaestus. Reflecting on his journey, gratitude filled his heart for every gift received. Above all, the aid of the mermaids, who had crafted exquisite seasonings and delectable flavorings just for him. Elves strive relentlessly, honing their craft with every passing day. With a touch of ingenuity, Caden crafted a modern Western-style toilet and now eagerly awaited the perfect moment to show off his creation to the Demon King. A contemplative silence settled over him as he wondered if his plan had truly succeeded. During his feedings, He devised spirited competitions for the wolves, turning each meal into a thrilling contest. With envious eyes, they would watch the very competition she had so often dreamed of. Lately, peculiar changes had woven their way into her mountain prison. The underground chambers mysteriously sprouted uncanny trees, their branches heavy with unfamiliar, otherworldly fruit. Enthralled, Caden recognized the underground labyrinth as a treasure trove of opportunity, a place where, under its varied conditions, crops could be cultivated with unmatched efficiency. A vision of transformation took root in his mind, an ambitious scheme to cultivate crops deep beneath the mountains. He christened this daring undertaking Project, turning the valley mountain dungeons into a garden greenhouse. Upon their visit, a bounty of edible fruits revealed itself, scattered all around. After sampling the fruit, Caden found himself thoroughly delighted by their flavor. Inspired, he suggested incorporating these fruits into their menu and storing them carefully so everyone could share them equally. Just as they were about to dig in, Caden's warning voice cut through the air, urging her to pause. Anyone tasked with monitoring crop yields or temperature levels is bound to encounter their fair share of challenges. Vale, who had always regarded himself as superior to the wolves, finally lost control. Later on, Poke and his friends revealed that Vale had suffered after eating bitter, unripe persimmons. Worse still, they hadn't even been properly prepared. From her misstep sprang a cascade of fresh culinary revelations, much to Caden's delight. Now, armed with these newfound creations, he relished the thought of surprising everyone, most of all, the Demon King himself. Lost in thought about Xaden, he suddenly noticed the man approaching, his face shadowed with concern. Curiosity flickered in Caden's eyes as he inquired about the recent events and the current state of his kingdom's people. Behind Xaden, a young woman caught Caden's eye, her presence quietly commanding attention amid the crowd. With a commanding tone, she declared that from this day forward, the privilege of watching over her would fall to none other than Caden. Rita Slit stood her ground with unwavering resolve. The lady gathered everyone together, determined to discuss the matter at hand. The group turned to Xaden, seeking answers about the unfolding events and the fate of their plan. Calmly, he explained that with the king's death, the humans' political system had begun to crumble. Yet thanks to Caden, that dilemma faded into the past. Now, a new curiosity took hold. Just who was this mysterious child? Irritated by their incessant whispering, Riyadh sternly commanded them to bow their heads before her, for daring to claim that their descendants should wear this as a badge of honor. With pride gleaming in her eyes, she boasts of being the unrivaled princess of the human kingdom. Yet her arrogance evaporated in an instant when Lady Wachter appeared before her, casting a shadow that made her feel utterly insignificant. Rita shrank back in an instant the moment Plady struck. With a cold command, Plady ordered her to listen carefully, and Rita obeyed without hesitation, her submission absolute. Plady explained that after the fall of the human kingdom, royal blood lost all significance. Now, Rita was just an ordinary person like everyone else. Stunned into silence, Rita found herself unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Pledy turned to Xaden, asking if he wished to keep her by his side. Without the slightest hesitation, he agreed. Caden Puzzle turned to Xaden with a heartfelt request. Xaden explained that Riti had nowhere to return to. She no longer had a place to call home. Though the king had fallen, his kingdom had yet to be fully conquered. The true test now lay ahead. Ruling over a land suddenly teeming with new subjects of diverse races would prove a daunting challenge. The old regime lingered on, not yet fully vanquished, so any information about the princess's whereabouts could quickly become a wellspring of grave danger. Pledy pointed out that abducting and marrying the princess could turn anyone into a king. This revelation shed new light on the situation for Caden, allowing him to grasp its full implications. With a piercing shout, she warned Rita Slit that only two paths remained: stay here or be cast down into the underworld. Her arrogance would be useless either way. The curtain had barely fallen on the show when, stung by Waken's stern reprimand, Rita could hold back her tears no longer and broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Rita wept bitterly, her voice trembling as she pleaded for death. The bitter truth that her princess was gone struck Pleady, prompting her to chastise Rita for her naivete. Gently, Caden urged Pleady to show more kindness, but she shot back, accusing him of being far too indulgent. Pleady demands to know why Idno values Rita's life more than the safety of all the demons. Disquiet weighed heavily on Sedanidnid, haunted by the vow made to the human king, a promise to safeguard his people, and especially his kin. As his final moments slipped away, the king entrusted Sedanidnid with the fate of his people, begging for their protection. True to his word, Sedanidnid honored this dying wish, standing as their steadfast guardian. At the lady's inquiry about his thoughts, Caden nodded in agreement, assuring her he would take care of Rita. With genuine remorse, Sedan offered his apologies, yet Caden reassured him with calm certainty that everything was just fine. With a warm smile, Caden stepped up to Rita and greeted her warmly. With a gentle touch, Rita slipped her hand into his, placing her trust in the warmth of his care. With a dramatic snap, Pleady slapped the newspaper shut, startling Rita out of her thoughts. Letting out a weary sigh, she muttered that she worked just as hard as she ate, pouring significant effort into every bit of preparation. Dressed now in simple attire, Rita stepped out onto the fields, ready for her first lesson in farm work. Her lack of experience in manual labor was well known, so she was entrusted with straightforward tasks, such as weeding and inspecting the health of the crops. Introducing Cuba as their guide, he sparked a flicker of fear in Rita's eyes. She recoiled, unsettled by his presence. Pleady's sudden return once again left Rita stunned. With a stern voice, Pleady commanded her to stop acting this way. After all, goblins were their allies. Pleady reminded everyone that their allies included more than just monsters. A deposed princess, a cunning thief, a notorious prisoner, a fierce dragon, and even an undead king, who had become a frequent and rather peculiar guest, had all joined their cause. A gentle suggestion from her urged Rita to grasp just how small and insignificant she truly was in the vastness of this world. Having embraced her new reality, Rita set to work weeding the field. Watching her, Caden couldn't help but feel a surge of empathy. Her fate echoed the hardships he himself had endured. Yet Pleady insisted. Before she could work there, her pride had to be physically broken. The reasoning behind Pleady's actions dawned on Caden. That's why Caden chose not to interfere, instead cheering Rita on, urging her to give it everything she had. In the end, although dissatisfaction lingered, Rita accepted the hard truth. Survival would demand relentless effort and unwavering determination. Caden suggested she wash her hands and take a moment to rest. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she glanced at the bread he offered. The moment the bread touched her lips, astonishment swept over her. Its exquisite flavor surpassed anything she had ever tasted, even within the lavish halls of the royal palace. As the meal unfolded, Rita found herself unexpectedly realizing that even common folk had much to teach her. The weight of her words suddenly hit Rita, and tension coiled through her, bracing her for the sting of disapproval. Instead, Caden's approving smile met her anxiety, a quiet sign of his admiration for the way she embraced her new life. Besides, a sense of duty pressed upon him. Honoring the human king's request was a responsibility he could not ignore. Curiosity flickered in Rita's eyes as she wondered aloud if this place might be some kind of prison colony. At her words, Caden paused, lost in thought for a brief moment. A moment later, he remarked that it was better for her not to know. Rita didn't press further, realizing that sometimes it's wiser to hold back and leave some questions unasked. The thought of escape never even crossed her mind. Should she be ordered to work, she would embrace the task without hesitation, for that was her very purpose. Torn from her homeland and stripped of her freedom, she refused to surrender to despair. Instead, she chose to keep moving forward. Lost in thought, Caden pondered whether hope truly possessed such extraordinary power. At that moment, Rita confessed. The figure she spoke of was none other than St. Caden himself. Stunned into silence, he stood frozen, wordlessly absorbing every detail as she recounted her story. Determined to find St. Caden, her father, she clung to the hope that, if he learned of the looming peril threatening humanity, he would rush to her rescue and vanquish the demons without hesitation. Caden found himself unsettled by her misconceptions, feeling a growing urge to warn the others. Batum arrived with news. Pletty had asked her to sew clothes for the newcomer. Curious, she wondered aloud if Caden happened to know where Pletty could be found at the moment. It's worth noting that Rita was the one who reached out to Saint. Panic seized Caden as dread gnawed at him. What if Rita uncovered his true identity? A misunderstanding led her to believe his name was Saint. A wave of relief washed over Kate as her ignorance became apparent. At last, he allowed himself to relax. Before long, Rita Slit stormed into view, tears streaming down her face as she hurled curses and bitter accusations. With heartfelt desperation, she pleaded with Zeus and the holy Caden to spare humanity, her every word steeped in a yearning to reclaim her own humanity. Hades reappeared, prompting Zadin to apologize for disturbing Caden. He couldn't help but wonder if it might be wiser to address Hades directly. With a nod of gratitude, Hades expressed his thanks to the soulless king for summoning him. Purdoracle. He declared that Zidane had not destroyed the bloodline of Zeus, but rather their homeland, devastating the land itself, not its people. Hades seeks to rule the earth alongside humanity, hoping this alliance will spare both gods and mortals from any more bloodshed. With solemnity, he proclaims Zidane, the very first demon king, to ever seize full dominion over these lands, bestowing upon him the title of the most powerful demon king in all of history. Overwhelmed by such immense honor, emotion welled up within, and tears glistened in his eyes. Suddenly, Caden spotted Platty's brother, GK, standing nearby. Admitting the rumors swirling around his sister had drawn him here, GK watched as Hades regarded him with surprise and asked if he was truly the famed merman prince. Casting a wary glance at God's presence, GK shared his father's news. At last, the demons had resolved their land dispute. Hope flickered in his eyes as he longed to celebrate this momentous event alongside the future Demon King. To Prince Eritan, the Demon King was not only a close confidant, but also a figure of age and wisdom. Yet, despite his years, this remarkable ruler had brought the war with the human kingdom to an end, a feat so monumental that Eritan doubted he could ever match it, even if he followed in the Demon King's very footsteps. With a firm voice, he expressed his disagreement, yet took a moment to highlight Eridan's kindness and innate leadership, qualities he believed would make him the perfect ruler for the neighboring kingdom of Rermek. With great ceremony, Hades honored their achievements, proclaiming a grand banquet to be held for all in celebration. Caden stepped forward with a bold proposal to prepare a divine offering himself and present the sacred dish directly to Zidane. With keen eyes, Princess Eridana studied the impassive king, her curiosity burning brightly and impossible to conceal. In no time, the dish was complete. Caden unveiled a vibrant spring creation, tender bamboo shoots mingled with rice, a culinary tribute to the gods, symbolizing the renewal of heaven and earth. A suggestion arose from him for Ada to try using chopsticks. Hades savored each bite, relishing the exquisite flavors on his tongue. Declared rice with tender bamboo shoots to be the food of the gods, so exquisite was its divine flavor. Astonishment rendered Caden speechless as Vale appeared out of nowhere, launching into a tirade against the guides for feasting on her precious harvest. Undeterred, Geddes boldly proclaimed that rice with bamboo shoots was a true delicacy for all to savor, decreeing that everyone on earth should experience this marvel. At the same time, he urged everyone to express gratitude to the earth for its abundance, its generous harvests of rice and bamboo. Caden, witnessing such enthusiastic praise, could not help but be delighted. A suggestion will arise to complement the evening meal with beer, promising to make the festive feast all the more delightful. Confusion clouded the minds of GK and Zeden. They had no idea what the mysterious concoction was. Later, curiosity gave way to understanding when they learned it was Caden's own homemade alcoholic brew. Intrigued, Hades asked for a taste, prompting Caden to offer him a cup of Japanese sake, a unique spirit unlike anything found in the worlds of his past. Sampling the beer, Hades found its strength overwhelming, the potency of the brew almost too much to bear. Yet, he declared it a drink fit for the gods themselves. The Heartless King noted a remarkable benefit, pairing detoxifying drinks with divinely acclaimed dishes, like the fabled Cadence Meal Restoration, renowned for bolstering both physical and magical strength, produced extraordinary results. A deep urge compelled Hades to share this revelation with Demeter. With unwavering resolve, she appealed to the Heartless King, entreating him to summon her. With a hollow voice, the lifeless king uttered an ancient incantation, summoning Demeter forth from the shadows. Yet, by a twist of fate, he inadvertently summoned not only Demeter, but Poseidon and his consort as well. Confusion washed over Gadai at the sight of them standing there. With his wife by his side, Poseidon brimmed with excitement upon meeting Caden, a figure whose extraordinary talents had sparked legends even among the gods themselves. A surge of honor washed over Caden, inspiring him to ask Pleiadi for assistance in preparing the divine feast. The gods watched in awe, while Princess Rita, observing from the shadows, pondered the true reason behind this fateful encounter. The moment they finished reading, an explosion of excitement swept through everyone present. A curious tension filled the air as everyone wondered, why was Zeus absent, even though the goddesses of earth and sea graced the gathering? With unwavering determination, she implored Hades to inform Zeus of humanity's suffering, utterly convinced that warmth alone held the key to their salvation. The gods merely chuckled, remarking that Zeus's self-absorption rendered him blind to the true gravity of the situation. A warning hung in the air. Should Zeus ever discover this hidden sanctuary, he might well proclaim it his own sacred dwelling. Realization dawned upon Rita that summoning Zeus was impossible, and in that moment, the god's immense power and grandeur became all the more awe-inspiring to her. Consumed by fury and despair, tears streaming down her face, she bolted away, crying out the name of Saint Caden. Caden suggested everyone give Rita some space, allowing her a moment to herself. The sudden arrival of human princesses left the gods bewildered and on edge, their nerves fraying at the thought that they might accidentally reveal Zeus's secrets. With a calm authority, Pleiadi reassured everyone that Rita posed no danger, emphasizing that the girl simply needed to venture beyond the comforting walls of her familiar castle and discover the world that awaited her. Raised amid overwhelming luxury, Rid developed an air of superiority that would inevitably cause her trouble down the road. Caden respected her efforts, inspired by unwavering faith in Saint Caden, yet he knew a conversation was necessary, a chance to guide her toward discovering her own path in life. The gods endorsed Cadena's intentions, yet cautioned her not to provoke Zeus's ire. Hades insisted on keeping this paradise hidden from Zeus to prevent turmoil, vowing to stand against him should the secret ever come to light. With the certainty that even the gods themselves are guiding his hand at the bowling alley, Caden strides forward with unshakable resolve. The feast pressed on, with Gis and the other gods, giddy from joy and the flowing wine, deciding to shower the revelers with their divine blessings. Hades bestowed a year overflowing with bountiful harvests and abundant catches from the sea, while their wives offered heartfelt blessings of health to all. Joy and tranquility settled into every heart, filling the people with serene happiness. Once the gods vanished from this world, in a sudden flash of insight, Pleiadi discovered that a brand new recipe for a magical elixir had revealed itself to her. A surge of newfound energy swept through the others as well, and it became clear to Caden that the blessings had amplified everyone's abilities. Watching everyone bask in the joy of the blessing, a genuine sense of satisfaction blossoms within him, and an earnest wish takes root in his heart, for Rita to experience this happiness as well. Plenty noted that while the pursuit of happiness is admirable, Ritu should be spared from excessive coddling. In contrast, Vale believed that serving up delicious meals was the finest way to show true care. While setting out the dishes, an unexpected realization struck them. Their own meal had yet to arrive. Vale, anxiously awaiting his meal, received a sharp rebuke from Plady for his earlier gluttony. His languid demeanor only succeeded in further aggravating her irritation. Kate observed their quarrel unfold, quietly noting to herself that food was nothing less than essential for survival. Meanwhile, Reed pondered deeply, turning over God's words about Zeus in his mind. In an effort to lift her spirits, Caden encouraged her to tend her own field. He guided her to a plot where she could plant anything her heart desired, assuring her that every bit of the harvest would belong solely to her. Firmly believing in the nourishing power of homegrown vegetables, he was certain that tending her own garden would nurture her spirit and fortify both body and soul. Rita, with her deep affection for beans, chose them without hesitation as the first seeds to plant. With an encouraging nod, Caden urged Rita to ask any questions she had, yet made it clear that tending the garden bed was her own responsibility. Judging by her confident demeanor, it appeared she would manage the task without much trouble. With unwavering confidence, she declared her intention to reunite the human kingdom under her own rule. This ambition stood in stark contrast to Caden's plans, yet he chose to let her follow her own path. One morning they set out for the fields, ready to tackle the stubborn weeds that threatened their crops. In fields enriched with hyperfish fertilizer, weeds shot up with astonishing speed. Yet, managing the fertilizer, weeds, and crops had become far easier than before. Yet, just as the work was about to begin, an unexpected sight caught their eyes. The fields lay perfectly harvested, with every weed neatly piled nearby. The discovery left Caden thoroughly astonished. A nagging suspicion crept into Caden's mind that someone was behind this, yet a quick search on Google revealed nothing. No one on the farm seemed to have any clue about it. Approaching Rita Slit, Caden inquired about the matter, but she firmly insisted she hadn't left the boundaries of her own plot. With a thoughtful tone, she speculated that perhaps some unfamiliar farmers had come by to do the weeding. An uneasy tension hung in the air. Still clinging to optimism, Caden made light of the situation, cracking jokes about the kind-hearted thief who not only stole but thoughtfully weeded the garden as he went. Despite his attempt at humor, the heavy mood refused to lift. As the farm's proprietor, suspicion gnawed at him until he resolved to patrol the grounds through the night, convinced that something mysterious always transpired under the cover of darkness. Kubo was also in attendance, and while Caden would have preferred Rita to keep her distance, she insisted on being involved, firmly believing it was her right as the landowner. Scanning the surroundings with a keen eye, Caden caught a suspicious movement and, with a swift hand gesture, commanded everyone to fall silent. Suddenly, heads burst forth from beneath the earth. A chilling thought struck Caden. A fleeting fear of zombies crept into his mind. Widespread panic swelled as enemies gathered in daunting numbers, compelling Caden to consider swift action. However, Kubal counseled patience, urging him to hold back a little longer. Before them stood a resilient fairy, her smile warm and inviting. The Fae introduced themselves as earth spirits, devoted servants of the Pavis, whose very purpose was to safeguard the well-being of the natural world, for their own fate was intimately entwined with that of nature itself. Spirits infused with a bony essence usually merge seamlessly with the mana, rendered invisible and intangible, yet these stood apart from the rest. The blessing of Hades, fused with his power and the raw energy of Mother Earth, granted them the ability to manifest in physical form and greatly amplify their abilities. With heartfelt gratitude for Caden's diligent work on the land, they eagerly expressed their wish to repay him. Now that the spirits had taken on physical form, they offered him their assistance. Caden nodded in understanding, Yet curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered aloud why their work unfolded beneath the veil of night. The spirits explained with a hint of pride that darkness cloaked their actions, allowing them to move unseen, an age-old tradition among their kind. Recognizing that no options remained, Clute came forward, openly offering his aid and asking how they might be of assistance. After reading the decree compelling them to serve her, he awaited her command. Once again, Cadence resurfaced, his sudden arrival sending ripples of surprise through the room. The ladies listened intently, suspicion flickering in their eyes as they questioned the nature of Cadence's schemes. Kubo stepped forward, calmly explaining that fulfilling various errands was their duty, and expressed hope that Cadence would soon assign the spirits new tasks. Eager and desperate, the spirits pleaded earnestly to be given work. Weighing their options, Caden and Lady exchanged thoughts on what to do next. Across from them, a distraught Rita clung to the hope that the spirits would remain by her side. Sensing the tension, Lady inquired if Caden required assistance with any other matter. An idea had begun to take shape in Caden's mind, yet uncertainty lingered. Was it truly wise to involve the spirits in this plan? Assurance radiated from them as they declared their readiness for any task. Intrigued, he welcomed them into his home and, without delay, entrusted them with the household chores, instructing them to begin that very day. Dissatisfaction clouded Alina's face, anxiety whispering that her workload might soon dwindle. Caden, sensing her concern, revealed that plans for a new building were underway, and admitted that this was the reason behind his earlier lie. Hoping to ease her worries, he assured Alina her burdens would lighten and entrusted her with the important task of watching over the spirits. Enchanted by their charm, Alina eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Tammy suggested they sew clothes for the spirits, perhaps tiny, handcrafted costumes. Rather than extravagant costumes, Caden always favored functional work attire for the spirits. Once everyone settled into their new roles, tasks unfolded with remarkable speed and harmony, a sight that filled him with genuine satisfaction. Energized by excitement, Sadan dove into a brand new project, crafting a bat house tailored especially for Caden Long. Lady Curious inquired about the mysterious Bat Hut, prompting Caden to explain its true purpose, a sanctuary for cleansing and renewal. The revelation caught her somewhat off guard. Caden went on to clarify, the hut serves to restore the energies of those worn out by grueling toil, offering them a fresh surge of vitality, almost like granting a second wind. The women, wearied by their daily struggles, saw this as a true ordeal. Hayden offered heartfelt thanks to everyone for their unwavering support. It was only through their collective determination that everything came to fruition. As Rita Slit surveyed her surroundings, her thoughts drifted to the life she led within the palace walls. With uplifting words, Kate encouraged her, urging Rita to eagerly anticipate the promise of a new life. In Kate's eyes, this unexpected twist of fate held the potential to fill Rita's heart with genuine happiness. Inspired by such hope, Rita's spirit brimmed with gentle gratitude as she gazed toward the future alongside her enchanting companions. While Zeus languished in boredom, Hermes, the god of wisdom, glided closer, bearing news too urgent to ignore. Frustration etched on his face, Zeus masked his disinterest with feigned busyness, insisting that only tidings of real significance be shared, or else he would unleash a scene of divine proportions. With solemn gravity, Hermes announced the devastating defeat of the human kingdom. Rather than wiping humanity out, the victorious demons spared their foes, choosing exile over total destruction. An enraged Zeus stood thunderstruck by humanity's refusal to fight to the bitter end, a revelation so staggering it left even the heralds of the gods in astonishment. When questioned about whether aid should be sent, Zeus flatly refused, his decision unyielding. Suspicion lingered in the air, a gnawing doubt that Hades had deceived them, secretly aiding the demons behind their backs. No one dared to risk their life for Zeus's feudal cause. Infuriated, He accused Hermes of cruelty and threatened to erupt in a fit of rage. Yet Hermes remained unshaken. Pondering humanity's defeat, suspicion crept in. An otherworldly visitor had meddled in the affair. This figure, hailed as a saint, possessed the gift of Hephaestus and possessed the power to halt the battle in its tracks. Anxious that Zeus might uncover the truth and plunge everyone into chaos, Hermes knew the existence of the Holy One had to remain shrouded in secrecy. Safeguarding both the saint and Hephaestus became a sacred duty for the gods, indispensable for preserving peace among their ranks. Worry gnawed at Hephaestus, plagued by the thought that Zeus's arrogance, his unshakable belief in reigning over all existence and claiming every virtue, would never subside. No power seemed capable of reining him in. Though the loss of human lands hadn't touched him directly, the very thought of it gnawed at his nerves. The flames of destruction within him burned even hotter, fueled by this provocation. Denied the chance to rule this land, he harbored a fierce determination to annihilate it entirely. Such was the terrible design of Zeus. Meanwhile, back at Caden Rita's farm, Slit received a sharp reprimand for his maddening slowness. An intense longing burned within her to master the art of cultivating sorghum. Arriving with a handful of sprouts, Caden explained that, with her careful nurturing, these tiny shoots would soon blossom into lush, succulent sorghum. Emphasizing her pivotal role, he declared that only through her unwavering dedication could these sprouts push through the earth and flourish into lush, vibrant sorghum. Eager anticipation filled Rita as she poured her heart and soul into nurturing the sorghum, striving to see it flourish under her care. Caden warned that cultivating sorghum demands a host of intricate techniques and could easily turn into a true test of skill and perseverance. The advisor suggested envisioning the taste of sorghum, a trick to keep one's spirits high and motivation burning. Even if it meant rethinking my own beliefs? An unexpected "thank you" caught Kate completely off guard, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Caden reacted as if the ground beneath him had started to shake from an earthquake. Struggling to maintain his composure, Caden waited patiently as the wave of unease slowly ebbed away. Earthquakes were a rarity in these parts, leaving Caden uncertain whether this area was truly prone to such tremors. Once the chaos subsided, a gaping hole appeared in Rita's field. Startled, Caden wondered aloud if some kind of subterranean monster, perhaps something like a giant mole, could be lurking beneath the earth. He warned Rita to keep her distance for her own safety. Fear flickered in Rita's eyes as she glanced at the monsters, her voice trembling when she asked how Kate managed to remain so composed. With a gentle smile, Kate promised to protect her no matter what happened, offering words of comfort that steadied her racing heart. Something suddenly emerged from the opening. Before us stood not a mole, but a winged being, bearing a striking resemblance to a human. The bewildering spectacle left Red uncertain. Was that truly a mole? Yet Caden pointed out how the creature, soaring skyward, bore a far greater likeness to a dragon. The figure shouted out cryptic words, their meaning utterly lost on Caden. Muttering something unintelligible, she suddenly halted her wings mid-flight. Her attempt, much like a Harris's before her, ended in failure. Eyes squeezed shut, she tumbled to the ground. Fear swept over them, suspecting she might have slipped away forever. Yet the faintest whisper of breath and the chill of her skin whispered of a fragile life still lingering. Kugo arrived and, with utmost care, carried her into the garage beside the house. With a keen eye, Rufus examined her closely, quickly realizing that her symptoms were unlike any illness he had ever encountered. She didn't fit into any familiar category, not human, not demon, nor mermaid, or any related subspecies. To their utter astonishment, Platy remarked that aiding her would prove difficult without knowing her true form. Gara Rufus suggested fortifying her body with hearty meals, since no better ideas came to mind. Kugo presented natto, a dish renowned for its exceptional nutrition and potent healing properties, though notoriously challenging to stomach. Left with little choice, he issued his instructions. Gobo ordered Kiji to open her mouth so he could feed her natto himself. Gently prying her mouth open, he watched as she started to chew, each movement slow and deliberate. Clinging to hope for her recovery, he watched over her intently, until, quite suddenly, her eyes flew open and she began to behave in the strangest manner. In an instant, she initiated a self-diagnostic, announcing the complete restoration of all systems. Under her breath, she murmured something about patching up a human and switching into combat mode. Stirring a wave of astonishment among everyone present, she dropped gracefully to one knee before Caden and proclaimed that he alone had saved her from collapse. Introducing herself as Kara, the punishment for the angel hawk and blade incarnate of the heaven's will, she stood draped in mystery, her memories stolen by amnesia, leaving only hazy fragments out of reach. Much to Caden's astonishment, she declared him her new master, vowing unwavering loyalty and a willingness to lay down her life for his sake, as if she were a devoted blade forged solely for his protection. His confusion evident, Caden hastily recalled. Failing memories, she attributed to the relentless march of age. The lifeless king emerged, and with his arrival, Caden clung to the hope that this mysterious figure might finally offer some semblance of an answer. When Caden inquired about the angel, the lifeless king admitted that, despite a millennium spent wandering the world, he had never heard a single whisper about angels. With despair in her voice, Pletty cried out that even their last shred of hope had proven powerless. Now, all they could do was offer whatever help they still could muster. The soulless king proposed yet another solution. He summoned Hades once more. Anticipating a delicious meal, Caden was instead met with a mere question, an unexpected turn that left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Curiosity sparked within Caden as he wondered whether Hades had already known of the angel before their very first encounter. A terrified scream erupted from the gates, as though a monstrous horror had appeared. Panic swept over everyone in an instant. They had been certain all the angels were long gone. Hades praised Caden for his timely warning, remarking that, thanks to his vigilance, the world narrowly escaped utter destruction. According to him, angels of this kind serve as Zeus's elite heralds, dispatched to conquer new worlds. Among mortals, they are known as the destroyers of worlds. Endowed with unimaginable power, strength unattainable by any other being, these angels have ignited chaos and set entire realms ablaze at Zeus's command. To Pletty and Caden, Zeus's actions seemed utterly senseless. Curiosity sparkled in their eyes as they wondered aloud what happened next. Hades began recounting the tale of how the gods, united with the very first dragon, joined forces to eradicate the angels and save the world from ruin. The aftermath of that battle proved catastrophic. Poseidon and Hades confronted Zeus in the heavens, unleashing a torrent of reproach upon him. Yet Zeus stubbornly refused to relinquish his hold on the earth. He remained determined to rule over it through humanity, even though the land itself paid homage to his power. Reed found himself increasingly irritated by the angel's actions. The timing of its arrival, right as humanity suffered defeat at the hands of the demons, reeked of suspicion, as if every move had been meticulously choreographed ever since mankind miraculously escaped annihilation 4,000 years ago. Gaius commended Caden for managing to track down the angel, even though she had appeared so suddenly on his territory. Curiosity sparked in Rita Slide, and she wondered aloud what fate now awaited the celestial visitor. Hades warned that the angel's devastating power must never be left unchecked. As the deity sovereign over this land, the duty to obliterate it weighed upon him, a necessary sacrifice to shield his own world. A disquiet stirred within Caden at the thought of erasing her from existence. She seemed kind-hearted, and so he pleaded for an alternative solution. Hyde acknowledged his sympathy yet remained adamant. To him, she was nothing more than a soulless weapon. The entire clan raced toward Gak, a wave of anxiety surging through their ranks. With passionate conviction, he argued that regardless of her past, she possessed the power to change. In this place, redemption was within reach for any race. Lady wondered whether Rita saw in this a reflection of her own past and of the angel she once was. There was a time when she had been asked to sacrifice her life for the world's sake. But now, with deep appreciation for Rita's compassion, Caden sought to honor that sacrifice. He stepped forward, turning to Hades, and earnestly requested guardianship over the angel. At first, skepticism colored Hades's thoughts, but the earnest plea struck a chord deep within him, leaving him both amazed and intrigued. With a spark of curiosity, Caden invited Hydes to sample a new dish. Intrigued and trusting in the saintly Caden's care, Hydes allowed herself to be looked after, her interest piqued by his gentle offer. With enthusiasm sparkling in his eyes, Caden eagerly shouldered the responsibility. Without delay, he reached out to Hermes, asking if he was currently with Zeus. Caden instructed Hermes to stay exactly where he was, while Caden himself set out to find Poseidon, the other gods, and Giger, for Caden's own plans. Eager anticipation for a new dish glimmered in Hades's eyes as he offered a polite farewell and slipped out the door. With gentle curiosity, the angel inquired about what destiny held in store for her. With quiet determination, Kate announced her decision to stay and make a home with them. An overwhelming sense of joy filled Rita Slit at the thought of staying by her side. Bowing his head in apology for having acted alone, Caden braced himself for reproach. Instead, Pleiade offered a gentle smile, standing firmly by his decision. The transformation in the princess since the angel's arrival had not gone unnoticed, and she marveled at just how profoundly she had changed. With a warm smile, she introduced herself, assuring everyone there was no need for nerves. Questions were welcome. After all, her longer stay on the farm meant she could offer guidance and insight to newcomers. With an abrupt gesture, the angel silenced Rita and directed her attention back to Caden. Curiosity sparked in Rita's eyes as she asked whether the mysterious substance that had revived her after her exhaustion was truly an elixir. Astonishment flickered across Caden's face as he realized the being before him was not a Bakubo at all. With calm certainty, the angel explained that without Nada, she would simply cease to exist. Deep in concentration, she weighed every virtue of the drink. As Caden listed Nada's strengths, a thought flickered. Perhaps his unique brewing skills only amplified the drink's remarkable qualities. Once she had meticulously outlined Nada's properties, the girl eagerly implored Caden to entrust her with a vital mission, to stand guard over this precious asset. Downplaying the challenge of synthesizing Nado, he claimed it was a simple task. In response, she sternly warned him not to make light of such matters. Then, Caden caught her off guard with an unexpected suggestion. He invited her to try creating the substance herself. Amazement flickered in her eyes as she pondered the irony. A destructive weapon like herself could actually craft something meant to save lives. At first, the angel Haru meticulously examined the soil, searching for any sign of trouble, wondering if it needed enrichment or a careful repair. With meticulous care, Harvest examined the earth and uncovered a hidden underground water vein. Realization dawned on Caden. By digging a well here, tending the fields would soon become much less arduous. Excitement sparked in his eyes as the possibilities unfolded before him. After a moment's consideration, Rita agreed to shift her plot a little. Eager to join Haru in the well digging, she longed to work by his side as soon as possible, her determination shining through her every gesture. With swift determination, Haru activated Nana's cannon. A powerful plasma beam began to take shape, crackling with raw, untamed energy. Taking careful aim at an underground water vein, she fired, her shot breaking through and forging a connection with the surface above. Upon examining the water, they discovered it was steaming hot. To their astonishment, they had stumbled upon a natural hot spring. Soon they will arrive, demanding answers and seeking the culprit behind all of this. In his hour of need, Caden turned to Vale, seeking his support. Recognizing a dragon flying over valley, Garum turned anxiously and asked if she should open fire with the cannon. Caden explained that Vale was their ally, yet right then, consumed by a surge of fury, Vale began to transform. While Caden and Goblin assembled a makeshift bathing system, the teenagers busied themselves crafting pipes for a homemade bow. The moment every connection clicked into place, the system roared to life in flawless harmony. A joyful exclamation burst from Caden, his gratitude overflowing for the already equipped bathroom and the functional plumbing. The thought of a genuine onsen had never even crossed his mind, so the very notion brought him immense relief. Pleddy recog. While the others could only daydream about a bite to eat, Lady granted Kate the first taste of a true luxury, a soothing bath. Yet a longing stirred within him, wishing that everyone could indulge in such comfort all at once. Kate suggested settling the argument with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Offended and feeling left out, Vale bristled in protest, refusing to let those who hadn't lifted a finger reap the rewards without acknowledging her hard work. Rita Slit, meanwhile, firmly reminded everyone that the hot spring existed only because she had given up her land in the first place. It was the horrors faced that ultimately led to this revelation. Uncertainty gnawed at Vale as suspicions about the true nature of the nightmare grew, and discontent simmered within him over the ever-increasing number of residents. In a quiet moment, Caden revealed that the creature's real name was Hawksbane, an angel hiding behind the mask of terror. A hint of wounded pride lingered just beneath the surface. The memory of angels nearly wiping out her ancestors haunted her thoughts. Under the open sky, they will challenge Haru to a duel, yet Haru will calmly declare that he no longer seeks to fight. With a skeptical gaze, Vale questioned whether Haru was nothing more than a mere weapon. Horror demonstrated undeniable proof. She truly was a living weapon. She pointed out that she was no longer an angel in the literal sense, but rather a reborn being who had left her past far behind. Garu's role now stretches far beyond that of mere creator and guardian. This veil shrouding him grows ever more mysterious. Once Caden laid everything out, their demand rang clear and uncompromising. They insisted that the horror keep its distance for good. At the mere mention of natto, a flicker of worry crossed her face, momentarily overshadowing her hearty appetite. After the meal, unease tugged at Caden's thoughts, his mind drifting anxiously to Vale and Haruko, close at hand. Despite his unease, Caden clung to the hope that a visit to the bathhouse might ease the tension, offering both Vale and Haruko an opportunity to truly connect and understand one another. With a note of anxiety in her voice, Rita announced that Playtie was still lingering in the bathroom. Intrigued, Caden stepped closer, catching sight of Playtie plunging carelessly into the water without a second thought. Shielding his eyes with a hand, Caden asked if she was all right. Meanwhile, Playtie remembered how exquisitely delightful the sensation had been, far too wonderful to simply walk away from. Relief washed over Caden when he realized relaxation was all that was required. Playtie's confidence sparked curiosity in the other girls, encouraging them to try the bath and urging her to hurry. Suddenly, chaos reigned in the bathroom. Everyone clamored for a turn, rushing to be the first to sink into the water. The tranquil retreat quickly devolved into a lively commotion, stripping the room of any hint of serenity. Faced with the girls' plea to enlarge the bath, Caden saw how much trouble the current tub was causing. Inspired, he resolved to transform it completely, turning their humble bath into a genuine oasis of relaxation. Formulating a plan that required the formidable powers of Vale and Horus, he sought out their aid without hesitation. Haru immediately agreed to lend a hand. At first, Vale resisted the idea of working alongside Haru, but in the end he accepted the offer, seeking a bit of peace. The other girls eagerly offered their assistance as well, leaving Caden thoroughly impressed. Their solidarity struck a chord within him, reinforcing his belief that true strength was born from unity. Only by working together, regardless of personal motives, could they hope to achieve their shared goal. Skilled elves crafted delicate pipes, while the industrious goblins tended the fields and lent their help wherever it was needed. While the spirits tidied up the dwelling, the orcs set about constructing a grand bathhouse. Once everyone had been assigned their own part to play, the grand bathhouse project burst into motion. Constructing a grand bathhouse demanded a spacious plot of land. To preserve valuable farmland, the ideal location had to be flat and set a bit apart from the cultivated fields. Horror pointed out a spot, having first ensured the ground was solid and that a powerful underground aquifer surged below, perfect for the plans they had in mind. Perched high above the land, this elevated terrain offered a breathtaking panorama of the ocean, making it the perfect spot to build a bathhouse. Vale warned them with urgency. This place lay perilously close to the immense dungeon of the late king, a sanctum they must not, under any circumstances, disturb or harm. The lifeless king emerged before them, a chilling testament that even royalty cannot escape the peril of death. The space-time distortions unleashed by humanity proved to be remarkably resilient. With chilling detachment, the soulless king revealed that his prison cave existed within a warped subspace, far removed from the mere depths beneath the earth. No matter how deep anyone might dig, their efforts would never reach its concealed confines. Vela's main concern wasn't about making contact, but rather whether he would agree to allow his land to be used for building the bathhouse, and on that matter, he gave his wholehearted consent. In gratitude, Caden warmly thanked him and extended an invitation to visit the bathhouse once it was finished. With the decision made, Vale transformed into a dragon and soared toward home to gather the materials they needed. As Caden prepared the construction site, a squad of orcs marched in to lay the foundation and install the pipes. Meanwhile, the elves set to work on the plastering, their nimble hands readying the walls in anticipation of Vale's return. To handle delicate and intricate tasks, Caden placed his trust in the nimble hands of the goblins. Through the united efforts of the goblins, a grand and sprawling bathhouse rose up in this place. The place struck the lifeless king with its sheer peculiarity, while for Caden, it became the very embodiment of a perfect hideout for troublemakers. And finally, the blade of nightmares rises high, casting its chilling shadow over all. With a swift motion, her dragon-slaying sword is raised high, its blade gleaming with relentless purpose. The Godslayer's sword sliced effortlessly into the earth itself. Awe flickered across Kadena's face, while uneasy glances from Vela darted toward Haru's weapon. Yet Haru calmly explained. She had only dug another pit, much like the ones she'd made in the radish fields before, thereby completing the ritual bath. The bathhouse welcomed them with breathtaking vistas of the endless ocean beyond. The lifeless king marveled at the exquisite design of the bathhouse, his fascination evident in every measured glance. Immersed in the steaming bath, the lifeless king felt revitalizing warmth seep into his every limb. Waves of strength coursed through him, and even his wolfish, tailed form seemed utterly content, basking in the soothing embrace of hot water. The sound of girls' voices tipped them off. The others must be enjoying their own bath as well. Plady, utterly enchanted by this new experience, eagerly studied the inscription outlining the bathhouse etiquette for newcomers. Meanwhile, Vale plunged straight into the water, skipping the customary rinse without a second thought. Rita and Plady scolded her for leaping into the water and sending a spray of droplets flying all around. The mystical power of the bats transforms the mermaids back into their true forms. Anticipating such an outcome, the Plavdi had brought along a potion capable of restoring one's human form. The mermaids expressed heartfelt gratitude for such a chance, though unease lingered within them, for they remained prisoners at heart. Still, transforming them back to their true forms from time to time brought no harm to anyone. Plowdy doubted mutual respect became the foundation of harmony. Caden established the House of Bats, safeguarding the forest and nurturing Japanese cypress trees to supply his building projects. Through his teachings, he fostered coexistence and understanding Amon. Rita nodded in agreement with Aileron, acknowledging that a steep path of learning still awaited her, most of all in embracing her new role as Garu's sister. Villani believed that bats possessed a mysterious power to bring people together in unexpected ways. The sheer delight sparked by their shared scheming never ceased to amaze him. The mood resonated perfectly with Pletty, who seemed entirely swept up in it. Overhearing their conversation by chance, Caden found himself genuinely surprised by such thoughts. Yet despite everything, a quiet happiness stirred within her. For all its misfortune, this wretched house had drawn them closer together. Just as Caden was about to leave the bathroom, a sudden sight caught his eye. A figure so strikingly similar to himself that it left him momentarily stunned. Recognition dawned as he realized it was Kubo, watching with fascination as Kubo delved into the mysteries of the hot springs. Afterwards, icy-cold milk was prepared, certain that it would infuse his dishes with an entirely new spark of sensation. This breakthrough paved the way for culinary delights such as creamy butter, rich cheeses, tangy sour cream, and smooth yogurt, along with a tempting array of desserts. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he turned to Plead and Vale, eager to know if this world truly lacked the familiar sources of nourishment. Uncertainty flickered in Vale's eyes as she hesitated, unsure of what precisely she ought to create. Yet determination steeled her spirit as she resolved to uncover the answer. Pleiadi affirmed the existence of creatures in this world capable of producing food, further assuring that these beings consistently deliver only the finest ingredients. With unwavering insistence, Pleiadi urged Wild to acquire Nulk, stunning her right on Caden with the bold claim that dragon Nulk was considered a worldwide delicacy coveted by gourmets everywhere. They'll never be able to produce milk. Determined to find him on her own, Niuver set out on a quest for the finest milk, relying solely on her own resourcefulness and resolve. 6 days later, the entire group returned, much to Caden's dismay. He had always harbored a deep unease around sheep, regarding them as reckless creatures. Before he could even utter a word of reproach, she had already brought over the girl she'd invited along. Legend has it she's a creature said to bestow milk upon those who cross her path. Stunned and bewildered, the group froze for a heartbeat as the enigmatic girl pressed on, demanding both approval and a taste of the treat. With a tone edged in reproach, Caden accused her of theft. His sharp rebuke at her request for milk was met with a calm explanation. She had willingly joined Vale of her own accord. To Caden's astonishment, she revealed that Vale had once rescued her people from grave peril, and now her heart burned with the desire to repay that debt. Among the skaters, Halea stood out, one of those mystical beings who dwelled deep within a mountain community, their home hidden and shielded by steep, rugged cliffs. Their existence unfolded in tranquil seclusion, far removed from the chaos of other creatures, an unreachable haven of serenity. Memories flooded back as she recalled the terrifying moment the dragon descended upon their village. They hadn't come for the veil. The true prize they sought was the golden-fleeced goat, their most treasured possession. Forced into a grueling trial devised by Vale's own father, the formidable geyser dragon, they faced this ordeal to prove the might of the treacherous sacred sword. In that instant, Caden realized their assailant was a dragon of the Vale lineage. He could sense a shared essence pulsing between them. Caden inquired anxiously about her village's safety, his mind haunted by memories of the dragon's devastating power. She explained that while the dragons hadn't obliterated them outright, seeking only their pelts, they had sealed every escape, severed their water supply, and scorched the surrounding meadows. Thus, the villagers found themselves cornered, doomed to a slow and merciless demise. Doubt flickered in Caden's eyes as he questioned Vale's integrity in the contest. With a quiet fierceness, she explained that the dragons were locked in a fierce rivalry, each vying for the Dragon Emperor's throne. The dwindling number of rivals turned into an unexpected advantage. Besides, the defeated dragon hardly deserved respect. Its foul temperament had already sealed its unworthiness. Gratitude shone in the girl's eyes as she recalled how Vale had rescued her from doom. In return, she decided to offer him some milk, a humble token of thanks for his timely intervention. Introducing herself as Miss, she effortlessly fulfilled Caden's long-held wish. With a warm greeting, he inquired with genuine curiosity if she truly possessed the ability to give milk. Smiling knowingly, she promised to do her utmost, her gesture playfully drawing attention to her chest. Excited whispers fluttered from the elves to Caden, describing Skater's milk as a true delicacy, unmatched in quality and astonishingly delicious. Eager anticipation sparkled in Vale's eyes as she insisted on tasting a dish crafted from that rare, precious milk. With a hint of remorse, Caden apologized for doubting her and vowed to prepare the most exquisite milk delicacy she'd ever had. In the meantime, he suggested she unwind and refresh herself with a soothing bath. The group began collecting milk for the master, while Caden, in the meantime, tasked Aileron with crafting glass bottles and plates to neatly arrange everything in the refrigerator. Soon the first bottle of milk stood ready, and Vale took his first sip of the chilled, creamy drink. The taste of milk thrilled Vale. After a swim, nothing compared to its exquisite flavor. Once the swim was over, others soon joined them. Expressing his gratitude, Caden turned to Panem, emphasizing how her milk had become a delightful highlight of their farm's menu. A flicker of concern crossed Caden's mind. Relying solely on Panem for milk might place too great a burden on her. Curious, he asked if others of her kind could provide milk as well. With a gentle smile, Panem explained that in her village, milk production had always been a revered tradition. Not only did they sell their milk beyond their borders, but they had also mastered intricate processing methods, ensuring their products remained highly sought after in trade with neighboring peoples. Struck by inspiration, Caden began to form a plan. He told Vale that her favorite bread and pizza could taste even better with a touch of dairy, then asked if she'd like to try dishes prepared that way. Vale, an ardent pizza lover, agreed without a moment's hesitation. Caden suggested delivering fresh produce to the village of Panis, which was likely struggling to get fruit after the recent crisis. The idea needed no further persuasion. Vale's enthusiasm lit up at once, and she accepted the task eagerly. A touch of anticipation stirred within Caden as he hoped the flow of milk would continue. Since life in the village had settled into a steady rhythm, this precious commodity had grown even more valuable. In exchange, they provided the villagers with farm goods, while Vale stood vigilant as the settlement's protector. With tears shimmering in his eyes, Panyu offered Caden a heartfelt thank you. Meanwhile, Vale grinned mischievously, teasing that she would surely claim the biggest share. The mere thought of gooey, cheese-crusted pizza had Caden utterly entranced. Though Vale had never even heard of cheese before, the irresistible aroma set his mouth watering. Unable to resist, he grabbed the pan, freshly filled with farmstead ingredients, and set off toward the village. The others sampled the milk as well, their faces lighting up with delight at its exceptional quality. The farm had already been supplying dairy products, yet the Bat House project exceeded all expectations, yielding results far beyond what anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, Caden savored the taste of fresh milk. With unwavering determination, he set out to tackle the problem head-on. The subject at hand wasn't NATO, but rather the severed head clutched tightly in her grasp. With a hint of dread in his voice, Caden wondered aloud whether this was the severed head of a murder victim, or perhaps the specter of a restless ghost. Harukantem revealed that this was the head of an angel, most likely the same model as her own, obliterated by God 4,000 years ago. Curiosity gleamed in Kate's eyes as she inquired about the mysterious origin of the head. Hera revealed that she had stumbled upon it during an excavation at the hot spring, leaving Kate visibly impressed. With a note of excitement, Hera assured her that the head's cognitive systems remained intact and confidently suggested that, after some repairs, it could be brought back to life. The thought gnawed at Caden, unsettling him deeply. Having once torn Haru from the jaws of death, she clung to hope that he could snatch her soul back from oblivion once more. A chilling sensation washed over Caden, as if he had stumbled into the aftermath of a dreadful crime. Yet, as his eyes darted over the scene, he quickly realized the pieces just didn't fit together. Hera confirmed her thorough survey of the area, having already gathered the surviving fragments of angels scattered across various sites. With resolute determination, she set out to fuse these remnants into a single, unified form. Convinced that angels deserved minds of their own, instead of serving as mere instruments of war, he agreed to take the risk. With unwavering focus, Caden enlisted his celestial hand, a divine gift renowned for weaving together even the most incompatible fragments flawlessly. Piece by piece, he united every component into a harmonious whole. Gratitude filled Garu's voice as he acknowledged that the reborn angel's energy system and mana flow remained intact, a clear testament to the operation's success. Counting down from 10, she radiated pure, luminous joy, an angel of awakening, ushering in a new day. The moment her eyes landed on Haru, a heartfelt greeting burst forth, met by Haru's delighted response to her friend's return. Memories of falling to the dragon flickered unpleasantly in the angel's mind, yet laughter slipped past her lips, a sound so unexpected it thoroughly bewildered Caden. With a curious glint in her eyes, Kate wondered aloud what name might suit her, considering her complex and extraordinary nature. Hera noticed that her behavior didn't resemble any of the original components. A suspicion began to take shape in her mind. The thought crossed her mind that the fusion might have altered her very nature. Though the woman's identity remained a mystery, an overwhelming joy surged through Har, compelling her to wrap her arms tightly around the stranger. At that very instant, a figure clad in armor emerged, observing keenly that Caden had awakened a formidable being. Introducing himself as Horms, the god of wisdom from the celestial kingdom, his presence radiated an aura of ancient knowledge. A suspicion crept over Horms that Caden might have already unraveled his true purpose. While bringing the angel back to life, it became clear that Hades had not exaggerated the warnings about these beings' catastrophic power. They possessed the strength to obliterate the earth itself. Threats of this magnitude were typically left to the gods of the underworld, such as Hades, for angels were the wild offspring of heaven itself. The event swept Herm and his entire world into its vortex, compelling him to appear in person. Voice trembling, Haruzi apologized, describing the angel as a precious symbol of unity, finally reunited after centuries apart. He vowed he would sooner lay down his life than risk losing her again. With a pang of regret, Harunelt realized she had given up on her dream far too soon, abandoning it before she'd even had the chance to bring it to life. Meanwhile, Caden wrestled with the destructive angel, struggling to tame the otherworldly force he had just managed to connect with. A fervent plea spilled from his lips, imploring for another way. Brahms, reluctant to dampen his companion's spirit, confessed that his decision sprang from cold logic, though doubt gnawed at him regarding the destruction of the girl. The incident wit. Confusion clouded Caden's thoughts as he wrestled with the implications, unease creeping in at the mention of possible risks. Sensing Hades' concern, Horms clarified that the angels had only patched things up on the surface, carelessly leaving danger. In truth, it was Hephaestus, his brother, who forged the angels, though Zeus greedily claimed all the glory for himself. 4,000 years ago, under the stern watch of Zeus and Eris, the goddess of slaughter, 10 angels first set foot into the world. Wearied by relentless criticism from bygone eras and endless revisions, Hephaestus forged angels with a devotion that bordered on agony. Each time one was destroyed, it tore his heart asunder. Hermes felt certain that Hest would eagerly restore the angel, for a deep bond had formed between them. In his heart, he believed that once revived, she would become a formidable force for peace. Seeking approval for his plan, Hermes turned to Caden, who offered a nod of agreement. Garruk, too, consented, his eyes reflecting a clear understanding of the circumstances. Overjoyed to reunite with a cherished friend from the outside world, she eagerly set off by his side, not a hint of hesitation in her steps. As departure loomed, farewells were exchanged with those around them, their spirits brimming with determination to embrace fresh achievements. Caden leaned in, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he asked Hephaestus whether the rice balls suited his taste. Upon discovering these were his favorite treats, Gorm subtly hinted at a future meeting and requested Caden to prepare something delicious for next time. Once the visitors had departed, Caden soothed Hari's worries, assuring her that all would be well and that they would surely see this angel again. Casting his gaze skyward, hope shimmering in his eyes, Hari voiced his optimism. Meanwhile, Caden found himself lost in thought, wondering if fate would ever allow him to meet Hephaestus, the very god who had bestowed upon him such extraordinary power. Later, Caden found himself seated at the table with Pletty and her brother. The tension in the air was palpable. Vive's presence set Caden on edge. Anxious about the looming possibility of an engagement announcement with Puffer, Caden's nerves only frayed further when Puffer himself entered, carrying the tea he had requested. Prince Eredgana insisted that Puffer join their discussion. Intensify. Memories surfaced of that triumphant first round, when he bested General Shark, the reigning champion at the time. In the semifinals, he overcame a master assassin known as the Leatherworker, then faced the legendary Mermaid in the climactic final duel. Master Pike stood as a formidable adversary, harboring constant doubts about the prince's ability to secure a fair victory. Yet, the prince candidly admitted he had followed the rules, crediting much of his triumph to the turtle shell shield he had borrowed for the duel. Its sturdy, curved design effortlessly deflected even the most lethal blows, proving the perfect defense in the heat of battle. The prince recounted how she had healed his wounds with a potent potion, a vital aid that bolstered him throughout the battle. As Caden pressed on, everyone acknowledged the pivotal contribution Fluffy had made to their victory. With a stern glance, Plenty chastised Fluffy, warning him not to romanticize her crime. Stepping into the public eye had already been a gamble, but the moment she was spotted beside the prince, the mermaid kingdom erupted in a frenzy of scandal. A scandal was already brewing, yet it paled in comparison to the real trouble simmering beneath the surface. The prince's victory at the tournament marked a pivotal advance toward the Sea King's throne, yet triumph brought him no joy. The looming nearness of power only deepened his uncertainty, sowing seeds of doubt in his heart about his own strength and readiness to rule. Caden assured him that forging his own strength, along with an alliance with the Demon King, would bring peace and newfound confidence to his people. Although the prince valued Caden's counsel, the overwhelming charisma of the Demon King left him feeling uncertain and inadequate. A pilgrimage beckons, a journey he chooses in hopes of rediscovering himself and forging a new strength within. His decision sent shockwaves through the room. Puffer eagerly voiced a desire to join him, hungering to explore new horizons side by side. Concerns didn't center around his safety, but rather the crucial tools needed to craft mixtures within the palace. With foresight, the prince arranged a dependable replacement, much to the relief of all the ladies. Disappointment flickered across Puffer's face when his courteous offer to watch over the farm during her absence was politely declined. He vowed to return, worthy of the royal crown, and asked Payford to wait for him just a little longer. Reluctant at first, she eventually agreed, surprising herself with a growing fondness for Payford and even imagining her as a future soul sister. In the days leading up to his departure, Caden's thoughts circled cautiously around the lurking perils that might await him on the journey ahead. Crafted a charm to bring fortune's favor to the prince. The prince's talisman and his unusual weapon reflected his passion for sumo wrestling, his fondness for pickled delicacies, and his fascination with gear crafted from seashells. Caden suggested assigning an orc escort to the prince. At first, the prince tried to refuse, but Caden stood firm, insisting that traveling with a companion was not just convenient, but absolutely essential for survival. With a nod of agreement, the prince accepted the orc as his companion and inquired about the orc's name. Since Caden hadn't yet learned the orc's real name, he decided to call him Geki. Approaching with quiet determination, Papfer offered the prince a medallion, firmly advising him to always keep it close at hand. Swearing never to take off the pendant, he clung to it as though her presence lingered quietly at his side. A pensive, slightly distracted air clung to Liditi, as if something unseen was quietly tugging at her attention. Poffy recounted how she had crafted a unique pendant, a guiding crystal unlike any other. Tireless training had unlocked the secrets of teleportation magic for her, and now this enchanted amulet granted the power to instantly travel wherever she desired. The amulet granted her the power to open portals wherever she wished, a dazzling testament to her mastery of the magical arts. With a flourish, Paf shattered a potion vial against the ground, vanishing in a burst of light. Her voice lingered in the air, promising to return so they could brew pickled cucumbers together once more. The shock of her sudden departure rippled through everyone, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. The art of teleportation, long believed to be the exclusive domain of demon magic, left everyone astounded when she masterfully fused it with the pharmaceutical sorcery of merfolk. Whispers called her accomplishment a historic breakthrough, one that promised to revolutionize the very foundation of magical research. With captivating enthusiasm, Caden unveiled the secret behind this mesmerizing trick, the power of love, while the audience watched in astonishment, utterly spellbound by his dazzling skill. Bateman and the elite, having long struggled with the mysteries of teleportation, watched in awe as Puffer effortlessly demonstrated his proficiency, leaving them astonished by his remarkable skill. In the midst of their discussion, Puffer suddenly burst onto the scene, breathless with excitement. She announced her triumphant success. She had managed to catch Prince Aratana off guard and capture him right inside the demon castle. Puffer disappeared for a short while to change into more suitable travel attire. Left with nothing to occupy her hands, Alina grew wistful, lamenting that all she could do was spin thread. Meanwhile, Caden summoned Baton to the wardrobe. With a flourish, he unveiled a foot-powered sewing machine of his own ingenious design, showcasing the craftsmanship and innovation behind his creation. With steady patience, he revealed the secret to accelerating the needle's movement, making its task far less laborious. Baton watched in stunned silence as Caden brought the technique to life before her eyes. Seeking her approval, he asked for her opinion, hoping she would be delighted. Instead, a shadow crossed her face. Disappointment glimmered in her eyes. She firmly disagreed with the idea that using a machine might dampen the desire to master hand sewing, or diminish the value of this delicate art, regardless of its undeniable efficiency. While casually stitching a shirt, Bateman let out a wistful sigh and confessed her true desire: to craft original clothing in the unique Yumic style, rather than merely striving for flawless technique. Brimming with inspiration, she asked for permission to lock herself away in the sewing room, eager to experiment with new ideas. A wave of relief washed over Caden as she embraced her invention with heartfelt affection, her mind already alight with curiosity about her next creation. Just a few days later, Bottom unveiled a set of leather armor, meticulously crafted from the pale hides of slain monsters. Aileron observed that elves favored lighter armor for agility's sake, and she praised the newly crafted leather for its protective qualities and comfort. With nimble fingers, she fashioned several sets for Kubos's crew, earning a look of astonishment from Haruna, who couldn't resist inquiring about Aileron's unusual inspirations. Batten's most astonishing creation was the glove-like bracelet, a marvel that could unleash blazing magic at his command. Far more than a mere fashion accessory, it transcended its role, making a profound statement all its own. Brimming with joy, she poured her passion into her creations once more, her heart overflowing with gratitude to Heru for rekindling her inspiration. Puffer returned bearing news, greeted with joy by Asterisk, Batten, and B'Elanna. Bacon recounted how Caden's sewing machine flung open new doors of creativity, inspiring her to explore uncharted realms of artistic expression. Seizing the opportunity, Asterix requested a new outfit to be tailored for her and explained the purpose behind her visit. Warm congratulations reached her, followed by a gentle inquiry about how she was feeling. Each passing day brought a noticeable change for Asterix. Her belly had rounded out so much that moving around became more of a challenge. Now, comfortable maternity dresses were not just a preference, but a necessity. A special sense of pride welled up within Batten as each dress took shape beneath her skillful hands. Steric held deep gratitude for her sacrifice. Batten had relinquished her dream of opening a tailor shop in the demon capital, choosing instead a life of devoted service at her side. While observing them, Caden suggested bringing Batten's creations to market in the demon capital. Certain that Batten's flair for fashion would captivate the capital, Asterix felt sure her creations would soon be in high demand. Meanwhile, Batten herself faltered with uncertainty, unsure whether her work would win the approval of the city's discerning residents. Gasterix volunteered to deliver the samples himself, relying on his trusted contacts within the castle to seek out buyers, all while guarding the location of the farm with utmost secrecy. With unwavering determination, he urged her to keep fighting, refusing to let her give in. Regret filled B'Elanna's heart as she realized how much she'd taken her sister for granted all those years. Resolute, she devoted herself entirely to the work she cherished most. Brimming with anticipation, Pladian Puffer counted down the days until her new dresses arrived, while Haru wholeheartedly agreed. Slipping into beautiful attire always brought a special kind of joy. However, Asterisk cautioned Olena against overworking herself, gently suggesting she share the workload with Bacon and divide their responsibilities. A realization dawned upon Caden. They needed to expand the cotton plantations, increase their silkworm stocks, and implement innovative management systems. Tasked with overseeing the spinning machines by harnessing her psychokinetic powers, Elena eagerly embraced the opportunity, delight flickering in her eyes as she accepted the challenge. A fresh wave of fashion is about to sweep through the city of demons. Baton is hard at work, conjuring up inventive collections for Asterox and designing striking shop displays destined to dazzle the capital's streets. Meanwhile, Puffer made his way back to Prince Eritana, much to the vexation of everyone else. Later, by the altar of Hephaestus, Caden presented Menticum with a jar of mustard as his offering at the trial, confessing his struggle to understand the creation of the sewing machine. Hoping to gain wisdom through this humble gift, he placed his faith in the gods and prayed fervently, when suddenly a blueprint materialized upon the altar. Observing this marvel, Platy noted that Caden shared a rare bond with Hephaestus, for the god clearly took delight in his actions during the trial. Hermes arrived without delay, his first words delving straight into the matter of the Zero incident. He offered a heartfelt apology for dragging Caden into the construction of a temple meant to serve as Zeus's prison. Yet, uncertainty flickered in Hermes's eyes as he questioned whether Zeus could truly shatter the temple's barriers, chains, and all. Hephaestus interjected, clarifying that the temple's safeguards extended far beyond mere shackles. Fortifying the surrounding temples, including the newly built sanctuaries, he set the guardian herms of angels in place, each entrusted to his care for their vigilant protection. With purposeful strides, Hephaestus led the herms toward the angel, eager to introduce them. Certain of his decision, Hit exchanged his destructive weapon for a more practical one, choosing utility over sheer power. As Hermes awakened her, his mind wandered to the flaws in her design. When her senses returned and she saw the solemn expressions around her, Hermes gently inquired if she noticed anything different within herself. Hephaestus, ever the craftsman, reassured her. Her essence remained untouched. Her soul was shaped by the forces of nature itself, unaltered by outside hands. Intrigued by this enigmatic trait, Hermes, who cherished wisdom above all, resolved to preserve this unique mystery. Returning such an unpredictable angel to Caden would be far too troublesome, so Hermes decided to make use of his wisdom and teach her the basics of human behavior himself. He believed a little adjustment to her character was essential for a smooth. An unexpected thought struck Puffer. The prince longed to follow in his father's footsteps. When Haru asked why he had chosen to live on land, the response was candid. The land posed dangers for a merfolk far greater than anyone could possibly imagine. Suddenly, a powerful blast wave tore through the air, shattering the moment in an instant. Without warning, they emerged alongside Corms, announcing urgent business that demanded immediate attention. An angel was also entrusted to accompany the prince throughout his journey and master the blazing power pulsing within her world. Enthusiastically embracing the mission, the prince brimmed with eagerness to master the art of guiding his people, preparing himself for the day he would ascend as the merfolk's future king. When asked her name, Hermes quickly invented the alias Sung-Won, a name that felt just right for the journey ahead. Watching closely, he noticed the potter's wheel spinning effortlessly, propelled by her magic alone. Seeing her interest and the uncanny spectacle, Caden invited her to join the pottery class, remarking that she might as well give it a try since she was already there. The prince introduced San Juan to the radiant Pafer and Haru. With a heartfelt smile, San Juan left a warm impression on everyone present. Yet, beneath the surface, an unspoken understanding settled among them. They all sensed that a challenging journey to the Mermaid Kingdom awaited. The Council of the Mermaid Kingdom animatedly debated Prince Eridani's landward expeditions, unable to fathom any purpose behind his ventures. Their unwavering devotion belonged to their time-honored tranquil traditions. Memories surfaced of the terrifying demon assaults that had plagued humanity, as well as the ill-fated attempt to forge a marriage alliance between the princess and the demon king, a scheme fiercely opposed by all who harbored hatred for the demons. Once a suitor vying for the princess's heart, the black-haired man now eyed her marriage to a mortal, likely a local feudal lord, with thinly veiled suspicion. Pletty insisted that indecision would only leave them trapped in stagnation. She urged everyone to approach the kingdom's future with thoughtful planning, reminding them that demonic attacks were not an inevitable fate. Plenty suggested an audience with King Nagas, hoping to open discussions about negotiating with the demon lords. Some suggested giving her sister away as a concubine, but the dark-haired man dismissed the notion outright, believing it would only betray their weakness. Kadeen offered to escort him to Plady Viadola, advising the demon king to take some rest. The growing anticipation only fueled their excitement. Lost in thought, he considered approaching Princess Plady, whose humility far surpassed that of Prince Aridon. Perhaps she would agree to make an appearance. Stepping into the spotlight to address the crowd, taking the lead and inspiring others to follow. Driven by determination, he embarked on a long and arduous journey to seek her out. Doubt gnawed at her heart over her marriage to the legendary saint, uncertainty shadowing her every step as she retreated from the tumultuous life of the kingdom. Driven by unwavering resolve to persuade Plady to return and broker peace with the demons, even if it meant making tremendous sacrifices, he arrived at the farm. Unaware that he was speaking to the demon king himself, he inquired about the whereabouts of the saint. Summoned by the demon king, Caden couldn't hide his surprise. His body tensed in shock when, almost instinctively, he addressed the demon king by name, only then realizing his grave mistake. With a measured tone, Garamond clarified that he was no demon king. Then, with a hint of pride, he introduced himself as Gender. While the cheerful chatter about fieldwork echoed around them, punctuated by bursts of laughter, Doha watched the group with wide-eyed wonder. Plaid greeted Gendra warmly, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the thoughtful gifts. With candor glinting in his eyes, Gendra unveiled the true purpose of his visit. The mermaid kingdom teetered on the brink of destruction. An ominous threat loomed from the realm of demons, while discord among the rulers festered within the nation's very heart. Hendra pleaded relentlessly for Pletty to return and assume command, yet confusion clouded her mind. Convey this news and inquire of the demon king if he had orchestrated an assault on the merfolk. With great difficulty they managed to hold their ground, all the while honoring the resolve of their adversaries. The lady announced him as Demon King Zidan, a revelation that left Gendra utterly stunned. Gendra's gaze landed on a human girl toiling away with a hoe. From Lady, she soon learned that this was no ordinary servant. The girl was a princess from a fallen human kingdom. Caden glanced over, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked if Sadiang and Prince Eridan had grasped everything so far. Sadiang's confirmation of their alliance left Gendry reeling with disbelief. How could a prince forge such a pact with the Demon King? On top of that, Sadiang's candid admission of his ambition to rule the merfolk only deepened Gendry's astonishment, offering a glimpse of Eridan's extraordinary gift for diplomacy. With a respectful nod, Zidan apologized for the unrest that had swept through the merfolk, noting that the absence of their most important leader's council had resulted in hasty and ill-considered actions. The princes yearned to overturn the old, stagnant order, and Xaden chose to champion their cause, urging Gendra to challenge the rulers who had strayed from the righteous path. Meanwhile, Plating noticed the local mermaid's eager curiosity for any tidings from their distant homeland. Summoning Gara Rufus, she watches as he materializes before her in an instant. Their story. Gara Rufus sought permission from the lady to launch an attack on Kendra, astonished to find her living here. He had always assumed she would be rotting away in an underground prison by now. Without hesitation, Caden interjected, turning to Pletty with a request for clarification on the matter. With a weary sigh, Pletty turned to Caden and asked if he remembered Harris's sudden entrance. Instantly, the moment flashed in his mind, her temper erupting as she struck the nobleman right in front of the Sea King. That nobleman had been Gendra, and the memory unsettled Caden even more. Why had Arden chosen Gendra as a replacement, fully aware of the history of animosity between them? Lost in thought, Caden finally pieced everything together. Gendra clarified that Gara's actions had sown the seeds of confusion. Once the royal guardian of light, Gendra stood out among the prisoners as one of the most discerning and level-headed. In Caden's eyes, the path to redeeming Gara's shadowed past lay in her apology to Hendra and his acceptance of it. Only then, he believed, could she wash away her guilt and reclaim her place among the royal guard. Gently, Pletty placed a comforting HE. When questioned about his abrupt statement, Hender sheepishly admitted it had been nothing more than a slip of the tongue. Gara insisted on offering an apology to Plyden for the insult. In sharp contrast, Hender flatly refused, declaring that as a debater, he must stand by every word uttered, even those spoken in error. Admitting fault, he reasoned, would undermine his credibility, a risk he simply could not afford. Hendra was taken aback by Gara's vow of silence, instantly sensing an undercurrent of menace and suspecting it concealed an imminent threat. Call this justice, not brutality. Resolute and unwavering, I stand before you. Alarmed by Hera's intentions, Caden sought Pletty's counsel, desperate for guidance. Much to his astonishment, Pletty appeared unfazed, strikingly calm, as she granted Hera and Hendry permission to settle their dispute in a duel. This nonchalance only deepened Caden's unease. With a single condition, that no blade would strike within her husband's cherished garden, she set the stage. At her signal, the two rivals engaged in an intense, evenly matched sword fight, tension crackling in the air. With remarkable finesse on display, both rivals acknowledged each other's remarkable skill, their masterful swordplay earning the admiration of even the most detached onlookers. Confidence radiated from Sedan, certain that Gender stood no chance against his opponent, yet, against all expectations, Gender matched every move with unwavering composure. Play remarked that while Gender had earned fame as a masterful debater, his true origins lay with a noble lineage of warriors. He had been trained in the art of combat since childhood. Confidence in his own abilities offered Caden some reassurance against grave consequences, yet uncertainty regarding Platy's decision continued to gnaw at him. Platy explained her wish for her subordinates to live freely and joyfully, believing that duels offered a way to relieve tension among them. With unwavering determination, she maintained the connection between Pafer and her brother, all while seeking to bring an end to the strife with Henderson. A wave of relief washed over Satan as he observed her foresight in action, his gaze then shifting to Hendress, whose hopeful misinterpretation of Platy's scrutiny during the duel did not escape notice. Amid the clash, Gara couldn't help but notice Hender's agility on land, a display that stirred not only anger within her, but also a raw, undeniable admiration. Though Hender held his ground with impressive skill, a sense of being cornered crept over him. Yet, despite the pressure, he couldn't help but admire the noble grace that flowed through Garrus's every move. The sincerity and unguarded force behind her strikes captivated him completely. Distracted for just a moment, his grip on the sword faltered, and the weapon tumbled from his hands. Kneeling, he bowed his head in open surrender, conceding defeat. To everyone's utter astonishment, Gendry suddenly confessed his love to her. The news struck Caden with the force of a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. Prince Aradon held a refined appreciation for the art of fermented cuisine, while Puffer devoted herself wholeheartedly to every task around the farm. Unexpectedly, Garrett Rufus transitioned to the medical staff, immersing herself in constant work and becoming indispensable to Caden. With Garrett tied up in her new duties, managing all the farm responsibilities turned into a formidable challenge. Guilt gnawed at Caden for missing such an important detail, prompting a surge of worry. He resolved to discuss everything with Platy. Suddenly, a voice broke the air behind him, echoing Platy's name and inquiring about her whereabouts. So unexpected. With a single swift motion, Pletana shattered her resistance completely. Cadence lingered nearby, worry etched across his face. Yet Woven assured him with a calm voice that she'd only delivered a gentle blow, though her words did little to soothe his nerves. Turning to Menzel with a playful smirk, she teased that she'd need another 10 years before she could call herself a worthy rival. With fierce determination, she demanded an explanation. What family troubles could possibly have driven someone to attack? Through choking sobs, Menzel reproached Platy for abandoning her to a storm of lonely worries. She confessed that the whole way. A sigh of relief escaped Cade, his heart finally settling after the tense uncertainty of just moments before. Play urged Menzel not to dwell on the matter, unwittingly stirring a torrent of indignation within her. She bristled at being treated like a child. Sensing her frustration, Play promised to shed light on everything. Recent events, the shifting tides of their world, and all the mysteries therein. These words managed to soothe Menzel, albeit just a little. Meanwhile, Puffer and Garrett found themselves impressed by her fiery spirit, their fondness for her quietly growing. In a startling instant, Menzel's legs transformed into writhing octopus tentacles. Platy immediately recognized this as a nasty side effect of an uncontrollable land creature transformation potion. Curiosity piqued, the group asked where she'd come. Puffer suggested that the men should lend their hands under the watchful eyes of seasoned healers like themselves. An unparalleled opportunity for learning presented itself, provided, of course, that the mentors were truly masters of their craft. Gareth saw this as a moment to refine his teaching abilities and make a memorable impression on Hendra and Caden. With unwavering determination, Platy persuaded Menzel to lend his skills to the farming crew. Meanwhile, Rita Slit, certain that her radiant charisma could tame any creature, tried in vain to train the dogs. Taken aback by her complaints, Platy sharply scolded her for making a fuss, ordering her back to her duties in the bathhouse. With a grumble about her own harshness, Platy returned to her reading, muttering under her breath, Suddenly her gaze fell upon the men, their laughter ringing out as they vigorously scrubbed the radishes. In those simple chores, a sense of camaraderie blossomed among them, each sharing in the struggles and the quiet pride of overcoming hardships side by side. Their joyful song, once echoed by newfound friends, broke off abruptly. Sharp words flew from the women as their anger sparked into heated reproach. Meanwhile, the orc team prepared to enter the dungeon using a teleportation spell. Yet Aileron, who had lingered too long enjoying a bath in the forest, was abruptly whisked back to the farm by his own magic. Panium and her companion, having finished the milking, also called upon teleportation to hastily set off on their next adventure. Lady and Caden noticed that most of the village children had already mastered teleportation magic, a spell once considered demonic. Potions brewed by the Bubble Witch and lessons from the Heartless King had enabled merfolk like her to wield this power flawlessly. Offering to teach Caden herself, Lady was met with polite refusal. He claimed the magic was too complicated for him, and continued, "Recently, new teleportation locations have come to light, near the dungeon of the Soulless King, atop Vale's Mountain, beside the public baths, and on the old farm now serving as a guard post. At present, 4 dedicated transfer points have been established at the farm. Everyone arrived, lulled into a sense of absolute security, a fortress guarded by the Earth Spirit's traps, lifeless mannequins, and her own formidable magic. As the farm expanded and word spread, bolstering security became imperative. She assured everyone that any issue with the transport portal would instantly trigger an alarm, a safeguard meant to dispel lingering worries. Suddenly, Balon broke off the conversation, lamenting that she alone hadn't mastered teleportation magic. Without missing a beat, she launched into her familiar complaints about unemployment. Recovering swiftly, she realized that if Platy's fashion ever reached the demon capital, widespread use of magic could benefit everyone, even if she still harbored doubts about her own abilities. Bellin admitted a sense of inadequacy gnawing at her and confessed her growing fears about the dangers that might lie ahead. Vale bristled at her words, a sting of humiliation rising within her. Yet Belena calmly explained that with each passing day, more visitors flowed in, and the risk of teleportation magic being abused only grew. Such circumstances demanded heightened vigilance. The grave danger posed by the magical lockbreaker did not escape her. She emphasized its peril with unwavering urgency. The mention of a code-breaking mage, renowned for unraveling the secrets behind magical encryptions, sparked a revelation in Caden's mind. Memories of passwords from the outside world danced before his eyes, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Galena fortified the guards, reinforcing their vigilance at just the right moment. The transfer code underwent her expert refinement, expanding to a formidable 176 characters and fortified with clever decoy codes. The length of the code stretched to a staggering 437 characters under her adjustments. Hayden stared in disbelief at the complexity woven into the new code. Delana calmly clarified. The extra digits wouldn't slow down authentication, but 437 was the upper limit, a length chosen to dramatically bolster security. With each additional digi, her determined, meticulous explanation struck everyone with amazement and left them somewhat flustered, brilliantly showcasing the depths of her remarkable expertise. Curiosity sparked within Caden as he asked how the trap functioned. The answer, "It sears the intruder's chest," became the catalyst, unintentionally unlocking a hidden battlefield. An invisible war of hackers erupted in the shadows, casting unseen sparks through the digital ether. Fascinated, Dale watched as Balana skillfully assembled the intricate circuitry, her hands moving with practiced precision. Doubt crept into Caden's mind about her professed insecurity, revealing hints of hidden talent she hadn't noticed before. Baffled and irritated, Caden could stand it no longer. She spoke up at once, protesting Balana's humiliation. With determined resolve, Caden insisted that incompetent Malina, as she mockingly dubbed her, stop what she was doing immediately. The rest found themselves uncertain. Was it praise or veiled criticism lingering in the air? Even Balana, renowned as the wild card, hesitated in her judgment. The name delighted Pletty, while Caden believed it perfectly captured Balana's humble, reserved spirit, a soul forever shaping and reshaping herself, like a clay vessel molded by patient hands. His grip tightened around her hand, a silent testament to the depth of his trust. Eager to share this moment, Balana relayed the gesture to Bottom, who interpreted the nickname as Caden's acknowledgement of her inner strength. Doubt lingered within Balana, uncertain if such recognition truly belonged to her. Bottom, however, pressed further, asking if she intended to use her newfound respect, gently urging her to envision the path ahead. In her mind's eye, Balana pictured herself valiantly battling evil to safeguard the farm's tranquility. Yet Beton's frosty response left her crestfallen. Meanwhile, devastation had swept across Cuba, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. Despite the abundance of the farm and the ease with which teleportation magic turned dungeon excursions into simple errands, an unshakable sense of confusion lingered within her heart, leaving her searching for a true purpose in life. Leisure moments brought him pure delight. He would immerse himself in play, and Cade would greet him with a warm welcome before sending him off to the city. The unease radiating from him did not go unnoticed by the others. They gathered to voice their anxieties and openly confided their worries about the responsibilities that awaited them. Presented with the new task of constructing a ship, doubt flickered in Caden's eyes as he questioned the purpose behind it, while Pladdy speculated aloud that perhaps this vessel was destined for fishing. With effortless clarity, Kubo explained how fishing eases the strain of food shortages and ensures a steady supply of nourishment, an advantage that grows ever more vital as the population continues to rise. Desperation drove Hubo to turn to Nelt, pleading with Cadence for aid in building a ship, his words echoing genuine admiration for the tireless dedication of the orcs. Deeply moved by their unwavering diligence, Cadence agreed to lend his aid and teach the orcs. Working side by side, they swiftly brought the ship to life. At first, Kubo watched Cadence's skill in awe, only to feel crestfallen upon learning that magic was needed to move the ship. Yet his spirits soared the moment he discovered the vessel would sail with the help of wind-filled sails and a sturdy helm. Caden checked to see if the test had succeeded, and Kubo assured him that all the equipment was safely on board. At the same time, Caden cautioned everyone not to stray too far from the shoreline. The advice offered was clear: should you ever lose your way upon the vast sea, seek out the mermaids for guidance. With a practiced hand, he marked the ship with a special potion, ensuring that in times of peril, a single sign would reveal their allegiance and summon much-needed aid. Anticipating the need for a backup plan, they prepared to use teleportation magic and eagerly began readying themselves for their maiden voyage. 3 days slipped by, and their boat had already drifted far beyond the shores they once knew so well. Unsure of which way to go, Kubo suggested using a compass, only to admit moments later that he had no idea how to read one. Determined, yet growing weary, Kubo insisted they must catch a fish before even thinking of heading back. While the others reeled in fish with effortless grace, Kubo struggled in vain to catch even a single one, until summoning his resolve at last. With renewed hope sparkling in his eyes, the fisherman casts his line once more, determined that this time he'll finally reel in a true giant. Suddenly, a sharp tug on the fishing line reignited a spark of hope within him. But what surfaced was no ordinary fish. Caught on the hook was a genuine mermaid. The orcs cheered for Kubo's catch with unrestrained joy, while he feigned excitement, skillfully masking the sting of disappointment burning inside. Consumed by rage, the mermaid hurled accusations at the land dwellers, claiming they had disgraced her. Swearing vengeance worthy of the deep-sea sorceress Silas, she vowed retribution. The anticipation for the next chapter of this tale is almost unbearable. A sudden realization struck her. They weren't humans at all, but orcs. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Were monsters lurking behind the crew of this ominous, infernal ship? The realization that the orc had spoken left her stunned, and the sight of Kubo striving to avoid conflict, desperately clinging to the fragile hope of peace, only added to her astonishment. Longing for peace with genuine intent, he humbled himself and asked her forgiveness. Silas, the mermaid, agreed, but only if the orcs would serve as test subjects for her newest potion. This technique harnessed mana, transforming it into vital energy to fuel various crafts. Branded a heretic for her research, exile chased her from the kingdom of mermaids. Yet defiance burned in her heart. A fierce resolve urged her onward, longing to unleash her terrifying creation upon the unsuspecting denizens of the land. With icy composure, she declared that killing them stirred not a trace of remorse within her. She awakened the monsters slumbering within them, reducing them to nothingness if they failed to transform into orcs. Kugo's team found themselves completely unprepared for the sudden surge of hostility she unleashed. Instantly, they sprang into action, pushing back with unwavering resolve. Stunned disbelief washed over Silas as he witnessed Muir Orc triumph over her finest warriors. With solemn voices, they revealed themselves as warrior orcs transformed by the holy influence of Caden. Defeated, the cellists refused to retreat to the sea or accept disgrace, their concern for her safety overriding any thought of surrender. With a careful hand, she poured the potion. Summoning a forbidden beast from the ocean's depths, she unleashed the monstrous dweller to drag the ship beneath the waves and doom them all. With a sneer, Silas mocked their sorrow, his words dripping with scorn. The beast lunged, snatching her instead of the ship. Wildart shouted for everything to halt, but a sudden, chilling realization struck. Her command no longer held any sway. Kuma's truck barrels in, breaking Silas free from captivity. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kubo caught her just before she tumbled, gently lowering her to the safety of the deck. Astonishment flickered across Silas's face as he asked why anyone would bother rescuing him. Kubo replied matter-of-factly, pointing out that even a fall into the sea could cause serious harm. Upon returning to the farm, Pleddy announced that Cad and the orcs had already made their way back. A surge of worry prompted him to hurriedly check that everyone was safe and unharmed. To his astonishment, Kuba was clutching a mermaid in his hands. With a playful grin, Caden joked that the mermaid was their catch of the day. Kubo quickly set the record straight, explaining they were actually lost and had simply asked her for directions. With a flourish, Play introduced her as Silas, the sorceress from the abyss, leaving Caden utterly stunned. Recognition flickered in Silas's eyes, wariness settling in as she realized Claudia stood before her, none other than the High Enchantress herself. Enthralled by the farm's magical aura and the goblins yanking up odd, otherworldly radishes, Silas recognized a treasure trove for her research. With mounting excitement, she pleaded for permission to stay and work here for as long as she wished. Obis. As Silas Ryu sipped the strange concoction, delight sparkled in her eyes while her lower body gradually transformed, taking on the shape of human legs. In a swift motion, Pleddy shielded Caden's eyes, warning him against exposing his lower half on land. At the same moment, her gaze caught the Cabosi intensely scrutinizing Silas. Once Silas Dona had fashioned herself a makeshift shelter, she mentioned that she'd return for her clothes. With genuine politeness, Caden inquired if she had a place to call home. Memories of a secret laboratory buried beneath the ocean's depths surged in Silas's mind, intertwining with the very essence of his game. Silas painted a vivid picture of her underwater laboratory, a sprawling domain vaster than any forgotten school or derelict hospital. Within those immense halls teemed countless experimental creatures, each one answering to her will alone. Just a single escape could have spelled utter disaster. Pleiady confirmed the rumors, and Silas realized she had to return as soon as possible to prevent a potential breakout. Driven by this urgency, Pleiadi implored her not to delay any longer. A sense of dread clung to their thoughts as the prospect of disaster loomed before them. Silas received both the potion that would transform him into an amphibian man and its matching antidote. Meanwhile, Plaid, with a playful grin, requested some souvenirs as a keepsake. Silas vowed that when he returned he would bring her his latest potion, a mysterious new concoction he had been perfecting for weeks. As they parted ways, Kubo gently asked her not to forget. The moment shimmered with tension, pulsing to a palpable rhythm, and underscored by a quiet, half-formed note lingering in the air like a melody left unfinished. Not long after, Caden and Pleiadi share with Pauferi the news of Silas's visit. Disappointment flickers across her face. She had truly hoped for a chance to meet her. Menzel stared in disbelief at the utter chaos that reigned on the farm. 4 out of the 6 most notorious troublemakers had gathered in one place. And now, to top it all off, the most skilled mischief maker of them all, Silas, had just joined their ranks. Another witch, one who resembled Silas, still remained unaccounted for, and Menzel couldn't help but wonder if this sorceress of shadows would eventually appear. The whole scene astonished her. Orcs and goblins of all kinds mingling together, frequent visits from the demon lord, and the uneasy peace between 2 colossal evils. Such a place seemed almost beyond belief. Menzel summoned her sister's husband, Caden, the master of these enchanted lands, and a perennial source of mouth-watering delights that brought joy to everyone. Deep down, she couldn't shake the sense that it was all a little unfair. Resolute in her decision, she refused to indulge in self-pity, vowing instead to astonish everyone with her relentless efforts, determined to surpass even the most celebrated masters. Just as she mustered her courage, a sudden voice pierced the air, calling her a fool and guiding her straight to the scarecrow. With a sudden burst of fury, she lunged at her foe, but it slipped past her attack with nimble grace, fueling her frustration even further. As she raced after the scarecrow, the men insisted that fate had already sealed its destiny. To struggle with all your might, only to stumble and collapse in the end. A glance cast through the nearby crack only fueled her determination to act boldly. Curiosity flickered in Menzel's eyes as he wondered what had brought Rita to this place. Astonishment swept over him when he discovered that the scarecrow had proven just as formidable an adversary for her. The tales Rita shared about their mutual ordeals unsettled Menzel further, yet she confirmed it with an unwavering nod. Yes, she too had faced the creature in combat, and had suffered defeat 3 times already. Once filled with only sympathy for Rita, Menzel now regarded her as a comrade in arms, united by the shadow of a shared enemy. Accord came swiftly between them. They understood that, to take down this formidable foe, only cooperation would suffice. Pooling their strengths, Menzel and Rita confronted the scarecrow once more, spurred on by the girls' unwavering resolve and their mutual thirst for triumph. Yet as the farm continues to expand, the number of scarecrows multiplies relentlessly, turning their management into an ever more pressing dilemma. While their foes scramble to launch an attack, the scarecrows have already slipped away into the shadows. Wasting no time, Menzel and Rita dart after their quarry, weapons flashing wildly as they give chase. After just 10 minutes, exhaustion overtakes them. Drained and weary, Menzel and Ryder have no choice but to pause for a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, a wave of longing washed over the goblin as he pined for the soaring beast. Treacherous creatures, having clawed their way up from the depths below, slinked closer to the girls with sinister intent. Eyes sharp and nerves taut, Kubo assessed every detail of the unfolding scene, hesitating to strike recklessly for fear of endangering the girls. A desperate scream tore from the girl's lips as she pleaded for mercy, but in that very instant, a scarecrow surged forward to her rescue. With a swift, decisive strike, it slashed through the monster, though not without suffering wounds of its own. Tears streamed down their faces, convinced the scarecrow had perished bravely in their defense, until Caden swiftly restored it, much to their astonishment. On a fateful day, Mental Toil crossed paths with Plady, catching her amidst her determined struggle to reclaim her lost kingdom. Meanwhile, in the ancient capital of the demons, where the prison of the lifeless king once towered, only desolate ruins now reign. Once hailed as the emperor, he had ruled with an immortal hand, until 5 centuries ago, when eternity slipped from his grasp and he was cast into the world as an ordinary man. By redirecting the flow of many throughout the capital, he inadvertently transformed the entire city into a sprawling underground labyrinth. The townsfolk place all the blame squarely on his shoulders. Fleeing under a cloud of misunderstanding, they sought to build a new capital elsewhere, misinterpreting his true intentions. Yet, the necromancer king harbored ambitions far greater. He aimed to conquer the entire world. The earth, the rolling seas, and the endless sky. Yet a divine barrier rose up to thwart him, halting his advance. The mysterious barrier vanished, and now demons swarm across these lands. Convinced that the current demon king was behind it all, a bold decision crystallized in his mind: challenge the fiend himself and bring about his utter destruction. As the gate swung open, all those nearby transformed into his loyal undead minions. San Juan's missile weaponry obliterated the entire army, leaving nothing behind but smoldering ruins.